No.
No?
No. We don't
So
have that.
even if you're inside, you wouldn't know it's raining.
Correct.
Yeah, but it does create the best napping weather because it's darker outside, the pitter-patter, the gloominess.
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
Yes.
But I just go to the bedroom usually and just,
pass out.
And pass out. Watch something and fall asleep.
There you go. Yeah, watch the Tigers fall asleep.
Yeah, I did that.
You try and fall asleep before, like you did 2 days ago.
Yes.
That way you don't have any anger keeping you awake while the game is going on. Or just the boredom of watching swing, miss, ground ball, fly out, just nothing of any real substance.
Yesterday I took a quick nap and then I played golf in the heat. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, actually. It was hot as hell, but it wasn't like that sticky when you breathe. You understand what I'm saying? It wasn't that humid.
I don't know where you were. Were you over at your club?
Yeah.
I was at the ball field with Ellie for a little BP, and it was all of the things you just described. It was sticky. It was one of those where I didn't feel like I was maybe sweating as much as I was. But then all of a sudden, I took my hat off to wipe my brow, and my hat was soaked with sweat all the way to the edge of the brim, and it just could not stop sweating.
Well, John, that's actually because Stoney goes to a club that's an air-conditioned golf course.
Yes.
That's right, yes.
Exactly.
He's the original indoor golf. Tiger thought he came up with it. No, it's really
Exactly.
It's Stoney's club.
Well, I expected to be worse. I expected to get there and say, it's just way too hot. I'm
good.
I'm going to go home or whatever.
Yeah.
But no, I gave it a go, and
good for you.
It was fine. It still stink.
It's a good. Well, I mean that's a sweat issue.
Oh, yes, exactly.
But yeah, it was. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't as bad as the news builds things up.
Correct.
I'm not sure if you've seen that.
I thought it was like stay inside type of heat. You can't do anything. And
right. Yes. Yeah. If you go outside, you have a chance of death. Sure, death.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I didn't want to do that. But
no, we don't want you to do that either.
Yeah, I know. There was some good news yesterday. Actually, it was during my round of golf. I checked my phone and found out that the Cleveland Guardians lost a baseball game.
Yes.
So,
yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, we're good. We're good. We don't care about what else. If Cleveland loses the rest of their games, Tigers are okay.
Yeah. Well, Kansas City is back within single digits too.
Yeah.
Just making sure that we're full disclosure here.
Okay, where are they? 9.5?
9.5. Yeah, and the Twins are just at 10.
Ooh, and the Royals play the Guardians this weekend.
Yes.
So maybe the Royals can get involved too.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe it was maybe the Cleveland Guardians are dead and buried.
Yeah.
But it's the Kansas City Royals that you have to look out for.
Who are probably going to start selling unless they sweep the Guardians, and then they think they're, well, especially if the Tigers keep losing. Yes.
Arizona sold.
Yes, they did. And they traded Josh Naylor to Seattle. Everybody thought Seattle might be trying to get Suarez, but instead they went for a left-handed bat. And good luck to them. He's good, Josh Naylor. Good move by Arizona.
And it was 2 pitching prospects, correct? So maybe that thirst has been quenched.
Maybe.
And now we could be back in the game. Because I heard this morning that there was a report, and I think it was Passan that I was listening to on the 4-letter network that said the Yankees may not be in on Suarez as much as initially thought.
Yeah.
So let's start rubbing the hands together and see what we can make happen.
Yeah, it's been great. Get them, hit a few bombs a game, and they'll score 10 runs and lose 11-10. Yeah, they lose 11-4 last night, and it's such a shame because, they got a 1-0 lead on the second batter of the game. Jimani Jones with a home run.
Yeah.
Woo. And Reese Olson really looked good for 5 innings, for 5 1/3 innings. Here's how the 6th inning went, if you weren't keeping pace. First guy struck out, then the damn walk. That's what killed him. Springer walked. Vlad had a double to tie the game, and they got a ground out. So it's basically what was it, 1st and 3rd, I believe,
2 outs.
or 2 outs, or a guy on 3rd and 2 outs. And Addison Barger came to the plate. Addison Barger against righties has an OPS of 893. Ernie Clement, who was batting after Addison Barger, had a OPS against righties of 543. AJ played the percentages, rolled the dice, and he came up snake eyes.
Yep. He
intentionally walked Addison Barger. What happens? The next guy, Ernie Clement, hits a 3-run bomb. Then Leperfido hits a home run. And all in all, they score 5 runs in the 6th. Once they go up 5-1 at the time, the Tigers with their offense, and the chances are they're not coming back. Then the Blue Jays compounded with 4 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th. Jake Rogers pitched a great 9th.
Yes, he did. Yeah, that's what you get in return for Verlander.
You usually
get another pitcher. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Probably another unnecessary joke.
You usually don't expect in a 1-0 game in the 6th to see a position pitcher enter the game.
No.
For either team when it's 1-0. But lo and behold, that's what happened. I mean, they brought in Enns. He was not very good. The new guy that they brought in,
4 runs, yeah.
Hartley, they brought him up after they DFA'd Hernandez. Hartley was terrible. And they lose 11-4, and it's they've lost 10 out of 11. The magic number did drop 1 to 52, but so did the tragic number to 68. I don't know. It's so frustrating. And like we've said before, if the record is what the record is, but if it was spread out over a course of, from the end of March to now, with a few 3-game losing streaks, you wouldn't think anything of it. You'd take it. All right, we're winning some games, we're losing some games. We got an 8-game lead, we're good. But the way they're playing, and it looks like, and I don't know if it's true or not, they look beat down. They look like they're playing with no confidence. I don't know if one win is going to change everything, but, man, talk about it. They needed something, and I thought Reese Olson was going to be that guy because he was pitching so well. Now, you kind of knew because eventually they'd go to the bullpen, and 1-0 was not going to be enough. You kind of thought that because Toronto, look, let's face it.
They got some good bats.
Toronto's got some really good bats, and one of their biggest free agent signings has done squat this year. Somebody that a lot of people wanted the Tigers to get, including myself, Santander. He's been horrible. They don't need him, and they're still just pounding the baseball.
Yeah, and they're on they basically flipped the script on the Tigers, where in the last, let's just say 15 games, they've been on a heater, and not only have they beaten some good teams, their bats are they're on fire. Whereas the Tigers have lost to some good teams, some bad teams, the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the bats have just evaporated.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing. And when you compound that with, and I know it's not, it's not Skubal's fault. He's going to miss a start because of the paternity leave.
Right. Well, it got pushed back, so he's going to pitch on Saturday, I believe.
Saturday or Sunday, yeah. But you just want that bleeding to stop, even if it's just one game, because it was one game in his last start.
Right.
Now you're just hoping that we just need that one game. It was supposed to be tonight. Maybe it's tomorrow. Maybe it's Sunday, whatever. But you just got to stop the bleeding at some point.
Yeah.
And hope that in that Skubal start, and we thought it was going to be maybe a Reese Olson start because he pitched good.
Yeah.
That you get some run support. And it gives this lineup an opportunity to go out there with a little confidence. I, like you, was watching yesterday, and I mean, Torque goes to the plate, and you kind of feel like he's got some confidence. Now, I know he hit a home run when it didn't matter.
Right.
But in the Pittsburgh series, he was hitting the ball well. And so it feels like he's the only guy going to the plate with a little bit of confidence. And you just need that confidence to spread. You need that game where the dam bursts and it just opens up. Just haven't had it in 15 games.
Maybe it'll help. I don't know. Maybe one win will lead to another. It
got to get one first.
Yeah, they just look so beat up, and they're playing bad baseball.
How much of it is a young team in a slump like this? Now, I know Javi Baez is not young, It's not like, it's not like, but Torque is still relatively young. Green's relatively young. Dingler's young. Like, you go down the list. Colt Keith is young. Like, at this point of the season, this is where you've got to have that veteran leadership, that veteran back, which is why everybody keeps pointing towards Eugenio Suarez.
Right. Like Gleyber Torres is a vet.
A vet,
right?
yes.
I don't know how much of a leader Suarez is, off the field. They just need his bat. And the question is, and we'll find out next week, how much they're willing to get. If Arizona says, look, we'll give you Suarez, but we're getting either Clark or McGonigal, I'm saying no. I'm not
for a rental.
Paying that much collateral for a rental. No way. And I'm at the point, and I kind of mentioned this yesterday. If this continues into next week, and I'm Scott Harris, I don't know if I do much at all, because I don't think, even if I can't get a really good bat, I'm not going to do anything. I still think they'll try to get some relievers. But other than that, you're not going to, I wouldn't even say mortgage the future, because you're not going to trade Clark and McGonigal. I wouldn't give up any assets for a team that I don't really think can make the World Series. And I know that doesn't make Tiger fans very happy. Anyway, our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Still ahead on the program. We'll visit the cookie jar at 7:35. One of the world's great icons has passed away. We'll talk about him at 7 o'clock. Coming up next, the Lions. Defense. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. If you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. I recently got mine from Beninati Pool and Spa, and let me tell you, the whole process was a breeze, right? They were so professional. They helped me pick out the perfect hot tub that was just right for me and my family. They delivered it, they installed it, and they were there to take care of maintenance as well. I'm telling you, they handle everything. And having a hot tub for us is a total game changer. We're using it in the evenings to relax, also after a workout, and the kids love getting in there as well. So go check them out. They're located right next to Jimmy John's Field in Utica. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And this is cool. If you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase. Just like that. Go visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Yep. You intentionally walk a guy, the next guy hits a 3-run homer. And I actually don't really blame AJ for that. I mean,
It's good. That was good baseball, like just in terms of numbers.
correct.
Playing the numbers.
Analytically, I mean, his OPS Bargers against righties was 300 points higher than Clement. As Dan Dickerson said, Clement only had, what was his 5th home run of the season. But that breaking ball just hung a little bit, and it's a shame because Olsen was pitching really good. Even though Guerrero's hit that drove in the first run was a good pitch, but that's why he's Vlad Guerrero. All right, 248-539-9797. That's the telephone number and the ticket text. Now, beginning Monday for a few days next week, this show, not me, will be out at Allen Park for Lions practice. The fans will be out there as well. And, John, it seems right now that the two biggest issues with the Lions, obviously because of the Ragnow retirement, Zeitler's departure to free agency, and the injuries on the other side of the ball, the biggest concerns, in my opinion, are the offensive line and the defensive line. There is a new defensive coordinator. A lot of people believe that's an issue when you lose both coordinators. However, Kelvin Shepard has been here before, and
It's been here for a while, yeah, since it was originally part of the original staff.
Right, and he hit the podium yesterday, didn't he, for the first
Oh
time?
yeah. And people they want more Calvin Shepard at the podium. He is a guy that is he's a soundbite waiting to happen, and not necessarily talking about the defensive line, but just talking about the linebackers.
Right, yes.
Because Alex Anzalone is, we've kind of classified it as a hold-in. We're not sure how legit the hammy is or not. I'm not going to question him, but
Right.
that's hamstring, low back is one of those things that you're kind of like, well, you don't really, it's hard to disprove. So he was asked about Jack Campbell, his development in his 3rd year.
You and Doug's boy, Jack Campbell.
Jack Campbell. Yeah, Jack Campbell. Obviously, we saw him play against Michigan when he was at Iowa. I've been a big fan of his as a player, as a human being. He's a solid individual. He is not quite the soundbite that Kelvin Shepard is. But this is what Kelvin Shepard had to say about Jack Campbell and who owns this defense. And I mean, he at one point as well said he's going to be wearing the green dot. So this is Jack Campbell's defense. He's going to be one calling it. He is taking over this defense as he should, from where he was drafted. The expectations on him, the general progression is that this is going to be his defense. I'm excited to see it. I think he's had his rookie season to me was a little bit underrated. I thought he played well as a rookie last year. I thought he took the appropriate steps. This year, I expect even more. And it could be, as Alex Anzalone's wanting another contract, wanting an extension, wanting more money, the ability of Jack Campbell to take this defense over might be the writing on the wall for one Alex Anzalone.
For this year? You really think they would let him go?
I think there's a possibility. I don't think they want to. But it depends on what Alex wants.
Mm-hmm. I get it.
I mean, and he said, I want to retire a Lion.
Right.
Zadarius Smith says he wants to be a Lion. He's not here.
No, I know.
And so we'll see how this we'll just have to let this one play out a little bit. But I wouldn't necessarily be shocked if mid-camp or around those last couple of cuts, if they haven't come to a resolution on the contract and Alex Anzalone doesn't want to play under this current deal, that they move on.
You wanted to retire a Lion.
I did retire a Lion.
I know.
Yes.
I was just going, did you You didn't go to Washington to sign a one-day contract to come back?
No.
Good.
No.
I know that.
Was,
I know that's the reason I like you so much.
Yeah.
All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, you guys,
Hey.
it's been a tough week to be a celebrity. I would say there's been a lot of celebrity deaths.
It's the three.
There's
Gosh.
four.
Four. Who's the fourth?
Connie Francis was earlier in the week. That's way
Oh,
before
I
most,
don't-
but maybe it's time.
Yeah.
Ozzy.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yesterday, the one you're going to talk about, Hulk Hogan.
Yes.
And Chuck Mangione died yesterday, too, the
Oh, really?
great jazz trumpet player.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
And then-
you would know his big hit that he had.
Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
him
I
too.
was,
Oh,
yeah.
did you? Yeah.
No,
Like,
I forgot about him. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's five.
the three that I knew of was Malcolm Jamal Warner, Ozzy, and then obviously Hulk
Hulk
yesterday.
Hogan.
Right.
Yeah, so yeah, bad things happen in threes. The
and
other ones are a
apparently
little
fives. I don't know.
bit not in my
Right.
genre
Right.
or time frame.
Right. Connie Francis is really old. I get that. Chuck Mangione, I'm not going to try to do it, but you would
Oh,
know
please.
this.
Would I know the
No.
song?
Come on,
Yes,
warm up
you-
the pipes.
You would know. No, it's not a song.
I know.
It's instrumental. No, I can't.
Would I know the tune?
Yes,
Okay.
I think you would.
Okay.
Can you hum it for us?
No, it would be really bad. It's called like "Feel So Good." You've probably
Feels so good.
Greg in the break will.
I'll check it
I'll
out.
find
See if you can find
yes,
it. Okay,
yeah.
all right.
But anyway, yeah, Hulk Hogan passed away yesterday at the age of 71. Medical personnel were sent out to his home in Florida to treat a cardiac arrest. Ended up in a nearby hospital where he was pronounced dead. So sad. I did read in one of my articles, it might have been TMZ, where there had been some rumors of some health issues. Prior to this. But I hadn't heard of any of them. So this was shocking to me. He, of course, we all know, was the biggest star in the history of professional wrestling, was instrumental in really making it a multi-billion-dollar industry that it is today. So
Yeah, and we're going to talk a little bit more about him and his influence at 702.
Yep. You might have seen this. The Cleveland Browns, they unveiled a brand new helmet, right?
Yeah.
And they had it out on this massive barge floating on Lake Erie. And as the drape was pulled off this helmet, revealing a new like matte brown helmet with, I think it's orange stripes down the middle, the cameraman, who was trying to get like the best shot, right, stepped off the edge of the barge, fell into Lake Erie, and it was a whole to-do, right? That he took the show,
Right.
kind of,
Yes,
over the helmet,
yeah, no
really.
question, yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy. And now people are saying, "Hey, was this real or was this fake?" And it seems that it was staged.
The Browns staged that. That's
Yes, that it
incredible
was-
to me.
They did?
I don't know for
That's the
sure, but it
rumor.
definitely
Oh,
seems
no.
that it was
It looks
staged.
to me like, because there's a rope that was down there as well. And
I saw it, and I saw the close-up of the guy's foot, and it looked like he got tied up. However, the guy behind the camera is this huge social media influencer. Ross Smith has like combined like 25 million followers on Instagram, TikTok, whatever, all of them,
Yeah.
right? Huge following. And he just happened to then post his point of view
right, going into the
onto
water.
his social media, and his caption was, "Dude, I wiped out on live TV while revealing the Browns' new helmet." And in that post, he also tagged Dude Wipes. Makes sense, right?
Right.
Who is a major sponsor of the Browns and of the helmet reveal. So with that tag and the caption, it really seems that this guy faked the whole fall.
Browns,
Yes.
dude white.
Dude, oh, yeah, those jokes write themselves.
Oh,
Yes. Yes.
An S organization.
Oh, yes.
So it seems that it was definitely staged, but kudos to them, I guess.
I don't. If I hate staged moments like that, they
I know.
annoy the hell out of me.
I know.
Now I just,
I know, but just go on believing that it was real, John.
I can't now.
Well, sorry.
You've ruined it for me.
Finally, Troy police are looking for a driver who nearly caused a head-on collision with a semi-truck on Tuesday. So it happened on Adams Road, just south of South Boulevard. And police say this driver crossed the center lane towards a semi-truck. The semi-truck had to swerve so that it didn't get into a crash, rolled, ended up in a ditch. Thankfully, nobody was injured, but the road was closed for about 10 hours as they tried to clean and remove this semi-truck from the scene. So police are now looking for that driver who caused the semi-truck to roll. If anybody knows who they were driving a Cadillac. Give the Troy Police Department a call.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next, the Tigers.
They could use some dude wipes.
Yes. And were we duped
Yes.
97 won the ticket. You'll know this when this part. Everybody I thought would know this. You would know.
Oh, I
Chuck
do know this. Yeah, I know
Is
this.
this a Love Boat or
No,
no? Oh, can I go to the 25th floor, please?
it's Chuck Mangione.
This I know
Chuck
this.
Mangione.
I've heard this.
Yes, I think everybody has heard
yeah.
this. Since he passed away. So if you're just joining us, I said, yeah, Chuck Mangione passed away too, and the song feels so good, and he's a great.
This is that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, well,
Thoughts and prayers.
yes. Well, we'll get to the thoughts and prayers for our baseball team in a second. However, we do have some tickets. That one ticket text, I was going to ask you this question about the Lions, about a particular player who might be available, but I don't know if you've gotten into details about this yet. But anyway, the Lions have so much cap space for this year, they should be signing every single available free agent that they deem a good football player. Give me Zadarius Smith. They brought in White, the linebacker,
Right.
to look at. And also, they worked out even a veteran safety for a backup. I want all the talent. Injuries won't break us. The defense has to help drive the bus this year. And he also mentions Christian Wilkins. I don't know if you saw the story, but the Raiders and Christian Wilkins they let him go.
Ways.
Yes.
And he filed a grievance.
Yes. Now, they say he wanted surgery, or they wanted surgery. He didn't want to do it. I wonder if he's healthy enough because to play this year, because if he is, I remember when he was available last year or the year before, I think it was last year as a free agent, and everybody talked about what a great teammate he was too, and he still had a lot left in the tank. I don't know how he played last year when he got hurt, but I just saw that right before we went on the air today, and it's like, wow, Christian Wilkins, but I don't know how healthy he is.
Right, that's going to be a question. I mean,
It's worth taking a look at.
it's worth bringing him in and evaluating for yourself.
Right.
Like, okay, take your doctors and everybody that you would value their opinion. What is the risk of signing him? What is the risk of putting him on the field? Is he okay? Or will he be okay, come week 3, 4? I don't know. But I guess I could call Raiders ownership and find out what's going on.
Yes, you could actually. Although he never returns your calls.
It's 3:30 in the morning there. So, but
probably
I'm not
just
sure where in the world he is.
He's probably just getting in bed.
It could be. Yes. But I think it's worth the phone. Like we always say, make the call. It's definitely worth calling the agent and seeing where his headspace is. And if he were to, it may help his case in terms of the grievance that he has.
Right.
Because as I understand it, the grievance is they have negated like $35 million worth of his guaranteed money because they didn't feel he was either rehabbing or didn't follow the protocol they had in place.
Correct.
And he's not better. He's not able to play as deemed by them.
Right.
So if you give the agent a call, you give Christian Wilkins a call and you say, hey, let's bring him in. And if there's any chance that he plays, it could help his case.
Correct.
In regards to gaining access to that $35 million.
Right. All right. The Detroit Tigers, once again, etched the bed last night. They were leading 1-0. Reese Olson was pitching great until he got to the 6th inning. And they gave up 5 in the 6th, 4 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, and they lose 11-4 as the Tigers came up with 3 runs in the 9th inning. And I don't think that momentum of the 9th inning is going to carry over into tonight, where they got Montero on the mound against, I believe it's Barrios pitching for Toronto. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think so. I don't even know what to say. You run out of words to say. Look, I know it's baseball. Teams go through crap like this. But it's not just that they're losing. I feel like a broken record. I say this every morning. It's the way they're playing. They're 1-10 in their last 11 games. And I don't know what to feel here because they were so good, even though I never thought they were a great team. They obviously did have the best record in baseball. They were finding ways to win. The pitching was holding up for the most part. The starting pitching, the bullpen has been an issue pretty much all season, but they were getting timely hits, more home runs than you ever thought they would get because it was not a power hitting team going into this season. And things were looking great. This is going to be a great summer. And it still is a great summer because we're still following baseball, but there's a lot of angst now that they only lead by 8 games, which in a weird way sounds crazy, but it's because you're 1-10. So I wanted to ask the question, 248-539-9797. Were we duped by what they were before this? Or are they fraudulent? Are they frauds?
It's a legitimate question to ask. And when we talked to AJ, he brought up the fact that, hey, they were the first team to 40 wins, first team to 50 wins. They were the first team to 60. They still can be the first team to 70 wins. I believe right now they're tied with 2 other teams with 60 wins, and another team has 61. So it's not like
Milwaukee, who'd won like 11 in a row
right.
or something.
Okay, so they've won 11 in a row. They've been on a heater.
Right.
Cleveland was on a heater. Toronto has been on a heater. the Tigers had their heaters early on. And just because they have had a downturn right now doesn't mean that they can't pick it back up and be the team that they were going into that Seattle series. I think they're more like the team that we saw that was 60-40. The first team to 60 wins, that they were not the best team, but they had the best record in Major League Baseball, more so than they are what we've seen. And I'll give you an example. Now, this is somewhat apples to oranges in comparison, but the Dodgers, the mighty, mighty Dodgers, with all their payroll and Shohei, and he's back on the mound, and he can't miss, and he's hitting home runs, and Freddie Freeman and Will Smith and all of these different players, right? You look at them and you're like, okay, how could they possibly lose any games?
Well, because a lot of their other players are hurt.
Okay. And I'm not going to sit here and say, well, okay, it's Kerry Carpenter.
Right.
Like him coming back is not
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 like
going to be the
Muncy
savior.
or any of their starters that the Dodgers are missing.
Right. But they are a team right now. They've got 60 wins.
Mm-hmm.
How did they get here? Well, they were rolling right along. Before the All-Star break, they lost 7 of 9. Since the All-Star break, they've lost 4 of 6. And I don't know. I mean, maybe in LA they're doing the same type of radio we're doing right now. Mm-hmm. Are they frauds? Are they overpaid? That's probably more the conversation they're having there. Certainly not overpaid here.
No. The problem is, though,
but
at least if you're comparing the Dodgers to the Tigers, and I know you said apples to oranges, John.
Yes.
But the Dodgers are playing in the National League, which is a lot better.
It's better, and their
better.
Conferences or their division is much better. I get all that. Yes. But I mean, they lost a series to the Twins.
Yeah.
So it's like it can happen to really good teams.
I totally agree.
And so I don't know that I'm ready to say that they're frauds. And I would love to know from our listeners, 248-539-9797. Do you think that we were duped? Are they frauds? What do you believe? Were they more the team that was the first team to 60 wins? Or are they more the team that we've seen against Seattle, against the Pirates, and now what we're seeing in this series against Toronto?
The problem is, and there's still losses, I believe, and I don't have it in front of me. The Dodgers, when they've been losing these games, some of them have been like really tight, 5-4 games. The Tigers, up until the 3 useless runs yesterday in the 9th inning, they can't hit. And I just don't see that changing that much. I think they're not going to hit it as bad as this clip, but I don't see them hitting like they did earlier in the season, where they still needed bats. We have some tickets
in the series. It's just going back to the Dodgers,
right?
All right, they lost. They started off with that horrific loss to Houston, 18-1.
Right.
So there's one run. They lost another one to Houston, 5-1. They lost to Milwaukee, 9-1, 3-1, 3-2 in 10 innings. So it's and now since the break, they have lost a couple 8-7 games, but it doesn't matter how you lose them.
I know. The Tigers become unwatchable. That's the problem. All right, here's some ticket texts at 248-539-9797. Actually, I got a better idea. I'll give you the ticket text coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on my morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick, check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right. $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
And he was intentionally walked previously, and the next guy up, Ernie Clement, hit a 3-run homer. So understand why they did the intentional walk. 248-539-9797. We're asking, were we duped earlier? Are the Tigers fraudulent? I don't think they're frauds. I don't think they're as good as they played earlier in the season. That's obvious what's going on right now. But they're obviously, in my opinion, not as bad as they are now either. And I still think they're going to hold on and win the division. But what do I know? As people say, it's I blame you, Stoney, and Costa for burying the Guardians with half the season left. It was a little less than half the season, and I just endorsed it. Costa did the actual shovel.
You tried to pawn off a little bit of ownership?
Well, he did it, and I said, yeah, I'll go along. Endorse with
You're a follower.
Yeah.
Is that what you're admitting to?
Well, no, because of my history of burying so many teams, and it never works. So I let somebody else do the
learned, but you endorsed it. It's the same as digging the hole.
Well, whatever. I endorsed it. How can players get hot on the Tigers when A.J. Hinch utilizes the matchup lineup and pitching chaos? Well, they don't have enough good players from to do anything else, I don't believe.
I think AJ's doing the right thing. He's trying to create matchups and trying to put guys in position where they can succeed, knowing that other than Riley Green, because he's hitting about 280. I know there's strikeouts, and that's kind of holding everybody's opinion back of him. You're hitting 280. You're doing pretty good in Major League Baseball these days.
Yes. A.J. Hinch has 1 ejection this year and 1 last year. Leland had 9 his last 2 years. Leland also knew which buttons to push and went with umpires and players. A.J.'s getting outmanaged every day, and nobody bats an eye. I don't think he's getting outmanaged. I think he's done a good job of making chicken salad out of you-know-what. And the whole ejection, temper, fire, brimstone, that's who Jim Leland was. Do you want your manager or anybody in life to just do things
to put on a show?
That it's not them?
Right.
If he's pissed, he'll be pissed. And a lot of times, if he's giving this team the riot act, we don't know about it. And
I asked him that.
Yeah, I know you did.
And I wasn't necessarily meaning, hey, did you get after him last night?
Right.
But is there a time, and I don't know if it's in his personality or not, to even do that. And if it's not, I don't want him to be something that he's not. I don't want him to put on a show just to put on a show.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. The Tigers have lost so many games. Now it's time for G. Mac Cash to write another song about them. The Tigers lost again. The Tigers lost again. I have tickets for the game tonight, and the excitement to go to the game is gone. It feels like the opposite effect of what they did last year. They are dead in the water, and unfortunately, it doesn't feel like anything they do at the deadline will put them back to being a World Series team. That's from Mike. I understand the feeling, but I do also believe that if they can get like they had 2 wins in a row or something, just get a good vibe going. Speaking of vibes, all this seems to have happened with the return of Meadows. Vibes have been different. I think the team should look at sending Meadows back down so Javi can go back to center and get this roster back on track.
That was when it felt like they were at their best.
Mm-hmm. I need Riley Green to sit a couple games and correct himself. That's from Max at Downriver. He did sit out 1 game. Mm-hmm. He did have 2 hits yesterday, although one of them was in the 9th inning. Didn't make a difference. Jody from Florida says, opponents have Tiger bats figured out. You can't hit off-speed pitches, breaking balls, and they chase and miss the high fastball. Yes, they are missing the high fastball.
But I'm also not going to sit here and say, well, it took the rest of Major League Baseball 100 games to figure that out.
No, I know. That's one of the things in baseball I can't figure out. Because when we look at home, I say, why are you swinging a pitch up here? And it's been explained to me that it's because when the ball leaves, you can't. It's such a quick judgment. It's not like chasing, from the other batter's box like Javi did last year.
Yeah.
This baseball team looks broken. Water has found its level. That's Josh and Warren. Guys, to be totally honest, no one knows. It's almost we have to just wait till they're out of the funk. If we don't start winning at a high clip in the next month, we're 100% a fraud.
Well, they have an opportunity to play against some good teams and division opponents because they've got 3 more against Toronto. Mm-hmm. Arizona's that team that's kind of around 500, but they're still they're better than Pittsburgh was.
Yeah.
And then they're on the road to Philly. They got the Twins, the A's. I mean, the Angels. So, they are going to play some good teams. They have a chance to rewrite the script, get back to where they were.
Yes. Are the Tigers frauds? The only frauds are you guys with your super negativity. All teams go through slumps. Jesus, you can talk about their weak points and not be so freaking negative all the time. I'm just about to turn off the freaking radio because I'm tired of listening to it. I think we're just dealing with facts.
Well,
I'm not questioning. Nobody's questioning their character or anything like that.
I thought you brought up a good point earlier, and this is where I'm on the mindset that they're not frauds, that they are going to get back to closer to where they were at the beginning of the season or the first 100 games. Is when you brought up if it wasn't 4 in a row right now with 3 against Pittsburgh and 1 against Toronto, it wasn't 3 against Seattle, 2 against Texas, they lost the series. If it was split up to where it was in the beginning of the season where they were still winning series, 2 games to 1. Mm-hmm. Or it was a 3-game streak and then it was followed by a 3-game winning streak.
Right.
Like if they divided it up a little bit more, you get to the end of the season and it's 162. You add the wins, you add the losses. It doesn't matter if there was a hot streak, a cold streak. It just matters what it is at the end of the season, and all teams go through this. The question is, how do they pull themselves out of it?
The texture is correct, and you pointed it out, and I did too earlier in the week. Every team does go through this, but a lot of times when teams go through these streaks, they don't look as bad as the Tigers do in every facet of the game. The Tigers, except for when Skubal pitches, basically, and he even had one un-Skubal-like performance against Seattle. Every aspect of this team has been awful. That's the difference. It's not just they're losing games. The Tigers are frauds because they don't have a leader. Dodgers scored 16 runs in 3 games. Give them some credit. No, in L.A., they are still recovering from a World Series win, John, so nobody cares. They're not bitching on the radio. I don't know. They might be. It's the one team they do care about, them and the Lakers. I think it's obvious they're closer to the 60-40. This team now is horrendous. There's no way they're this bad, so of course they're closer to being really good. All right. They are not frauds. I just think they need to make some trades and get a bat so they can protect other hitters. They definitely need a bat. We all agree. The question is, what are you going to give up? What do you have to give up?
Well, they have a lot that they could give up. They have one of the best minor league systems in all of baseball. Now, they just don't have exactly what Arizona wants.
For that move.
But they just traded a first baseman for a couple of pitching prospects. Maybe, just maybe, they've filled their pitching needs, and they're looking for something else now.
Yeah. What is currently happening is showing you every season why you should sign Skubal. He's our only saving grace. If we didn't have him, I'd say this year is dead. Of course, I think they want to sign Skubal, too. I think they want to give him a hell of a lot of money. I think he and his agent are going to play this. They want to do the John Jansen system, play it out, go to free agency, and see what they can get. And that's why at the end of the season, I think the Tigers are better off trading him into winter meetings or wherever, because I don't think you can afford to lose him for nothing. Anyway. We'll get back to that as well. We have the cookie jar coming up at 7:35. Actually, coming up next, we lost an icon yesterday. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by your Hamilton Chevrolet Chevy dealer. The Tigers are now losers of their last 10 of 11 games. Their most recent loss coming last night in their first game back at Comerica Park since the All-Star break. That was against Toronto, 11-4. Tigers hoping to turn things around tonight in Game 2. We'll have that first pitch for you right here on the ticket coming at 7:10. As training camp continues for the Lions, Detroit did see a few injury scares yesterday in the form of Terrion Arnold and Derek Barnes, both players being pulled from practice. Barnes with a hand injury and Arnold with a calf. Barnes is said to be non-serious, while the line staff is using a little more caution, keeping an eye on Arnold's condition. Reports also indicating that training camp is getting quite physical. Scuffles reportedly breaking out among teammates trying to earn their stripes. Notably, Brian Branch and Amon-Ra St. Brown got rather chippy with one another. In college football, although Michigan has owned their rivalry with Ohio State the last 5 years, Coach Sharon Moore, he is guaranteed there will be no more flag planting. Following last season's 13-10 Wolverines victory, the two teams did get into a scrum when Michigan planted their flag on the OSU logo. That scrum leading to each program being fined $100,000. The Pistons have waived the two-way contract of Ron Harper Jr. Harper, he has been in the association for 3 seasons. He's only competed in 11 games. However, in 57 career G League games, he has averaged over 17 points a showing. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
Thank you very much, Dustin. Yesterday, watching television and saw the bottom line on ESPN. When it's in red, you know it's a big deal usually. And they said Hulk Hogan has passed away. Age of 71, as Heather mentioned in news earlier, heart attack. And no matter if you were a fan of professional wrestling or not, everyone knew who Hulk Hogan was. He was an icon in this country, right or wrong, whatever you want to believe. I don't know. He was the man. Mm-hmm. Look, wrestling was always popular. He propelled it to the next level.
Oh, yeah.
In the 1980s. I had the pleasure when I worked in Washington for a guy that you know, George Michael. We used to show wrestling highlights all the time. And we got to, I got to do interviews and things. I interviewed Hulk Hogan many times. He was always gracious, a very compelling guy in the square circle. He started off being a bad guy, then he turned to a good guy. And I remember just certain matches, against, Iron Sheik and all. He was unbelievable. He caught the imagination of this country with Hulkamania, with the bright yellow T-shirts that were ripped and Hulkamania, and he had all the little kids loving the Hulkamaniacs. Hulkamania running wild, he was unbelievable. And I witnessed, and so did about 89,000 other people in this area, the Pontiac Silverdome. And, there are people who might dispute this, but I think it was the most significant match, an event in wrestling history, in WrestleMania 3, when he body slammed Andre the Giant. The greatest professional athlete in the world today. It was unbelievable, as you can hear the crowd. We were going crazy. It was so much fun. And he's passed away at the age of 71. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. What did Hulk Hogan mean to you? I mean, he was a part of everyone's life to a certain extent.
Even if you weren't a wrestling fan, you knew who Hulk Hogan was.
Yes.
You knew that when he was down, that he would start to shake.
Yeah.
and then he would make his grand comeback. Like he'd be flat on his back, 1, 2, and then he would throw his body up.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, he would be in a compromising situation or position. He'd start to shake, and then all of a sudden he would get this resurgence and the power and he would take over the ring. His ability to be a showman was second to none.
Okay.
And I have been around some great showmen. Deion Sanders is as good a showman as you're going to ever see. And there are certain individuals just that they have that flair. They have that ability to sell you on something. And his was energy. It was, I'm never out of the fight. It was the ability to come back. And my brothers and I, all right, as brothers are going to do, we're going to wrestle. Mm-hmm. And we're going to imitate everything that we saw on TV. And we would do that. And one of us would be the, Randy Macho Man Savage. One of us would be Hulk. We'd always fight over who's going to be Hulk Hogan. And then we would do that. We would imitate the shake. And all of a sudden you'd come back and then you'd take a swipe. And it just was iconic.
Yeah.
And even if you weren't a wrestling fan, I'm not a huge wrestling fan now.
No,
but when I was
neither.
a kid.
I not even a kid. I was a huge wrestling fan until my probably late 20s or mid 30s after WrestleMania. Once I had people like Miss Elizabeth and they started getting that into with managers. That's when I pretty much went away. And so I missed or didn't follow The Rock and Stone Cold and all that stuff. I obviously knew their existence. We have people in this building, Evan, Kenny Cott, and they still love wrestling, and that's fine. I'm not being old man here, the old guy here. Nobody did wrestling like Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan, the greatest wrestler of all time. And I don't think it's arguable the impact he made on the sport.
Yeah.
Or the show, whichever you want to call it.
Well, right. And obviously we had a local hero here, George the Animal Steel. And you bite the turnbuckle, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so, but you knew about all these other guys. I knew about George the Animal Steel because he was a football coach. I think it was at Madison Heights.
Yes, he
Madison,
was. Yeah.
And it was always.
He had the green tongue, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe he did. I don't necessarily remember that, but I remember him biting the turnbuckle, and I actually got to know his son a little bit because he worked. I think he was an insurance agent up in northern Michigan and handled some insurance for us. So, but it was Hulk Hogan that took wrestling to not just the next level, but he took it to one that even wrestlers to this day never thought it could get to.
Oh, movies. I remember he was the guest host on Saturday Night Live, and he went into it was the year Billy Crystal was in the cast. And they go into that thing. Billy Crystal, that was Billy's Hideaway, where he'd do the Fernando thing, but he had Hulk Hogan as his guest. And he goes, "So tell me, Hulk Hogan, what are your Passover plans?" And it was the little things about Hulk Hogan, movies, everything.
Thunderlips.
Yeah.
In Rocky.
That's right. He was one of a kind. Let's go to Danny in Macomb. What's up, Danny?
Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, I was at WrestleMania 3 like you, and just like you described it, it was just electric, really quick. I was a little deflated a little later in my life when I found out they had fought Andre and Hulk 50 times before. But still, it was an amazing event, and to me, with Hulk Hogan in that era of my life, he brought our family together and friends together for Saturday Night Main Event, for like Mike Tyson used to draw people together. He was Americana. He was 4th of July and, a symbol of America. No matter what his politics were, he was a symbol of America, a great man with flaws, like all of us, like myself.
Yes, we know. Yeah.
But I was hit hard because of all those emotions of how it tied. My dad took me to that. My dad died of cancer back then. He just symbolized so much to me.
Yeah, look, he was, and look, you talk about his flaws. He had obviously some racist qualities.
Yeah.
There was no doubt about it, and that should not be forgotten. And forgetting about his political leanings, he was America. He was. No matter which side of the aisle you're on now. I mean, whatever. I know there are people, that's why it bothers me about politics, no matter what side, where people can't separate,
Right.
whether it's Hulk Hogan, Kid Rock, Springsteen, Robert De Niro. Just,
Right.
you know what? You love them for what their art is. That's what you should love them for, what they do. Forgetting
He
about the
was
other stuff.
a larger than life
Yes.
personality.
Mark in Goshen, Texan. My buddy's dad took us to WrestleMania 8 when we were in 8th grade. We sat probably 100 feet away from the ring. Couldn't believe how big he was in real life. Rest in peace, Hulkster. I just parked at work when you play the WrestleMania 3 clip. I'm so pumped now. Hulkamania brought down the Soviet Unions. Hashtag Super Friends, Angelo and Wixom. Hulk changed the wrestling industry forever. The Andre match was huge, but his heel turn and the creation of the NWO was one of the legendary moments in history. He legitimized WCW and opened doors and opportunities for wrestlers forever by making a second company possible to compete with the WWF/WWE. His match at WrestleMania at 18 was also an epic moment. That's from Dan from up north. Yes.
Yeah.
And then here we go with the negative. Hulk Hogan was a racist POS. Please stop talking about him. I'm only 25 years old, so I never got to see him in the ring. The only thing that he's known for in my mind is being one of the biggest racists on the planet. Hogan was an actor, a phony. In real life, he was a racist POS. People have their opinions, and that's fine. That's makes
and
this great country great.
Hate to break it to everyone, but professional wrestling is not real.
Yeah. Well,
And when I found that out, because as a kid, like I was very young when I was starting to watch this, I thought it was real, and they made me believe that what they were doing was real.
did you think Chief Jay Strongbow was really an Indian?
So I knew that they were playing characters.
Yeah.
But I thought that the act of wrestling
was Sergeant Slaughter leading our troops
Right,
into Afghanistan.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, Big John Studd really walked around with a 2x4 everywhere he went.
Yes. The Captain Lou Albano, when he was off screen, did he take the rubber bands out of his beard?
I don't think so.
The captain. They used to have like the Grand Wizard. His name was the Grand Wizard. Was
Right, yeah. The characters that they had, you could never have anymore.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, they still have characters, obviously, but it's a little different than it used to be.
Right.
Yeah. S.D. Jones and the Junkyard Dog and the Hulk Hogan. Rest in peace, Hulkster. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up at 7:35, we'll go into the cookie jar. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
248-539-9797. We have the cookie jar at 7:35. Maybe I wasn't clear on something, and I just want to. I'm going to read this ticket text and explain. It says, being a racist POS is not, quote, just different politics. Very disappointed in you, Stoney. I was referring to, and I think I mentioned, there are people that I know that don't like Hulk Hogan because of his political leanings. I'm not saying that is not, you're right. That has nothing to do with the racist stuff that has been proven and all that kind of stuff. That was, on camera, and there's audio of all that stuff. No, that's completely different. And maybe I didn't make that clear. All right. When I was a kid in the late 80s, we had a Hulkamaniac set with headband, wristbands, tank top, and I think it had fake weights. Regardless of the personal beliefs, it comes down to two things. Hulk Hogan as a character was incredible. Did so much for wrestling and the sports world and fans all over. The personal Terry Bollea was less desirable. Have a brain, people. Mm-hmm. Hulk Hogan's all right. Terry Bollea is trash. Hacksaw Jim Duggan carried the 2x4s.
Oh, it's right. Yeah. You're right.
Hulk Hogan epitomized how ignorant and gullible people really are. For people to go crazy for basically a scripted dance is utterly ridiculous to me. That's from Jim.
Everybody wants
it's entertainment.
Something in their life where they can suspend belief.
Yeah.
Suspend reality.
That's what professional wrestling is.
You suspend reality and you're entertained.
Sure, Hulk Hogan was a racist, but I don't think about that when I see him. I think 80s, my childhood. That's how I remember him. That's from Spike in Ann Arbor. Mm-hmm. I think the person who had that Hulk Hogan's all right, Terry Bollea is trash, he has it perfectly. Rick in Flint, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, I was telling your screener that back in the prime days in the 80s, we used to go to the Joe, and they used to wrestlers used to pull up to the back of the Joe through the garage doors. So we met a ton of wrestlers. Hogan was real cool when we met him the one time, but he was kind of occupied himself with this disabled boy in a wheelchair, so we kind of backed off and let him do his thing. But I was telling the screener I had a funny story. We were standing outside the Joe, and I was looking at my father, and he was smoking a cigarette next to Jimmy Valiant, and we couldn't believe it. And we went up to him, and my brother was like 9 years old, and he goes, "Hey, Jimmy Valiant," he goes, "Do you think the Dream Team," because that was Beefcake and Valentine, he goes, "Do you think they're going to win the tag team championships?" And Valiant looks at my little brother, and he goes, "What's that body of water right over there next to the Joe?" And my brother goes, "The Pacific Ocean?" And Jimmy Valiant looks at my dad, put his head down, and Valiant looks at my brother and goes, "Don't worry about the Dream Team, kid." He goes, "Concentrate in school." that was one of the funniest things there. But anyways, as far as cool wrestlers, Iron Sheik was incredible with all the kids flexing for us. We caught King Kong Bundy after WrestleMania. We caught him walking after the matches were over. It was dark at night, and he missed his cab. And we walked like 3 blocks with Bundy, just me, my dad, my brother, and Bundy, and he was great. And what the last thing before I let you guys go that kind of blew our mind after the wrestling is we saw the Junkyard Dog and Bret the Hitman Hart and Jim the Anvil Neidhart all go share a taxi, and we couldn't believe it because they were enemies on TV. We couldn't believe it. So it kind of blew our mind. But those were some good memories. But yeah, rest in peace to that guy.
Yeah. The fact that they all fit a taxi.
The Junkyard Dog, former Piston Jerome Williams. That was his nickname. Uh-huh. The Junkyard Dog. I remember doing interviews. There was a tag team duo. They were called the Moondogs. Uh-huh. And they looked like hillbillies. They were obviously they were real heavy set with like beards. Yeah. And they had like suspenders.
Or the overalls.
Jean suspenders. Yeah, overalls, right?
Yeah, jean suspenders.
Overalls, yes. Duh. Anyway, so their part of their bit was they didn't talk. So I had to go interview them. So I asked them a question, and they like bit the mic. The guy bites the microphone. No.
Yeah, thanks. Now I need to get a new cover.
Oh my God! Yeah, it was unbelievable. All right, we have the cookie jar at 7:35. First, here's Heather.
All right. Well, when it comes to NIL, some universities are willing to pay whatever it takes to be competitive on a national scale, and there's one university that spent more than $50 million on NIL last year. According to reports, Texas A&M spent $51.4 million on NIL payments in both men's and women's sports. This is from July of 2024 to June of 2025, and that's about $19 million more than the previous year.
Right.
And when you break it all down, $49.2 million was invested into the men's sports and $2.2 million
into the
went
women's
to the women's
sports.
sports.
Yeah.
Well, it's about revenue. That's number one. But yeah, it's a lot of money.
It's a ton of
And
money.
a big disparity. Yeah.
Yes.
And what'd they win?
Nothing.
I don't know about any of the
Yeah.
other sports.
Yeah. No, money well spent, right?
Yeah.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have placed a player on the non-football injury list. They did this on Tuesday until he loses some weight. So Desmond Watson, a rookie defensive tackle, weighed 464 pounds at Florida's Pro Day. That was in March. And it sounds like he has lost some weight since then, currently weighs 449 pounds.
So he's lost 25 pounds.
And the Bucs did say, hey, we're happy. We're encouraging. His progress is good. Progress is always good.
Sure.
But basically, he needs to do more.
Yeah. I mean, at that size,
My
that's
God.
probably a trip to the restroom.
It said he was one of the heaviest players to ever join the NFL.
Yes.
I never heard of anybody even close to being that heavy. 460?
No, 460.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you've seen him. And he talked after he was that he signed with Tampa Bay that, he wanted to be able to lose some weight and do all this stuff. And trust me, I get it. There's a bunch of challenges involved, but that's huge.
That's big.
That's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
I
big
should
boy.
Four bills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to get him in touch with Ideal You.
Yes.
You should. Maybe he hasn't heard your ads. That's probably why.
Yes, he's
Maybe
in
he
Tampa.
just needs to listen. That's
Exactly.
all.
Yes.
He'll be
Yes.
motivated. A multi-state sex trafficking ring was busted by police in Southfield after a Texas man rented out 3 hotel rooms at a local hotel. So 33-year-old Randolph Lewis is accused of trafficking at least 10 women. He was arrested after he trafficked victims for prostitution in Southfield. He's been charged with 5 felony counts, was given a $300,000 bond. And the backstory, it's really sad when you read all of the details, but police say that they were called to a Quality Inn on Telegraph Road. This was early Monday morning because Lewis allegedly damaged a woman's windshield, a victim's windshield, because he was upset that she didn't give the right food that he had requested. And she called police. This 21-year-old victim said she did want to press charges, and that led to this big investigation. Thankfully, she did this because he fled the room, which was their first, okay, something's not right. Then they realized that he had rented out 3 hotel rooms, which apparently is a classic indication of possible human trafficking. And the woman eventually, she was nervous, she was scared, eventually admitted that Lewis brought her to Michigan, but she didn't even know she was in Michigan until the interaction with police. She did go into detail about what was taking place with her. She said she'd been trafficked for about a year. She did know at least 10 other women. Police are working in this situation. Anyway, thank goodness
He was caught.
he was caught,
Yes.
but too bad he was caught so late. But anyway. Yeah, yikes. We've been talking about it all morning. Wrestling legend Hulk Hogan died yesterday of an apparent cardiac arrest. He was 71 years old. Rumors of his ailing health started to swirl about a month before his death. Some were even saying that he was on his deathbed. I hadn't heard all these
hadn't heard
rumors.
that either.
His wife, Sky, had to kind of try to squash these rumors, said, oh, no, everything's great. He's recovering from a neck procedure. His manager told fans that he was doing phenomenal. But on Thursday, medical personnel were called to his home in Florida. Paramedics spent 30 minutes performing CPR before taking him to a hospital where he was pronounced dead. His family did release a statement basically saying that he was surrounded by his loved ones when he died.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next, we go into the cookie jar with no cookies. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all your great sporting events, and we've got some great ones coming up with the football season right around the corner. So make your reservations now at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Well, with no cookies involved, we are going to have Greg Hargrave read the cookie jar to us. And
Good. I'm glad I don't have to do it.
yeah, I want to
Scared me.
just let you know that the cookie jar is brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Greg?
All right, first up, what TV show routinely makes you laugh out loud?
So this one is easy for me, and because I would have originally said Tool Time, but Home Improvement, yeah. But now I'm actually going to use the same guy, Tim Allen, but I'm going to go with Last Man Standing, and it was on for 7 or 8 seasons. I think it was 8 seasons. Every time, and I rewatch these all the time. No matter how many times I've seen them, I laugh hysterically all the time. And the kids aren't laughing at the show. They're laughing at me because I'm laughing at all the same jokes.
Well, you are worth laughing at when you laugh.
Yep.
Because that was part of the beautiful things of doing this show was getting you to laugh because you laughing would make me laugh. My show is Curb Your Enthusiasm. I mean, every time I watch it, whether it's rewatch it, I just can't stop laughing. It's just hysterical. The writing is clever, and it's just Larry David is unbelievable, and some of the characters are just.
I haven't watched a lot of them, but anytime some comes up, like a clip will come up on my social media feed, I'll watch it, I'll laugh, and I'll go and watch a couple episodes. And you're right, it does. It is one of those shows where it's just like it's kind of everyday things too.
Yeah, and it's kind of like that's why he wrote Seinfeld, and there's a lot of things that makes you uncomfortable.
Oh yeah.
I must be watching the wrong shows because I don't remember the last time I laughed out loud at something except for watching Disney movies with my kids, which is what I pretty much watch all day. I started laughing. We watched Cars yesterday.
Oh, sure.
And I was giggling at that. And Emily would be like, Mama, why are you laughing? And I'm like, that was funny. Why? Because she doesn't pick up on the humor.
Some of those Disney movies do have some adult humor in them.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Shrek
There's
is one that I laugh at quite a bit.
humor.
Yeah.
The Kids in the Hall. I would put that as it had a great 5-year run, and I would put those 5 years of the Kids in the Hall against any great 5-year stretch of Saturday Night Live.
Okay. You know what? I wouldn't go that far. I think Kids in the Hall was kind of like a cult show. I liked it. I would take SCTV over that. SCTV was incredible.
I don't even know either of those things that you're talking about.
Second City TV, John Candy was in it.
Oh, John Candy
Martin
was awesome.
Short,
yeah.
Joe Flaherty, Eugene Levy, that whole crew.
Yeah, The Kids in the Hall was a Canadian sketch comedy show, which was very strange if, like, my wife would walk in the middle of a skit and then I'd have to explain the skit. Very difficult to do.
Right.
All right, next one, Skim, 2%, or whole milk.
This is a no-brainer for me. It is will forever be whole milk. And maybe with a touch of little heavy whipping cream.
I knew you were going to say whole milk.
Yes. Skim milk to me is just water, as well as 2% just kind of colored water.
I used to be a whole milk guy, but once you start on skim milk and then you drink whole milk again, it's like, God, it's
gross.
Crazy. Yeah.
Oh, no. Every once in a while you go.
I wish chocolate milk was part of this discussion because I could have chocolate milk regular, chocolate milk low fat. It doesn't make a difference. It's chocolate
just need some chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
If I drink milk or use it on my cereal, it has to be skim.
Mm-hmm. It's so right. Just use water.
I honestly think I could use water on cereal. I would never have, but if I had to, I'd rather use water than whole milk.
Oh, there's a new drink out. I want to say I think it's Liquid Death have come out. They've got a new flavor.
Liquid Death.
Yeah, it's like I think it's just
that
water.
Sounds appetizing.
Well, no, but I think it's actually. I've never had it, but I was listening to another show, and I think it's water, but it's flavored water.
Okay.
And one of them that is coming out is supposed to taste like the milk at the bottom, like when you finish the cereal and you're left with the milk.
Oh, like a little sweet taste if you put sugar in
a
your
little
cereal.
sugar in there. Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll go with whole milk.
Thank you, Greg. I knew I'd have one supporter here.
Choose one celebrity to take a road trip with, and I think we should enact the Dan Campbell exception. Can't say Dan Campbell. Try someone else.
Okay. Stoney, why don't you go on this one?
Greg, I think Greg is always good at predicting what I'm going to say. Greg, who do you think I'm going to say?
Oh, you're going to say Bruce.
I don't know, Stoney.
Charles Barkley.
Oh, that's a really
Charles
good
Barkley
one.
be in a car for a while would be just so much fun. He'd be, basically uncensored.
Yeah.
Bruce, I would obviously, but I don't think he's so dry and he's not the most exciting human being on the world.
That response does sound like you, Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
Heather?
Well, I'm going to choose Dax Shepard, but I want him to bring his wife with him, too. I want Dax Shepard and Kristen Bell.
Dax Shepard.
So Kristen Bell.
And, fine,
Well,
Kristen Bell and
yeah.
her husband. I want both of them together.
Did you know they were actually guests? They were actually on this show once.
Really?
Were they?
Yeah, we did a giveaway where I think it was what Greg was a fantasy week at Tigers.
Yeah.
And the way we won, people had to get the biggest celebrity to call up, and Dax Shepard called up and put Kristen Bell on at the same
love it.
time.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now that I've Googled him, I
They
know
come
who
as
he
a
is.
package, I
okay.
think.
Yeah.
All right.
He's local too.
And so is she.
Yes, I know.
I would say Luke Combs. Luke Combs to me seems like I've seen him in concert a couple of times, like a dude that you just want to hang out with. And on a road trip, I think he's laid back, probably might take a bathroom break, crack a couple of beers. It just seems like it would be an easy ride.
I'm going to go with two things that I need. Fun, but also chill. I don't want the exuberant, extravagant guy. How about Pedro Pascal? He seems like he fits both of those.
I'd take
like
him
Pedro
too.
Pascal.
Okay.
If you found
You can find in my
$1,000
car.
cash on the ground, no strings attached, what would you do with it?
I'd split it in half. I'd use one to pay like for a car payment, and the other I'd give to some charity.
Oh, really? Well, you're a nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
Heather?
I'd probably use it to pay for my kids' school.
Chump change for Stoney, by the way.
Oh, well, you're very practical.
$1,000. School's
Yeah.
expensive.
It is, yes.
Paying bills with that.
I'm going full selfish on this. I'm gonna get myself a couple of new fishing rods. I'm gonna go to Cabela's Bass Pro, Jay's up in up north there. Buy myself a couple new rods and reels.
I'm putting it in the bank, and I'm paying off credit cards. The most boring answer, but man, just throw that right in the money hole. Eliminate one for the rest of your life. Cake or ice cream?
Oh, this one is easy.
Simple.
I would give up cake. I cannot live without ice cream.
I'm pretty much I love cake. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But if it's one or the other, give me my ice cream, baby.
Heather?
Get rid of ice cream. I could live without ice cream. I like cake more than I like ice cream. I do think I eat ice cream more often because cake is really only for like a special event.
occasion, sure.
And ice cream is whenever, but I like cake better.
You like cake better or pie?
Oh, cake.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could live without pie.
Does
Yeah.
your spouse ask you, hey, want to go out for cake? No. Does your spouse ask you, hey, want to go out for ice cream? Yes. You
Never.
eliminate cake. Go with ice cream.
Colin
then
doesn't
what-
like ice cream?
Colin loves ice cream. I don't eat the same type of ice cream he does. I like
you
the
have to have
soft
like
serve.
the vegan ice cream?
No, I like soft serve, like frozen yogurt.
Oh,
Right.
he
He
wants,
wants
the
a
scoop.
regular scoop ice cream.
Sure.
So, no,
I
we
like
don't go out
soft.
for ice
I
cream.
like either soft serve or like mint chocolate chip with hot fudge and chocolate sprinkles.
No. You,
What?
you like toothpaste in your ice cream?
Yeah, I do.
Mint chocolate chip is awesome. My kid loves mint chocolate chip.
Yes, it's the best.
Would you rather go streaking or skinny dipping?
Oh, this is so easy.
So easy.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes. I'd much rather go skinny dipping. Unless
Agreed. Who wants to go running?
Well, exactly.
Like, who wants to run, whether you're clothed or naked? Like,
well, especially naked. I don't want to run naked. I'd rather, plus, what do you have a better chance of having fun with? Streaking or skinny dipping with somebody?
Well, I guess sure, yeah. Skinny dipping probably leads to better things.
Yeah.
But, I mean, so my answer is skinny dipping. But sometimes it's what leads to the one or the other. Like, there could be a hell of a bar night that all of a sudden leads to streaking. So it's everything in context.
and sometimes streaking does lead to skinny
Dipping, yeah.
Streaking in the quad.
Yeah, let's go
the
streaking.
gymnasium.
Everyone's doing it. Yeah, then he backs into the car.
Clean sweep. I'm going with skinny dipping as well. The surface of the water acts as a barrier that they can't see all the nether bits down below.
Yeah.
Unless you're in a pool.
Oh, that's a good point. See, I always think of skinny
Dipping in a lake.
In a lake,
Oh.
yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, I think of it in
in a pool?
in a pool.
Yeah.
Oh.
So everything can
It
be
creates
seen.
at least some sort of cloak.
A little mystery.
It makes you
Yeah.
feel like that anyway.
Right. Yes.
The only way I would choose
It's like wearing clear clothes.
the only way I would choose streaking is if the water temperature was like really cold because I hate
Like Lake Superior.
Well, you hate shrinkage.
Oh, yes. It would actually be redundant in my case. And that is the cookie jar for this week. 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, guys, time to step up to the plate against hair loss. Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of turning back time for thousands of guys across Southeast Michigan, helping them regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, during the month of July, you can get up to 30% off all hair transplants and medical hair rejuvenation packages. But of course, here's the catch. It's limited to just 30 clients, so don't wait. Dr. B is a true pioneer. He's one of the first in the world to use your own hair to fortify new growth. This medical therapy once seemed like science fiction. Now it's reality right here at Michigan Hair Restoration. So forget those old school hair procedures. No stitches, no staples, no embarrassing linear scars, just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that just keep getting better and better every year, and he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. Don't wait till you're out of innings. Go to MichiganHairRestoration.com to book now. Mention 97.1 and take advantage of these exclusive July offers before they're gone.
And then the next thing you know, they were down 11-1.
Uh-huh.
Reese Olson pitched well for 5 innings, 5 1/3.
Mm-hmm.
And then
it fell apart.
5 in the 6th, 4 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th. Jake Rogers, scoreless in the 9th. Yeah, they've lost 10 out of their last 11. But Cleveland lost. Let's a little positivity here. So the lead is still 8 games.
Uh-huh.
And the magic numbers dropped to 52. All right. We'll get into them coming up at around 8:35. We do have some reaction to the cookie jar.
Okay.
$1,000 to spend, giving to others, loved ones, those in need. That's from Jason in Royal Oak.
That's very nice of you.
Please tell Stoney to stop saying chocolate until he can pronounce it properly.
Chocolate?
I say chocolate because I don't know. Should I say chocolate? Look, listen, people have accents. I know I know that might come as a surprise to you. You know, where I grew up, we said chocolate. All right, we said Florida. The Tigers pitcher was Jack Morris. Here it's Morris and Florida.
Yeah.
Just like in Philadelphia, we go to the bank. We don't go to the bank and get some cash like they do in the Midwest. Okay, it's just the way it is. I mean,
somebody hit a little
no. People believe that no matter where you're from, it happens everywhere. People in Philly think, oh, people in New York, they don't speak right. Okay, well
they don't.
They don't pronounce their R's, but in Philly, we over-enunciate our O's. Let's find Stoney and go out and snort some Coke. Drink some.
To me, that's what your go-to is.
Well, I was going to say Coca-Cola, but I thought I'd get you to laugh.
Snort that.
Exactly. Diet Coke. Or put gas. Or we put gas, G-A-Z, in the car. All right. Heather likes cake with a whole milk chaser. That's from Steve from Warren.
There you go, yeah.
Whole VD milk. That would be vitamin D, I believe.
Yes, I'm not sure where you're buying your milk.
I know. Liquid death is great, but only the pure water, thank you. I would pay to watch Stoney and Charles Barkley in a car circling around Indianapolis for hours on end in the middle of the night.
That would be amazing. There'd have to be a camera in that car.
Jason Royal Oak says, Kids in the Hall, Cars, Curb Your Enthusiasm, SCTV, all great. Laughing out loud, for me, it was the new episode of South Park this past Wednesday. It had me in tears, and it's been years since I laughed so hard. I heard it was pretty memorable. I have to check it out. You all should check out Tires on Netflix. 2 seasons of nonstop laughter. That's Joe at DTW.
So after he did, I forget the comedian's name. He was on the ESPYs. He's in Tires.
Gillis,
yeah.
Shane Gillis.
Yeah. And so my wife and I sat down and watched the first, couple episodes of season 1, and it is funny. Now, it's not one that I would share with the kids.
Oh, sure.
But yeah, it's hilarious.
You should all check. Oh, I said that one. The show Middle has Patricia Heaton as the mom, and the kids have hilarious storylines. Have to agree with Heather. Sadly, I can't really think of an LOL TV show. I did laugh out loud at a movie I recently saw called Why Him? Very funny throughout. James Franco. It had some Michigan-based themes, and Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley made appearances as well. That's from Jeff in Petoskey.
Okay.
So, thank you for your responses to the, as they would say in New York, the cookie jar, or the Boston, cookie jar. All right. This is almost the season of fantasy football drafts.
It's coming up.
And I saw a story where, with him re-signing his contract with the Red Zone, Scott Hansen was talking about things that people have asked him to do. He's actually done live Zoom at somebody's wedding, congratulating him and things like that.
Yeah.
And he's done some fantasy football drafts. I once did a fantasy football draft. I think I did the first round. I announced the selections. They'd bring the card up to me.
Yeah.
It was, I believe it was the Emerald Theater in Mount Clemens, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I know people that are in heavy-duty fantasy football leagues that what they do is they go on a road trip every year. Some they do it, they try to go the weekend.
Like a guy's trip?
They'll start their league in week 2, which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
But they always go like for the Thursday night game somewhere.
Yeah.
Either they go to the game or in that town and in a hotel or whatever, and then they have their draft. When we were in Las Vegas, you remember?
Yeah.
There was some group in a cabana at the stadium swim that they were having their fantasy draft going
That's
on
right.
at
That's
that
right.
time. And
Yeah.
they were asking us for like advice.
Yes.
They had the boards up and things like that. It was
I've
pretty
done
cool.
some cameos where I announced the draft order.
Yes, I have
some
too.
of those as well. Or they've made the first pick and you announce the first pick, and that's how they start their draft.
Yes, I've done that as well. So, by the way, if you want John or I to do your fantasy football draft,
Yeah.
find us on Cameo. Exactly. But I'm curious. 248-539-9797. What's the most unique thing you have about your fantasy draft? Is it? I saw some doing some research here. There's one group they decided to do it all old school. No internet.
Oh, really?
No computers.
All paper
all
stats.
All paper and pen writing down
Yeah.
and a big board up top.
Okay. All right. Chalkboard or a dry erase board.
Yes, exactly. Maybe you have a celebrity do it. Maybe you do something crazy. I don't know. 248-539-9797.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Tigers' struggles continued yesterday following an 11-4 loss in the series opener to Toronto. Reese Olson started off pitching 5 scoreless innings, but a 5-run sixth flipped the script on Detroit. They look to even the series tonight with first pitch at Comerica Park coming at 7:10. That can be heard right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Sticking with baseball, Josh Naylor was traded last night to Seattle in exchange for a couple of pitching prospects. Major League Baseball's trade deadline is next Thursday. Next Thursday is also the Hall of Fame game where the Lions play their first bit of preseason action. Practices have been getting quite chippy lately with teammates scrumming to earn their stripes. Yesterday, Terrion Arnold and Derek Barnes were both pulled from practice due to injuries considered to be non-serious. Yesterday, at the age of 71, professional wrestling icon Terry Bollea, also known as Hulk Hogan, he passed away. His cause of death was ruled due to cardiac arrest. And right now, Adam Svensson entering round 2 of the 3M Open in the lead. He shot 11 under yesterday in round 1. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
Thank you very much, Dustin. 248-539-9797. By the way, Dan Campbell is at the podium right now. If he said anything noteworthy, we will pass it on to you. We're asking, it is the fantasy football draft season. What is the unique thing about your fantasy draft? Do you have somebody draft for you? Do you set the order with somebody? Do you go on a trip? What do you do to make your fantasy football draft unique? Is it a big deal, or is it just your friends are online and you just do it?
Well,
which is probably what most people do now.
It is probably what most people do, and that's, so the fantasy draft that I have, it's all of the kids and, nephews and nieces. So because we've got so many of them in college now, it's trying to come up with a night where everybody can join in. And the one thing that I do, maybe it's probably not unique, but because Jack and Ellie are still at home, I will project either from my phone or from my iPad onto the TV. And so we have everybody joining us in our living room, kind of makes us feel like we're all together once again. And then we go through the old draft. The issue that we have is scheduling, trying to get everybody with their college schedules and all of that stuff lined up for one night. Try to do it as close to when the season starts so that we don't have injuries. Now, most of the guys you drafted, you don't have to worry about them being cut.
Right.
And so that's one thing. I think the most unique one I've heard from somebody around here that Kang used to do is they used to, I think it was, they had it set up at Ford Field. I don't know if you remember him talking about this, where they would rent a suite and they would have the draft at the suite.
It was a giveaway, I remember, that they did, I thought.
I don't remember what it was, but I thought that was cool.
We might have actually given away a suite. I have nothing to do with Kang.
Right.
I remember that vaguely.
Because they used to have that event at Ford Field,
right,
where guys would come in or
right,
girls as well.
Yes.
Everyone does it. Yes. Sorry, Heather. Have you ever done a fantasy draft?
Never.
No.
Not surprising to you, right?
No.
Like
No, I just didn't know if.
But Colin does.
Colin does?
Colin
Okay,
well, yeah. I can't remember if the last time he's done one, but he used to do it.
Oh, okay.
It's been a while.
Would he actually go and they would like gather at a bar or a home?
No, he'd do it in the office. So I'm guessing it was like
just over online,
Zoom or something. Yeah. I don't know.
We used to have a league here, and we used to come in one evening and do the draft. And we had one year, Valenti brought in, it was an auction draft, and brought in a real auctioneer.
Oh, really?
And it was pretty cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that league disbanded.
Oh.
I don't know why, but whatever.
Just got tired of doing it.
I guess. I don't know. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Something else I want to bring up. I saw this a few days ago. ESPN has a ranking of, they believe, is the best rosters in the National Football League from top to bottom. So, John, before we give away what the answer in their rankings are, who would you say has the best roster in the National Football League?
Well, I think there's two in contention. And I haven't looked at this list, and I didn't want to because I didn't want to get my opinion shaped by anything. And this was a question I don't know. You might have done when they did the 10 NFL questions. I was supposed to email mine in to Gov, and I forgot to do it. But I think the best roster, I flip back and forth between the Baltimore Ravens and the Philadelphia Eagles. And Baltimore, and this is why I think there's no more excuses for Lamar Jackson not to win a championship, or at least not to get to a Super Bowl, is he's had tremendous seasons. But when you look at Derrick Henry in the backfield, and you look at the improvements that they've made on the offensive line, and I know that Mark Andrews is taking a lot of heat for the drop that he had at the end of the year, he's still one of the better tight ends when healthy in the NFL. Defensively last year, they didn't play up to a Baltimore Ravens standard defense, but they drafted, they went in free agency, they've solidified that defense. And other than the Eagles' offensive and defensive lines, I think Baltimore has the best roster top to bottom in the NFL.
So does ESPN.
Oh, okay.
And they also have Philly second.
Philly second? Okay.
So I wanted to go a little outside the box here. And I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't completely crazy, but I think I am. If I was actually, I think Philly, their only weakness is probably edge rusher because, Sweat signed with somebody else free agency, and Brandon Graham retired, and Bryce Hall, whatever his name is,
yeah.
he left or whatever. But I'm going to go a little outside the box. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, they're not ranked very high at ESPN, I don't think. I don't even think they're in the top 10. But what's their weakness? Maybe edge rusher, right? That's about it. They're really good up front offensively, right?
Yeah.
They have a really good offensive line. They got a really good defensive line. They got good linebackers. They got terrific safeties. They have a good, not great, but a good quarterback. They have a really good running game with Irvins, right? Mm-hmm. Bucky Irvins. Their wide receivers are outstanding. Their tight end's okay. I think they're ranked. Well, I look down here, and they're not even in the top 10.
No, I think they're down at 12.
I mean, yeah, 12. But I just think they're really, really good. Look at that receiving group. Godwin, if he's healthy, that's a big if.
Well,
Evans, but they got Ibuka too. An offensive line, Wirfs and Barton and
Brad Bredesen.
Yeah. Their cornerbacks, Jamal Dean's really good. Their safeties, Winfield is terrific. Even though he's 110 years old, Levante David is still good. Up front, Cansey and Vita Vea, I mean, they're really good.
They are good. I'm not sure I'm sold on their edge guys, Yaya Diaby and Hassan Reddick.
That's part
of their weakness. And you mentioned health. Chris Godwin's been hurt.
Yeah.
And I know Mike Evans is very consistent, but he has run into some health issues in the last couple of years. Antoine Winfield Jr. Hasn't been available for 17 games. The right side of their offensive line, as much as, hey, from center, Graham Barton, Ben Bredesen, Tristan Wirfs, I think that's a really good left side. Cody Mock and Luke Kadecki, I don't necessarily think that they're.
Okay. I believe that's outside the box. Look, Philly, I think is pretty obvious. They have one little bit of a weakness, and that's it.
Yeah. Tampa and Baker Mayfield.
I think they are also a sneaky Super Bowl team, Tampa, because I think they should win that division.
Well, it's because it's such a terrible division.
Get a home game, and they're good. I mean, I think they're good.
Yeah, but you're talking about, getting into the playoffs, right, which is the entire goal, right? Just get into the playoffs.
Right.
At that time, who's going to be available? Who's going to be healthy? Because some of their best players have been banged up either in the stretch run at the end of the year or when they've gotten into the playoffs.
Well, you can't at this point in the season, you can't predict health, and we saw what happened to the Lions.
Sure.
But they're good enough in one. Look, they lost to Washington last year pretty much late in the game. So there's pretty comparable to them. They're comparable, I think, to the Lions. The Lions are a little better, I believe, but they have a shot. All right. 248-539-9797. Here's some ticket text. Stoney, I would trade you a gram of cocaine to announce my fantasy football draft order. No, I don't do that anymore. Len By has changed my life, as you all know. I'm in a fantasy football league at my church. Jason Hansen holds a new position at said church. He joined our league last season, and he was the first to select a kicker.
Shocker.
Yeah, that's Wes and his street sweeper. We do old school. No computers or anything with the big board and everything, but we all meet, go to some part of the country with a nice beach, and we have to drive on the beach with drinks. It's always a wonderful experience. Kevin from Ann Arbor.
Okay, you drive on the beach with drinks while the draft is going on, or
I don't know. Huh. That sounds weird to me, but whatever. Let's go to John in Grayling. What's up, John?
Hey, good morning, guys. So I just finished college. So me and my friends, one of their dads has a cabin up in like Johannesburg. So we go up there and we do a shot system for players. So like Mahomes, Jackson, and Allen is like, 3 shots. If you pick one of them, you got to take 3 shots.
Oh, boy.
Goff is 2. Wide receivers are like 1 shot or 2, depending on who they are. So we have a lot of fun and get drunk. And sometimes there's mistakes because you're so drunk you want to pick one player and you accidentally say another person's name. So, you kind of screw yourself. But it's fun because, we go up there for the weekend and just have fun.
Do you ever go, you're from Grayling, do you ever go to Keg of Nails?
I'm not from there. My job right now, I'm up there.
Okay.
Yeah. Got to be careful. You never want to get too drunk and say another person's name. Get you in a lot of trouble.
Right. Yeah. Keg of Nails is this like bar down the main street of Grayling. I've been there once, but I pass it all the time when we go up north. Stacy in Commerce, you're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, gentlemen, and Heather. Go Blue, John.
Go Blue.
The LPFL Fantasy Football League started in 1986.
What does LPSL stand for, please?
Lincoln Park Football League.
Okay.
And Mr. Juraski came back from Michigan State and said, I got this game we're all going to play. We would track it by the box score on the newspaper when they used to have newspapers. And we've been drafting it ever since. The strangest place, I went to the Michigan-Alabama game. So in the parking lot of Texas Stadium, I'm trying to draft with 50 people telling me, pick this guy, pick this guy, pick this guy. So we had a great time doing that. And this thing's been going on forever. and way before it even got popular.
Yeah, I remember when I used to do it. Thanks for the call. You'd sit there and wait till the USA Today came out on Tuesday because you had to have the Monday score, or even Wednesday because sometimes it didn't make print. And they'd have all the stats, and that's when you figure out.
Yeah, you go through and you figure everything out. Yeah. And that game that he was talking about at Jerry World, that's the weekend I met my wife.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The game Michigan got blown out, the opener?
No, that would have been Michigan versus Florida.
Oh, I know. He said Michigan, Alabama.
Oh, so it was even before that. Okay, so they played at Jerry in 2017. They played Michigan where they wore the yellow uniforms.
Right.
Yeah, it looked like they got peed all over.
Uh-huh.
Terrible uniforms. Please don't ever wear the all yellow again.
The Michigan, Alabama game, I think it was Denard, and they just got
smoked.
Big time. All right, 248-539-9797.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
All right, 248-539-9797.
I hadn't heard that one before.
Oh, really?
Uh-uh.
All right, we'll play it a little bit.
Uh-huh. Of cocaine.
All right. Dan Campbell has spoken. He's pumped up for today's practice.
Yeah.
First one, pads.
Let's go.
Terry and Arnold and Derek Barnes are fine. They both practiced. They both, went out with minor bruises or whatever yesterday.
Well, we get some bumps and bruises, but he said Terry and Arnold's going to practice today.
Yes, and he basically says, I love the way this team practices, would rather than be overly physical than have to pry them out of them, but breaking up fights does waste time.
Yeah, waste time, waste a little energy.
Yeah,
but we'll talk about it a little bit more in the show.
It's part of training camp, as you would know.
Oh, yeah.
On our discussion about the best rosters and fantasy football drafts, to have nothing to do with each other. However, I agree. I think Baker is one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the league right now. He's not the greatest, but he is incredibly solid. And I think he doesn't gamble as much as he used to. He's still a gunslinger, so to speak, but...
And, I mean, can you imagine sitting in Cleveland right now when they've got, 8 quarterbacks on the roster, one of them Deshaun Watson, and they moved on from Baker Mayfield. He's gone down to Tampa. Now, he has grown. He's gotten better. He's grown as an individual. But to know that he was there and they could be in a completely different space with Baker Mayfield than the quarterback situation they have right now.
Let me ask you, speaking of which, just off the cuff, without seeing them practice or whatever, if you're the Browns, if you're Kevin Stefanski, besides, I want to get the hell out of here, who's your starting quarterback? Because it's Flacco, Pickett, Shedeur Sanders, or Dylan Gabriel. Is the 4.
Right.
Maybe they might have another one in there that I don't remember.
There's probably, gosh, I don't know. Joe Flacco's so old, but
I think he's the favorite. But
I would start the season with him.
I'd start with Pickett, I think. I don't know.
I think Kenny Pickett is going to be a lifetime backup quarterback, a guy that can come in, get you out. I mean, he did it tried to do it for Philly last year, lost that game. Was it to Washington at the end of the season when Jalen Hurts was hurt? I got to believe they're going to go with Joe Flacco until they figure out what are they doing with Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur. I don't know what they're doing there, but I would imagine if it was me, I'd probably start with Flacco.
Good morning. My buddy runs a local gentleman's club.
Oh.
Nothing better than boobies and fantasy drafting. That's B in the car.
I would imagine that would be a interesting draft.
Mm-hmm. You could have a draft of the dancers, too, if you want it on the side.
Sure. Always a possibility.
The first pick, Cinnamon. Second pick, Mercedes. With the third pick, John Jansen goes for Amber.
Whoa, don't put me in that
the
situation.
Fourth pick, Mike Stone chooses Autumn.
those are the 4 stripper names you came up with.
With the 5th pick, Heather Park chooses Lance. Lancelot.
Lancelot.
I love that you brought Heather to a strip club with us.
I gave her a male stripper, though. I gave her a male stripper. Have you ever been to a strip club?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Not a male strip club, though.
I know.
No, I've never been to that. But I've been to a strip club.
You criticized me, or you made
fun of me. I did not criticize.
Well, you said you're bringing Heather.
I was just wondering where you were going with it.
Yeah. Did you have an interesting time at the...
Yeah, it was interesting. Definitely.
I haven't been to
What was an event that took you to a strip club?
Both of them were bachelor parties. I've been twice. And they were both, I was there with a bachelor party.
Oh, okay.
Why were you there with a bachelor party?
Yeah.
So it was like after a Tigers game one time. I think Colin was not part of the bachelor party, but his buddies were there for a bachelor party.
Hey, you
and
can't come. Bring your wife.
Yeah, no. So it was like, hey, you want to come? And he's like, well, I'm with Heather. They're like, all right, well, bring Heather along. So we met them at the strip club. I believe that's how that went down in Detroit. And then the other one was I met a bachelor party while I was out and about one night.
And just joined the group?
Join the group.
Yes.
Wow.
Went to the strip club.
Our unique thing. When was the last time you were at a strip club?
Oh.
Don't say you've never been to one because I won't believe you.
No. I don't know. It's been years.
Yeah, I haven't been in a long time.
Yeah.
Good strip clubs have great food, though. Great steaks.
I've
been.
I don't care how good the food is. That's not going to be the
That's
draw.
not why you go.
No, I know, but I don't.
Our unique thing is our league's longevity. We are 34. We started when we were 17. We've officially been in the same league for half our lives. There are 14 of us. Shout out Detroit Man's League.
That's cool.
That is very cool.
Yeah.
That is very good. All right. It's time for news. The queen of the strip clubs. That's Heather Parr.
Oh, lovely. Let's not start that nickname, please. I'd rather have Bridezilla over that, so I'll stick with that one. I got some bad news for all the kids out there. Chuck E. Cheese.
What?
May not be so wholesome as you once thought.
Wait, whoa, where's this going?
Arrested.
Chucky was arrested?
Chucky was arrested. Yes, taken out in cuffs in front of children.
And it's not the little evil doll. This is really Chuck E.
This
Cheese.
is Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah. Arrested right there. This was in Tallahassee. Families and kids looked on in horror as he was walked out in cuffs, right? Head held low.
Chuck E. Cheese did the perp walk?
Yes.
Turns out Chucky was stealing credit cards.
Oh, my goodness.
Chucky was a credit card fraud. Chuck E. Cheese.
Chuck E. Cheese. Turns out there was a woman who went to a party or,
Yeah.
probably a children's party at this Chuck E. Cheese and couldn't find her credit card. Realized, oh my gosh, it was stolen. She saw that there was some fraudulent activity going on. Somehow she was able to track it down to the specific person who worked at Chuck E. Cheese.
And it was actually...
Contacted police. Police showed up. It was originally, this employee was the guy who was like doing the stamps when you walked in. You know, you get those stamps that like glow under the blue light. Well, that's how it used to be. I haven't been to a Chuck E. Cheese in a while.
But on that day,
he was not doing the stamps. He was Chucky.
He was.
But they'll never find me.
Yeah.
And they said all along the goal was never to actually arrest him right there in the restaurant. It was going to, let's talk, let's go outside, and then we'll put you in cuffs. But it sounds like he started getting a little sketchy. He was kind of resisting, and they thought, for the safety of all the children, we better put him in cuffs.
Guy was a rat.
Oh, the photo of it is unbelievable.
It's great.
It is incredible. By the way, Chuck E. Cheese, when I used to go there with the kids, it's really good pizza, actually.
Is it? I haven't been. I can't recall.
It was and they had good pizza. I'm really good at stretching it, but it was decent pizza.
I'm guessing it was frozen.
Whatever. It was,
which normally isn't great.
It was better
pizza.
than some national chains around here. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, okay.
I haven't been. We'll go eventually. Are there? I know they're coming back. They disappeared for a while.
Yeah,
here
there's
in Michigan,
one in
at least.
Novi. Every time we go anywhere near it, Teddy goes, Chuck E. Cheese.
Has he ever been to it?
Oh, yeah.
Just know? Okay, he's been there.
We take him there to play the video games, yeah.
Was there a Chuck E. Cheese mugshot, by the way?
I don't know if there's a mugshot, but the shot of him being cuffed is just hysterical.
No, I think there should be a mugshot of the foam
Chucky.
head.
Yes,
the foam
there should be.
player.
There should be. I don't think there is. Radioactive waste from the World War II Manhattan Project that was originally going to be stored in Wayne County will now be stored elsewhere. So plans to store this material at a site in Van Buren Township was obviously met with some major pushback from the public. Didn't want the waste being housed in their community. Well, on Wednesday, it was announced that this toxic waste will go to another state. So somebody else gets to deal with it. So I guess good news for us, bad news for someone else. A Detroit restaurant will be competing on the next season of a popular Food Network show. This is cool. Cooking with Q will be on season 18 of the Great Food Truck Race. Premieres on August 3rd, 9 p.m. 9 teams are competing, they say, in culinary challenges in pursuit of a $50,000 prize. So you can check it out. They travel all over, it sounds like.
Good luck to them.
Cool. Finally, here's a story. This could be the plot of maybe like an interesting 90s movie or something like that. So there's police in New York City are on the lookout for a 36-year-old man who had a pretty wild weekend. This guy stole a boat, then took it for a naked joyride down the Hudson River last Saturday.
So it's not skinny dipping or streaking.
It's
kind of a
skinny
mix.
boating.
Yeah.
He was arrested, taken to a hospital for a psych eval, but guess what happened? He was there. The guard that was like guarding the hall or his room fell asleep. So this guy tiptoed out, stole the keys, got out, and escaped.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's a klepto. Steals everything.
But you know how he escaped? He stole a white lab coat and blue pants and walked out of the hospital like he was
As a doctor.
Yeah,
Yes.
steals everything.
Wow.
So they're on the lookout for him. So
Maybe the Tigers could get him and steal some bases or something. Thank you very much, Heather. Yes, we'll talk about that baseball team coming up next and ask you the question and think about this for the next couple of minutes and give us a buzz at 248-539-9797. As a Tiger fan, do you feel you were duped? And is this team fraudulent? For 25 years, no Detroit eye surgeon has performed more life-changing procedures than the amazing Dr. Rialdo. And I am one of his... It's, I don't know. It's like
you were a vampire.
No, like a magician. The amazing Rialdo, you know? He is. He's amazing. I'm one of his 50,000 plus patients who have benefited from his custom LASIK or bifocal lens implants. Glasses, contact lenses, and reading glasses, they do okay. But you know the problems. Your prescription changes, your lenses get scratched, and, you know, if you have, like I did, like 10 pairs of reading glasses, you still can't find one when you need them. I got bifocal lens implants from Dr. Rialdo 6 years ago, and my 20/20 vision up close and far away will remain unchanged for the rest of my life. Let Dr. Rialdo set you free from glasses, contacts, and readers, those old poorly performing technologies, and instead enjoy better eyesight without them than you ever had with them. It's easy. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com to sign up for a free evaluation. And that was after an intentional walk, so it hurts even more. But I understand why they did the intentional walk. We'll get to that in a second. I do want to get to a few ticket texts about our previous conversation in the news. Stoney, I swear you will eat anything. Chuck E. Cheese is the worst pizza on the planet, which is why it's served at a kid's place, because kids will eat anything.
Yeah.
I disagree. I wouldn't say it was great pizza. I think it was pretty good. It was much better than I expected when I attended a Chuck E. Cheese.
I've mentioned we go there with Teddy, and yes, kids will eat just about anything. Teddy will eat just about any kind of pizza. I abstain when I go there because there's not enough salt, seasoning, ranch, blue cheese that you could dip that into to make it other than the cardboard that it is.
You've tasted it. I think it's okay for what it is. Another ticket text. Chuck E. Cheese pizza is legit. Not frozen, fresh dough, sauce, and cheese with lots of E's.
I did finally see the picture of Chuck E. Cheese going out. Like, they didn't even take off the headgear.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And finally, please address him by his full and proper name. Charles Entertainment Cheese.
Oh.
Also, there is the rumor that they cobbled together pieces of old leftover pizzas to make a new one. Thoughts? I don't know.
I've not heard that rumor.
We have one. Well, look, I think it's okay. One person says it's legit. Another person says it's awful. Here we go. We're talking about the Tigers here on some ticket text. So my question is, going into the break,
right?
Are they fraudulent? Do you feel duped? I don't feel duped because I never thought they were great. I thought they were good. And they're going through a bad stretch right now. And the reason that it's possible that they could blow this whole thing is because every team goes through stretches. But most teams, when they go through a stretch, our bullpen sucks for a week, or our starting pitcher, everything is stinking right now. And the way they're playing, it doesn't look like there's going to be an answer. And yes, I'm prisoner. We're all prisoners of the moment.
I don't feel duped, and I still think they're a good team. I mean, when you look at everything that's going on, there's a couple of other teams with 60 wins. There's right now 2 other teams with 61 wins.
Right.
One of them happens to be Toronto, who they're playing right now.
But did you ever think, honestly,
I think they're still a good team.
You thought they were good. No doubt. But did you ever think, even though they had the best record, that they were the best team in baseball?
No, I never said they were the best team in baseball.
That's why I'm asking. I don't know.
I don't know that there's anybody here that said that they were the best team in baseball. They had the best record, but then when you take into account the division, all right, it's not a great division, right. And we knew that going in. We thought that the Tigers were going to be there right with Cleveland and Minnesota, Kansas City as a team that's fighting to stay 2 or 3 games above 500. They've performed better than we anticipated,
right? But
they're not playing in the NL West, where you've got the Dodgers, the Padres, who they've beaten the Padres, the Giants, who they've beaten the Giants. They got the Diamondbacks coming up. They've beaten some good teams. They've also lost to some bad teams. Mm-hmm. It's what happens in the span of 162. This has been a tough stretch. It's been an ugly stretch. It's been a painful stretch, and it's been exacerbated by things like Spencer Torkelson not being aware that O'Neal Cruz was cruising around third base. Those things make it worse, but it doesn't matter how many great runs, how many bad runs. When you get to the end and 162 are over, how many wins, how many losses, and what are you going to do in the postseason?
Rob D texts in, and we'll take your texts and calls, 248-539-9797. Trouble started when the Tigers tried to force Parker Meadows and Veerling back into the lineup. Neither of them are batting over 200. If I was coach, they'd be in AAA or trade bait.
Well, Veerling's over 200, but I'm not going to sit there and pound the table for 207.
Right. Look, Meadows, you had to bring him back. He was hurt, and,
he's had plenty of time. Veerling could still take a little bit of time to get going. He's had a couple of hits in the last few games.
I wouldn't be stunned if they send Parker Meadows back down if he doesn't get it going. Great example last night. If it's a playoff game, Reese Olson probably gets pulled when Springer doubles in the 6th and never faces Guerrero. But come playoffs, who do you trust for the next 4 innings to shut the game down as a shutout? I'd argue you have one guy, Will Vest. This team leads at least 2 relievers, high level, hopefully. Lang could be one. That's a prayer, basically. Alex Lang, you never know what you're going to get with him. First of all, when he becomes healthy. Mm-hmm. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it was Guerrero who had the double, didn't he? And
yeah, I think so, yeah.
Springer was the one who walked. This roster is an average to below average in terms of talent. Besides Skubal and maybe Riley Green, it's just a bunch of guys that most teams would take or leave. Most good teams, that's probably accurate. Although they have guys who are playing well more than you thought they would, Dingler at his age. Obviously, you mentioned Torkelson. We didn't think he was going to have as many home runs as he has, and Javi. But you're right. They don't. McKinstry, everybody needs a Zach McKinstry. I don't think a good team's going to have him play as many games as he's playing here.
Yeah, and Green had the day off 2 days ago.
Right, McKinstry was off yesterday.
Yeah, and came back, had a couple of hits. Mm-hmm. So they just need to be better with runners in scoring position. Now, I know, 2 days ago we talked about it, or yesterday we talked about the game 2 days ago, they had one runner in scoring position and they got one runner in, but it still wasn't enough. Mm-hmm. They have had a whole bunch of 1-6 as they were yesterday, or 2-11 when runners are in scoring position. They haven't been as opportunistic as they were earlier in the season.
Correct. Watching on TV, they look completely lost and defeated in the batter's box. The streak looks like it's starting to get them, and that's when a slump snowballs into a collapse. I'm starting to get worried about the division and the playoffs as a whole. I understand. You should be concerned. You really should. Guys, we can't give credit to Hinch when everything goes well, then not blame him when it looks like an unprepared team. Imagine if the Lions lose back-to-back games by 30 points this year. I don't think they look unprepared. They had the one mental game like that John referred to in Pittsburgh. But I don't think it's not an effort. It's not they're in the wrong places and things like that. They're just not hitting and they're not doing the basics. So I don't think it's a preparation thing. You can argue that he shouldn't have intentionally walked Barger, but then again, Barger got a triple later in the game, and he was 300 points better in OPS than Clement, who hit the 3-run homer after he intentionally walked Barger.
And Clement's only had that was his 5th home run.
Right. It's crazy how we feel like we'll never get out of this, but if the Tigers play well the next 2 games, we'll forget this stretch even existed and we'll feel good again. I don't think we'll forget the stretch ever existed, but we will feel a little better.
No, I think it should be a wake-up call that it's a long season. Mm-hmm. This is still a young team. I understand that there are some vets on this team, but when you're looking at all the guys that you need to be good, you need to be productive, I just think it's harder for a Colt Keith, for a Spencer Torkelson, even a Riley Green in his 4th year. Like, these are still young players. They've got to learn what do they got to do to pull themselves out of this. And it's a long season. This is a tough stretch. But those are the guys that you need to do it, along with Gleyber Torres, along with Javi Baez, along with McKinstry, along with Vierling. Those are the more experienced players that need to bring them along.
248-539-9797.
Hey, summer is here. It was smoking hot yesterday. It's going to cool off a little bit with this rain, but if your AC's not working, maybe you got a plumbing or an electrical issue, you got to give the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical a call. They take care of my house. They'll take care of yours as well. Upgrade your system now, and you can save up to $1,000. Give them a call for details and schedule a free in-home estimate. They also offer same-day service as long as you call before noon. So get on the phone right now, give them a call, or you can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
Yeah, not very pretty. 248-539-9797. Trade deadline is a week from yesterday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks traded one of their big offensive weapons, Josh Naylor, to the Seattle Mariners. So Diamondbacks, who will be here next week, are obviously in the sell mode. Maybe that's good for the Tigers as far as Suarez, because they got two, prospects who are pitchers. Maybe they'll be able to get something else from the Tigers. Who knows? I don't think the Tigers have enough ammunition to get them, because you're not going to give up one of your top three prospects, probably. In fact, in The Athletic today, the Tigers beat writer joined the crew with The Athletic, Cody Stavenhagen, and they pick one player from each roster who will be wearing a different uniform next week. And from the Tigers, he puts Max Anderson, the second baseman. He says, the Tigers have a rich farm system. Question here is, what sort of prospects are they actually willing to trade? Anderson is having a great year, hitting above 300 in Double-A and showing ability to get to his power in his game. His defensive ability is average, but with other infielders like McGonigal, Lee, and Young in the system, Anderson seems expendable to the Tigers. He could simultaneously be attractive to other teams in a high-priced market, because the guy can hit. Mm-hmm. So that's a name to think. Also, he mentioned Hao-Yu Lee. That's possible, too. Chase Young just can't – he's not doing even great in Toledo, so I don't think his trade value is that high either. All right, we have some ticket texts. Are they frauds, and do you feel that you were duped? Here's an interesting stat, if it's true, and I haven't done the research. But Dan from New Haven says that 32 out of the 44 losses this season have been by over 3 runs or more, with 24 of those being 4 or more. The fact the other team is giving you a wedgie every time you lose has long been a red flag this season. That's Dan from New Haven. So in close games, the Tigers are pretty good, is basically what he's saying. Mm-hmm. The Dodgers are 3-12 in their last 15. Are they a great team? Do not feel duped or worried about the Tigers right now. The main difference I see between the Dodgers and the Tigers is, they have better talent, so I think they're better, even if they're struggling with their record. Mookie Betts has not played. He says he's never played worse than he's playing right now. Is that they have so many players that they depend on who are injured as well.
Right.
Perez jogged towards a blooper down the right field line that just dropped inside of it. He should have been running full board towards it. Just a bad stretch. Just get in. That's robbing a car. Yeah, just get in. I agree. But it would have been nice to have a 1 or 2 seed so you have a bye. But then again, we know that buys don't mean everything, right, Lions?
Yes.
The only players that would start on the 06 roster is Skubal and Green. The team is mainly backups. Marcus Thames was better than these guys. I'm going through that roster. That's pretty valid, actually. I don't see any fire or grit. Very listless. They need for AJ to get thrown out of a game. A Kirk Gibson type leader on that bench. That's from Steven Saline. I'll say this 100 times. If they do something or the umpire blows a call that's obvious, AJ will get pissed off and get thrown out of a game. You're not going to do it just for show. You do it sometimes to back up your players. And you cannot be who you're not. If you're not a hothead by nature, if your personality and demeanor has given you success at a certain level, you don't change, because then your players... John, you played. You know when a coach is a phony or not, right?
Yeah. You don't want to have your coach going out there and doing something that's not where you're looking at it, you're like, what's AJ doing?
Right.
Like it just, you don't want a phony out there, and he's never been that way. He's not going to be that way.
Right. This team really misses a healthy Carpenter. When you have a team full of good, not great players, if you're missing one and a couple more in a slump, it creates problems. That's a good point, although he wasn't playing as good as he did last year before he got injured, right?
Last year?
Now. He wasn't playing great.
No, he was in a bit of a slump before he went down as well.
That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
The worst thing that could happen was the Tigers' great start. They appeared to be better than they really were. This team is not ready yet for the World Series, still building, and you can't hemorrhage the farm for a team that's not ready. I think that there's a lot of truth to that.
Sure, I think
if you really thought you could win the World Series, I guess you get in, you still can. You would do something maybe to possibly mortgage the farm if there was somebody out there. But I think that Scott Harris sees what we see. They're good. They're not great. And the chances of them winning the World Series.
So this is another take it to the next step season?
No, I think if they do nothing, yeah, they're not selling, and I don't think they're going to stand pat. I think they're going to do something bullpen wise. That's my gut.
Well, I think they will as well. I think they have to,
and that's fine.
But taking that text, like this is the concept of that text is. Take it to the next step, go a little bit further in the postseason. And then next year is the year, you add somebody in free agency. It's the last year that we know right now Skubal's under contract, and then you go for it.
And if they are productive early on in the season, if they don't make the team coming out of camp, which I don't think they would, but you never know, then you bring up your golden boys.
Yeah, McGonigal and
Clark.
Max Clark.
Mm-hmm. The Tigers are a second-rate team. They're not going to win the division. They'll be lucky to win a wild card. Check the stats. Riley Green, Torkelson, they're strikeout kings. God bless you, boys. Better luck next year. It's funny. One of the guys I wanted the Tigers to get, he's not having a great year, but he's a great defensive player, is McMahon from Colorado.
Right.
He leads the league in strikeouts. So
he's got more than Riley Green?
I think he's at 127 right now as of this morning. The timing of the slump coincides with the trade deadline. I think it bothers the players. Pitching has been a problem all season, but our hitters bailed them out. Now that our offense is struggling, it's exposing our pitching. If we do anything at the deadline, it's pitching. That's Jack from up north.
Riley Green still has more strikeouts than Ryan McMahon.
Okay.
Yeah, 136.
Okay. There's a time and a place. Maybe I was bold, so maybe it means leads the National League, I guess. Yeah. There's a time and a place for someone in the locker room to smash a water cooler with a bat and go on an angry tirade to wake the team up. No one is performing well now, including fielding, hitting, starting pitching, or relievers. If something doesn't wake this team up, they're looking at an epic meltdown. I'm going to repeat myself. You can't manufacture that.
No. And I don't think they're on the verge of an epic meltdown. This has been a bad string. I get it. They will come out of the slump. I don't think this continues for the rest of the season.
Okay, let me ask you a question. An epic meltdown. If they get swept, which will be including a Skubal start this weekend.
Yeah.
So you come in here Monday and they would have gone 1-14.
Yeah.
Would that be an epic meltdown?
It'd be the beginning of one.
Okay.
But we won't know the level of the meltdown until the season's over. Or at least until, Cleveland is within a game or they tie up the division.
Well, it still can be a meltdown even if you still win the division. It's still possible because the other teams don't do anything. It's still a meltdown if you keep playing like this. Now, chances are if they go 1-14, at that pace the rest of the way, they ain't going to win the division. All right.
Sure, yeah.
All right. We have a question about the Lions as well coming up next. Is it something or nothing? 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Lions coach Dan Campbell speaking with the media a few moments ago, and after what's already been quite the physical week, he's ready for the pads to go on for the first time this training camp during practice today. Campbell also confirming after leaving yesterday's practice with minor injuries, Terrion Arnold and Derek Barnes will be returning to practice today. The Tigers in need of a jolt, 6 days shy of the trade deadline. They have lost 10 of their last 11 games. Yesterday's loss to the tune of 11-4 against Toronto. Reese Olson throwing 5 scoreless innings before rendering a 5-run sixth. Tigers with another crack at the Jays today with first pitch coming at 7:10, airing right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And if you are a premium Tiger ticket holder, Comerica Park, they now offer priority club seating for you. The all-inclusive clubhouse seating is located behind home plate, and you can get tomahawk steaks, sushi, lobster. Seasonal packages now available and sold in quarter, half, and full options. Prices ranging anywhere from $10,000 to $40,000 per ticket. The Pistons have waived the two-way contract of Ron Harper Jr. Harper has been in the association for 3 seasons and has only competed in 11 games. However, in 57 career G League games, he has averaged over 17 points a showing. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
Thank you, Dustin. 248-539-9797. He mentioned those seats behind the plate. I know you guys went and sat in them. They look really, really cool. I do think
they were awesome.
They'd be able to sell more if they were available on a per game
ability.
Yeah. Because not everybody is going to get a season or a half season or whatever. But there are people, with your businesses, hey, we want to take the office to a game. Our highest owners, highest earners, so to speak.
It's the first year. I'm sure they'll adjust as it goes, depending on sales.
It looks great.
The view from there, as if you've ever sat behind home plate, is awesome. Yeah. The seats were great. Now that they've got the dining area all settled, I mean, if you go there and sit in those seats and a tomahawk steak, I mean, you don't even need any utensils. You get your own handle right there.
Some ticket texts. Not a flat-out fraud, just some guys coming down to career averages. Sweeney, Meadows, not major leaguers.
They're not playing like it right now,
Doug
for sure.
in Rochester.
And I don't know that we ever expected much out of Trey Sweeney. I know we got some good defense out of him from, even this year. But last year, he
came up with some clutch hits every once in a while.
Yeah, but Parker Meadows, everybody, I would imagine that the Tigers thought that they were going to get more out of Parker Meadows.
Yes.
And he just hasn't been it. And do they try the same formula that they did last year, where they send him down, find your swing, and then come back up?
Mm-hmm. This has been the only bad stretch the Tigers have had since last year at the All-Star break. So everybody needs to pump the brakes and give them a break. That's from Rick from Grosse Pointe Woods. Okay.
I somewhat endorse that in regards to let's see how they up until the All-Star break. They'd always responded after 3 games.
Right.
Going into the All-Star break, a 4-game streak where they're losing.
And you thought the break was a perfect time. They lost 4 in a row, get their act together, and they've come back against.
It hasn't.
Has not. They are really good in close games because that means their starter went deep and they can use their 2 best bullpen arms. If they don't do that, they get crushed because outside those 2 arms, the bullpen is filled with used car salesmen. Jake Rogers should go relief pitcher full time. Look, one of their relievers that they really counted on from the get-go was Tyler Holton.
Yeah.
And he's been disappointed. He's pitched better lately, but he's been disappointed. And look, Canely was great early, and he's struggled now.
Tapered off.
Yes. Long-term future, these prospects are 2 years out at minimum. We should get 3 to 5 years instant success if we sign whoever we trade for. Be nice to be World Series contenders for the next 3 to 5 years. Okay, I agree if those players are available. Naylor just got traded, right?
Yes.
Free agent after the year. Suarez, we all want Suarez. Free agent after the year. So you're not going to, if you're talking about, would I trade McGonigal or Clark for somebody who's going to be an all-star for the next 3 to 5 years? Absolutely. You tell me who that is. Now, you're going to sit there and say that's Scott Harris, that's Jeff Greenberg's job, right?
Yeah. It is their job to figure out who those are, if there's anybody available.
But I don't think those guys are available, especially now, maybe in the offseason. This Tiger team is cooked. I've changed my mind on the trade deadline. Don't do anything. Don't give up prospects. Maybe trade Skubal for a huge haul. Wow.
They're not trading Skubal at the deadline.
I don't think so.
If you don't think so.
No,
they're not.
I know. They shouldn't. They shouldn't. Unless they absolutely think they can't get in the playoffs, which is ludicrous at the deadline because they're going to have a probably a minimum of 6-game lead, hopefully.
Yes, hopefully. Yes. Who knows?
Yeah, that's where we were duped, by the way. We were duped because the division was so bad that the lead was inflated.
Yeah.
Like 15 games at one point. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but the division's still bad.
I understand that.
And
the Tigers are the best of a bad team. They're not that much better than the other teams. That's the difference, I think. All right. Lions in full pads today. They're hitting.
Yeah, it's about time. Here we go.
And they didn't hit yesterday or up until now because now they have pads. They didn't before. But something happened yesterday where Dan Campbell had to do something. And, John, I ask you the question. Is it something or nothing?
So for 2 days, they had, let's just say, a scrappy practice. Mm-hmm. And there were some fights where they ended practice early on both days. And so is it something or is it nothing? Is it, and I'm curious to our listeners, nobody's been there yet. So everything opens up next week and we'll get a chance to see them in person and there'll be some padded practices. These things generally are more padded practice influenced. The problem that you run into sometimes, and it's interesting that, was it 2 days ago they ended it early, or maybe it was yesterday they ended it early because it was Brian Branch and Amon-Ra St. Brown that kept going at it. Mm-hmm. You got two guys there that are veteran players, and I know Brian Branch is going into his third year, but he's now a veteran player. When you have vets doing it, that becomes a little bit more concerning. And maybe it's just, hey, we got to get to a full padded practice. You love the intensity. You don't want anybody to take a swing at a player. It's always been kind of one of the dumb things about football players is we take a swing at somebody and we hit their helmet, break a hand, and now all of a sudden, hey, Brian Branch has to play with the club. Or Amon-Ra St. Brown can't play at all because you can't play wide receiver with the broken hand. That's where you don't want to see it from vets. A lot of times it's the younger players because they don't necessarily know yet how to practice. And if it's a defensive lineman and he's going way too hard for I call it, shorts and skirts, when you don't have, pads on, they're going too hard. A vet says, hold on a second here, little fella. And that's when a scrap happens. It usually involves a younger player. And those guys just have to learn how to practice. It becomes a little more concerning when it's repeated that it's your veteran players. Now, I have no problem with fights at practice. It's going to happen. It's okay. But if it happens repeatedly, now all of a sudden you risk injury, you're not getting anything done. And if you have to end it early because fights keep happening, now all of a sudden you've missed out on, the last 20 minutes of practice? You can't miss practice time. So right now I'm going to say it's nothing because everybody who's waiting to get the pads on, they're just getting there a little bit early. But keep an eye on it because you can't keep doing this and ending periods early or ending practice early.
Did you ever get into a skirmish?
All the time.
Who'd you get? Who's your best fight with?
Clinton
Portis doesn't count.
He was. It's really hard to get in a fight with the guy on the same side of the ball. Would have loved to have. No, it's always a scrap with the defensive guys. So me and Dana Stubblefield, we would go at it all the time, and there would be times too where they would stop practice, and we would even get into it when it was just summer conditioning. The worst penalty we ever had was Dan Riley was our strength and conditioning coach. We would have to bear crawl the length of the field, defensive line on one side, offensive line on the other, and we would pass each other at the 50-yard line. Well, I was mad because we were doing this, so when we passed each other at around the 50-yard line, we started scrapping again. And so it was just kind of one of those things that it compounded on itself. But during practice, it happens all the time, and it gets blown up because if fans are there, they see it, and hey, my offensive line's coming to my defense, their defensive line's coming to their defense. There's a big pile, and then all of a sudden everybody's separated. But you have to be able, that next rep, you can't carry what just happened in that fight to the next rep. You got to move on.
Which usually happens. Have you ever been in a situation or heard of anywhere a skirmish in practice, lingered on, into the season, locker room problems because of it, or just...
No, when you go back to the locker room, all right, you're back in air conditioning, and things seem to be a little bit more sensible when you're not in the heat. And that could have been part of the issue yesterday. It was hot. And even if it was early in the morning, it's those things. Heat-induced anger is a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I still have it now. You get hot, you get grumpy, and it's something that normally wouldn't set you off.
People say road rage is more when it's hot outside, too.
Oh, sure. Heat-induced anger is, I'm no scientist, and I'm not going to coin anything here, but it's a real thing.
We have some ticket texts on the Tigers. Stoney's tombstone will read, "He was good, not great." Okay.
Oh, wow.
That's all right.
Okay.
That's not an insult. I'm not great. Either go all in or all out and trade Torres, trade Skubal if this team's not ready to get something for the guys that will walk.
Stoney, quickly, going back to that text.
Yeah.
That is a quote that you say quite often.
I understand that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been saying it this week. I've said it a lot. Tired of hearing about how the Dodgers and Yankees have had losing streaks this season. Difference is they have better lineups than the Tigers. True. Torque has a lot of inge in him. Home runs when they're up a ton or down a ton. Not a lot of clutch. That's
early on in the season, he had some doubles that were clutch, maybe not home runs.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know it's because we watch our team more than we watch other teams, but I always feel that the Tigers have to lead the league in solo home runs. But I'm sure the probability of hitting a home run is greater when there's nobody on base anyway. So that's why it just appears that way. And I'm sure every team has the same thing. But you sit there, Torque was an example last night. Jones yesterday. Oh, God, I wish they would do it when guys are on base. Can't melt down if you always overachieved as they did last season and the first half this year. You get what you pay, and it really finally has set in. No mystery to us all. That's Brian in Ann Arbor. Yeah, that's why some people believe that they were duped, because they completely bought in to this team being great.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say a new baseball fan, but if you were a fan and you saw, okay, well, their longest losing streak is 3 games, and now you're taking that context, not the context of looking at a season historically for multiple teams over multiple years of 162, you're going to have downturns like this. And teams, can they fall apart? Sure. It's generally due to injury and a lack of players being able to go in there. And I'm not going to sit here and say Kerry Carpenter is that guy. Having him back in the lineup will be a positive. He's not the savior that some people want him to be, but over the course of 162, you're going to have tough stretches like this. But there needs to be an end to it.
248-539-9797.
Hey, in sports, I just mentioned it, injuries. When you're injured, it sure feels personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Femininio. His slogan is "Get David, Get Paid." Well, to him, it's not just a slogan. It's not just words. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797. We have a different spin, a different visitor to the cookie jar coming up at 9:35. Talking a little Tigers and, of course, the Lions. And yesterday, Kelvin Shepherd spoke at the podium for, I believe, the first time as the defensive coordinator. Coordinators speak once a week in the National Football League. I think that's by law, so to speak.
By rule, yes.
Yes. I wonder what. I think Major League Baseball should do the same thing. I think my only.
You want to hear from Chris Federer or the betting coach?
Yeah, I do. I'm not sure. Joey Cora or whoever. I think that's the one negative I have about AJ Hinch is that he doesn't let his coaches speak. And he explained it because he doesn't want mixed messages going on.
Right. But does anybody let their other coaches speak?
Sometimes. Other teams occasionally. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, it's not like it is in football.
Right.
Anyway, so Kelvin Shepherd spoke yesterday, and he talked about a few things, including the defense with Anzalone not being there right now. And, in fact, the emergence in his mind of Jack Campbell.
And he's given ownership to him in regards to he's going to be wearing the green dot.
Yeah.
And I think it's all right. It's just a general progression. He's going into his third year. Alex Anzalone is older. Doesn't have the same skill set as Jack Campbell has. This should be Jack Campbell's defense. And he should be on the field for every single snap. We heard about his athletic score. We heard, and we've seen him sideline to sideline, downhill. Like, this is his. How does it influence what the Lions want to do with Alex Anzalone? I don't know. I mean, Dan he was speaking this morning, and he addressed the Anzalone issue, and he said, there's no animosity there. We are going to need Alex Anzalone.
Correct.
But this is going to be Jack Campbell's defense.
Well, Kelvin Shepherd previously was the linebackers coach for the Detroit Lions, and he addressed yesterday his replacement, who was somebody who was on the staff for a while. He also kind of followed the John Jansen route. He started his coaching career with Washington.
Yes.
So he went from Washington to Detroit, just like you did, John, although he played at Alabama as opposed to playing at Michigan. Anyway, here's what Kelvin Shepherd had to say about Sean Dion Hamilton. Pretty cool. You love that line, don't you?
I do, yes. Sean Dion Hamilton is a genius. Reminds me of myself.
Nobody's ever said that about me. All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, this is some great news. Miller Lite is giving away some free beer to celebrate their 50th anniversary. So you can go get your hands on some on August 1st, which is actually International Beer Day.
Okay.
you can celebrate. So Miller Lite will be celebrating between 4:50 p.m. and 7 p.m. They're actually going to have a special toast at 4:50 p.m. in each time zone. So wherever you are, you can celebrate. But there's about 24 bars in Michigan where you can go and get this free beer. All over. I mean, several in Detroit and Troy and Clawson and Madison Heights and
So
South
you can only get that free beer between 4:50 and...
Sounds like it.
Yeah, but it's at least it's a Friday though.
Yeah, but I'm working next week from 2 to 6.
Oh,
I'm gonna miss it.
Well, you can go right after till 7
Till
p.m.
7.
Oh, okay.
Till 7.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
can
you
get there, yeah.
you can go and get there. There's bars all
You'll
over.
just have to catch up.
That's all right. You can do that.
How fast can you chug a beer? What was the last time you chugged a beer?
I don't know. Out of a can?
Can or a red Solo?
Yeah. I've done a solo probably with the last couple of years. I'm not
Okay.
big. I love beer.
Yeah.
Like, especially when it's hot out. Like yesterday after golf, had a nice summer shandy.
Yeah.
But I'm not. Beer fills me up too much. I much rather. It's easier for me to drink multiple like vodka tonics and things
Sure.
like that than it is beer.
Okay.
'Cause I get filled up too quick.
I think that's pretty common.
Yeah.
I think most people would agree with you there.
Yeah.
Tributes to Hulk Hogan have been pouring in following the news of his death. I mean, you go on and you can see all sorts of similarities. Everyone calls him like a true legend was one I saw. The greatest WWE superstar of all time. Irreplaceable, one of a kind, a fixture of pop culture, a great friend. All of those things were used to describe him. He passed away yesterday at the age of 71.
He was a legend.
Yep. One of the heaviest players to ever join the NFL is now on a diet. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have placed defensive tackle Desmond Watson on the non-football injury list on Tuesday, basically, until he can lose some weight. So in March, he was 464 pounds, and he has lost a little bit of weight over the past few months, currently 449 pounds. Basically, they said, hey, we're pleased with his progress, but we want to make sure he's the healthiest he can be.
Yeah. From the draft till now, you would think there might be a little bit more than 25 pounds, but...
When you're a large individual, you can typically lose it
Oh, yeah.
pretty quickly.
Oh, sure. When I started with Ideal You, yeah,
you said you
started
lost 50 pounds in a month? Is that
in
what
40 days, yeah. Yeah, when you're that fat, it comes off quick.
That's a lot. That's a lot of weight. Very quickly. The fertility rate in the U.S. dropped to an all-time low in 2024 with less than 1.6 births per woman. So the U.S. was once one of only a few developed countries with a rate that ensured each generation had enough children to replace itself. That's about 2.1 kids per woman. But it has been kind of sliding in America for close to 2 decades as more women are waiting longer to have kids or deciding not to have kids at all. So the U.S. fertility rate was around 3.5 in the early 60s, dropped to 1.7 by 1976, rose back up to 2.1 in 2007, and now has been declining to where it is today. Obviously, lots of reasons behind that. Financial stability, career aspirations of women are taking precedent over having children. Cost of raising kids is quite high. Cost of living is quite high. There's a lot of reasons behind that, but I can understand. I saw this article. I thought, well, this could be interesting to talk about, or maybe not. More and more men are undergoing treatments to enhance their manhood.
Oh.
But some doctors say the complications can be absolutely horrifying.
Are they? So they're adding length? Or girth?
Well, I would imagine girth more than length. So one cosmetic doctor says he's been administering what he calls penis filler for nearly 20 years.
Oh, it's like Botox for your junk.
Okay. Yes, but no, because Botox is not filler. Very different. Botox relaxes your muscles and basically freezes your muscle. Filler adds...
You don't want to relax that.
No. So no, very different.
Okay.
So filler adds like plumpness, like women get filler in their lips and their cheeks, like things like that. So
okay.
Very big difference between Botox and filler. But this doctor says, hey, a lot of men are doing this, but they're not going to good doctors. They're going to people who are not qualified.
Yeah.
And that can be... Yeah, it can be quite terrifying, leaving men
what are the
deformed,
risks?
basically.
Oh, really? Like bumpy?
Yeah, I could imagine. I mean, I can just not...
Well, it's just ribbed.
Well...
Can I ask you a question, Heather?
Which I knew this is where it was going to go when I saw the article. But
I'm not asking
you know
a question about.
Are you asking me or her?
I'm asking her a question.
Okay.
It's not about.
This'll be good.
It's not about that body part.
Oh, okay.
Why do women feel it's attractive when they get their lips really puffy?
I think it's. I don't know exactly. I don't love the huge lips, but I
Right.
do understand why women would. I mean, it can. There's a lot of reasons why they want to do it, but I think it's individual choice, and I don't know exactly why everyone chooses to do it. But
To me, you see that and you look
But
at it and
as
say,
you
"Oh,
age,
they're old."
the thing is a lot of young women are doing it, but I think the older you get, you're losing volume in lots of places. But that could be one. You get more wrinkles around your lips, and the filler can help reduce those. And then you get a little bit, and then you want more, and then you want more, and then you get
Yeah,
too
you always
much.
want more.
We have some breaking news about.
I don't know, Tony.
We have some breaking news concerning John's favorite football team.
Oh,
Oh, the Detroit Lions.
No, that's coming up next.
you're wrong.
Oh,
Before we go to the cookie jar, or Greg, I'll do it before we go to the cookie jar.
Okay. Bye.
Oh, hey, it's me. And if you're like
Hello.
me, hey, you like knowing what to expect. Clearly, I wasn't ready for that, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds, price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
All right, before we go to the cookie jar, we have some breaking news that will affect one John Jansen.
Okay. And the news is?
According to many sources, including Brett McMurphy.
Oh, boy.
Sources have confirmed that Michigan will open the 2026 season week 0 against Western Michigan in Frankfurt, Germany.
Oh, wow.
John, you're going to Germany!
Gonna have to
get some days off.
Yeah. Gonna have to get my passport. Re-up it.
Yes.
Huh.
Hey, there's nothing that says that it's going to get all the Germans together in Western Michigan. Why aren't they playing somebody good? I know. I'll save your text, Western Michigan fans.
Yeah, the Broncos.
But if you're going to go over, if you're going to go overseas,
make it a good matchup.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we play Oklahoma next year. That one's supposed to be in the big house. Maybe they didn't want to give up. Well, it's a home game.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
Well, I've never been there. Football's taken me many places. I've been to Japan.
Oh, you'll have some good beer over there.
Get some lederhosen.
That's what I want to see.
What's a lederhosen?
The outfits that the Germans wear. You know, they're like
with the
suspenders.
shorts with the suspenders.
Yes. Yeah.
And you get your beer stein and you can go have a jolly good time.
I used to have some overalls. Maybe I'll just cut those off.
Exactly. All right. It's time to go to the cookie jar.
Hey, Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. That's 2.5 decades of a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, and you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's never out of place. So whether you're tailgating, you're grilling, hitting the beach, hitting the boat, doesn't matter. Maybe you're just kicking back in the backyard. It's smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are. So if you got great times coming up this weekend, look for All Day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
248-539-9797. Tigers lose 11-4. Back at it tonight. Let's get a win, fellas.
Yes. Let's go.
Don't want to have...
Don't wait for the school start, which is tomorrow.
Yes. Don't want to have you guys come in on Monday, and I'm working Monday afternoons this week. Mike's on vacation, so it's me and Rico. But, Costa back from his Banff trip. If they are 6 games in front, he's just going to be a miserable human being.
There'll be a lot more Fs.
Yes. Yes, there will. There'll be.
Banff.
Yeah.
All right. We have some ticket text based on the cookie jar.
Okay.
Homemade, in capitals, brand mint chip is the best.
I can't have mint in my food.
Oh, it's so good.
It's either toothpaste or tobacco.
Well, you use the mint toothpaste to wash out your mint tobacco mouth.
Yeah.
I would love to go on a road trip with Anthony Bourdain if he was still with us. Well, I'd like to go on a road trip with Raquel Welch if she was still with us too, or Marilyn Monroe. She's not with us.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's an interesting combo. Whoopi Goldberg and Jelly Roll.
Oh, my goodness. That sounds Jelly Roll, sure. Whoopee. That sounds miserable.
Since today's show is about sex.
Oh.
It is?
The whole thing?
No.
Have we even brought it up once?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Well, I mean, there was the male enhancement.
Sure,
there
but
was skinny dipping.
I don't think I ever referenced. Oh, I guess the skinny dipping
why would
may
they
have
do
led
it
to
if it wasn't to enhance?
Well, they said self-confidence, John. More and more men are doing it not for their partner, but for themselves. Because
Okay,
they
well, more
feel
self-confidence,
confident.
maybe you're going to be able to seal the deal a little
True.
bit more. Yeah.
Anyway, I digress. Dennis in Armada says, since today's show is about sex, can you please ask Heather,
Oh, God.
Oh.
while filming Real Steel, if she ever hooked up with Hugh Jackman?
No. No.
And if she did, I don't think she would tell us.
Yeah, confessions live on air. Yes.
He was such a nice guy.
Everybody says, he was here for another movie, too.
Yes.
And I think he rented a house in Franklin or someplace.
Somewhere
And people said
local,
you'd see him in the stores, and he was just a wonderful person.
Very, very nice. He brought everybody. Well, I don't know about everybody on set, but I was actually in his trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Brought lottery tickets to us every time. He was in the trailer with us it was for hair and makeup, would give us all lottery tickets. I mean, I had conversations with him that he remembered. I went to the rap party and he asked me about the kids that I was teaching and how that's had conversations, and he actually remembered what we talked about. He was just a very nice
Yeah,
man.
I've heard great things about him. You know who else I heard was fantastic when she was here making a movie? It was Miley Cyrus.
Oh, really?
She had she rented her house or stayed with a friend on one of the lakes, and she would just go on boats and hang out with people and just be really, really same thing with
down
Drew,
to earth, very friendly.
Same thing with Drew Barrymore. She shot a movie I think in the Ann Arbor area. I heard she was great.
That's what you want to hear about celebrities.
Yes,
Sure.
Nice people.
Yes, there are.
Good.
It's like everything else. There are some celebrities who are probably jerks, and there are celebrities who are really nice. Unfortunately,
Was that movie before you were married?
Probably, yes. For
Okay.
sure. Yes.
I'm just,
okay? I know
we had the whole bachelor party question yesterday.
that's true.
So just asking a question. Timeline.
I get it. You have plans for the weekend?
Yes, baseball, softball, as long as the weather allows that to happen.
Local, or are you traveling anywhere?
No, all local.
Okay.
So Ellie will be playing in Canton. Jack will be playing in Wixom. So traveling between the two.
And Heather?
No plans. Zero.
Good.
That's good.
It is good.
That's nice. Yeah. How about you?
No plans.
No golf?
I probably will golf and maybe go to the pool one day. I have to pick up one of my daughters at the airport because Cindy and the other daughter went up north yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And
All right.
I don't like to go just for 40 hours.
Well, if you're at the pool, you could try that skinny dipping thing.
No, I don't think so.
Let's not.
I
promote
don't
that.
think so. So you're going to be getting in touch with your travel agent, getting ready for
Germany?
For Germany?
Well, I don't have a travel agent. That would be my wife. So yes,
Get
I will
that
go home and find out.
Get the Rosetta Stone audio so you can learn German. How do you say touchdown in German?
No, I'm not the one that announces the touchdown. That would be him.
Yeah, but sometimes you step all over him. So.
I do, yes, but yes. When you say, how do you say yes in German? Because that's yes.
Is it da?
Yeah.
Or is that no?
Da?
9.
9 is no.
No, 9 is no.
That's no.
Nine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Da
no.
is
No,
da,
you guys are messing me up here.
The kick
know. I don't
is
know.
9.
No.
9 good.
9 good.
No, I just repeat whatever he says. If he says it wrong, then hey, I'm going with it.
Great.
So family vacation will probably be in Germany instead of Montana next year, huh?
Very. Well, look, Michigan put out a release. Did you see that?
No.
I did. Yes,
Michigan put out a release
they're
that said
ongoing.
ongoing advanced discussions or whatever.
Yeah.
But you know what? Do you know how much money they must be making to give up a home game? And in this day and age, it's all about raising money to pay players.
Yeah.
Like this is probably going to be a deal brought to you by Lufthansa or whatever.
Lufthansa, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And they're probably going to pay each player $50,000. I mean, and I'm dead serious. Like in this world that we're in, I'm making that up.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it's deals like this because it's all about getting revenue to pay players, and there's no way Michigan's giving up a home game without this being financially beneficial.
Well, it's at Deutsche Bank Park.
Okay,
so I would
Deutsche
imagine,
Bank?
yeah,
Yeah.
maybe they're footing the bill.
Michigan used to have a German player, right? Westhoff, wasn't he from Germany?
Dude, they do now. Marlon Klein.
Oh, Marlon
Yeah.
Klein, that's right. I thought he graduated.
Marlon Klein is funny too because when he came over to the States, he was down in Georgia.
Yeah.
And he's got more of a southern draw. Every once in a while, if you make him mad enough, you'll get a little German out of him.
Right.
You try and make him mad.
Oh yeah, I try to. Yeah, just so I can hear him go off in German. So.
Doug, what are you planning today?
Well, we will talk a little bit about that. Evan Petzel, did you see the story he just put out, Free Press?
No.
The one that says basically the Tigers he doesn't expect them to do anything big?
It feels like he gave away the entire game plan of what they're going to do at the trade deadline. And I'm a little surprised, but the way he wrote it, very definitive, and we will get into it right out of the gate.
97 The Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Lions head coach Dan Campbell spoke with the media earlier this morning, and he is ready to kick it up a notch in practice today. The Pats finally going on after what has already been a physical week. Campbell confirming also that after leaving with minor injuries yesterday, Derek Barnes and Terrion Arnold will both return to the field today. Tigers also needing to kick it up a notch as they've lost their last 10 of 11 games. Yesterday's loss was 11-4 to Toronto. Reese Olson pitching 5 scoreless innings before giving up 5 runs in the 6th. Game 2 is tonight from Comerica Park at 7:10. We'll carry that action right here on 97.1 The Tickets as we are just now 6 days shy of the trade deadline. And speaking of that deadline, a big move made last night in the American League as the Mariners trade for Josh Naylor. Pistons, they make a move as well as they waive their two-way contract player Ron Harper Jr. Harper has had very limited playing time in the NBA, just one game for Detroit last season where he scored 4 points in 17 minutes. He did, however, average 17 points a showing for the Motor City Cruise. In college football, although Michigan has owned the rivalry with OSU over the last 5 years, Sharon Moore has guaranteed there will be no more flag planting. Following last season's victory, the two teams did get into a scrum when Michigan planted their flag on the OSU logo. That scrum leading to each program being fined $100,000. Round 2 of the 3M Open is currently underway. Adam Svensson entering with the lead after shooting 11 under yesterday. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
All right, Friday indeed. Doug Karsh. Scott Anderson is out today, and right before the show, a few things happened. So you kind of got it all laid out, and then bam, you get a strongly worded column from Evan Petzold about the Tigers' game plan at the trade deadline, and we get news that Michigan is in advanced discussions about opening next season in Germany in week 0, which is Michigan giving up a home game. And I don't have any insight on this. I totally made up a scenario before the in the crosstalk. In this world of college football, cash is king, and it's about accruing talent. It's about finding revenue streams, and there's a lot of cynicism out there about the way the game is set up now. But there's no question that you have to be a player when it comes to NIL and the ability to spend on players, and how do you come up with revenue streams. And Michigan Stadium has famously not had advertising in the big house. They're just, I would suspect that they are just waiting for the right deal. And the thing about advertising in a big house is the big money item is on the field. It's on the field. That's the only place an advertiser is guaranteed to get their stuff seen by millions. You can put ads in the scoreboard and in the stadium. That's 110,000 that are exposed. But, I would suspect that if the right deal comes along, the old advertising in the stadium thing might have to go bye-bye, because they're looking for revenue streams, because you have to come up with revenue to pay players. If you think about that as the backdrop to a possible story of Michigan opening the season in Germany, what kind of money must we be talking about to give up a home game? It would have to be a substantial amount of money to give up a home gate. And that's just the way it is now. And look, I'm just coming to some logical conclusions, and I brought it up somewhat on the spot. But would I be shocked if there is an NIL element of Deutsche Bank paying players to go play in this game? No. And I know some people find this very, the old school college football fan finds this very unsightly. They don't like it. It's a change they don't, appreciate. But if your choices are that, or they raise your ticket prices so they can afford players. I mean, look, this is speculation on my part, but I mean, if you think about it, is there any way they're giving up a home game without getting massive amounts of money? Now, on the other side of that is, I wonder if we have an Odyssey studio in Frankfurt, because I doubt they're going over there on a Friday at 4 and coming back after the game on Saturday. So next week, Kang, we might be doing some shows from Frankfurt.
Do they have good internet connection out there?
It's a great question. I would hope so.
How's the German Wi-Fi?
I would suspect it's decent enough, but am I a little excited? It's funny because you see these games that are taken to different places, and for the most part, this doesn't affect any of us. Now, here's one that actually might affect me, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I hear great things about Germany.
Are you gonna learn some German for like some play calls or anything?
I think part of the deal is I should. It's the name Karsh. So Grandpa Karsh actually escaped Nazi Germany in the 1900s, early 1900s. He got out and came to the United States. He was a photographer and a artist, and met my grandma, who was a part Delaware Indian, and they got married and had 2 kids. My dad, my Aunt Paula. So I've got this German and American Indian roots thing going on. So it's not true. I have been to Germany, but it was 1985, and we were coming back. My dad had work trip sabbatical into Australia, and the ticket that we bought to go there was from TWA, an old airlines, and they had a ticket where you could pay one price and go around the world. And you would start by heading one direction, and you couldn't back up. So you could just keep flying, whatever it cost at the time, who knows, a few $1,000s. And it turned out to be more financially frugal when we went to Australia. You had 1 year to do it, to buy that ticket and keep flying west to Australia, stay there for 6 months while he worked. And then when we came back, we kept going west. So we went from there to, I believe it was Hong Kong, then Bangkok, then Athens, then Rome, Then we took a train through Germany and through Europe rather, and ended up in London. Flew from London to New York. I actually then went to D.C. to see a friend, and the rest of my family went home. And then I went from D.C. to Detroit, and that's how the ticket worked. You could go one direction. And what part of our trip through Europe, we went to Germany. We went to Munich. I don't remember much. I was a kid, but I'm excited to go back.
Doug, do not ask for turkey bratwurst or turkey schnitzel. Don't embarrass us Americans. All right, just man up. I know John's gonna eat it. You eat it too. Okay.
Yep. I'll just ask John to give a very vivid description of what it's like.
Come on, man.
The authentic. Yeah, I mean,
just load it up with sauerkraut. You wouldn't know the difference.
I'll have a bite. Just check it out. But 248-539-9797. I don't know if fans do fans make that trip? Do fans? I mean, I guess we've done this with the Lions, but I'm sure I'm going to guess that fans aren't stoked about this because they lose a home game. But is it if it's this to make big bank to pay players to win more? God, it's a weird world. We're living in college athletics. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mark. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how are you today?
What's up?
Hey, just got back from Germany. My daughter was there studying abroad. She's an engineering student at Kettering, so she was there for 4 months. So we decided, hey, while she's there, let's go see her for 10 days. And Germany's incredible. I mean, everybody speaks English. Mass transit is just off the chart, fantastic. It's a great trip. Germany was way better than advertised.
I've heard great things. And I've heard that Germany is, advanced in very many ways. So look, if I get to go, I'm fired up. Absolutely fired up.
It was a good time, man. And the only downer was if you're using a public toilet, you got to pay €1 to use it. So a little different than here where, hey, there's a bathroom, I get to use it. No, you got to pay.
Does that mean it's guaranteed to be super clean?
It was clean, and they had like a dude that usually met you at the door, and you paid, and then you got to go in and utilize it. So good stuff.
All right, thanks. I appreciate the update. Bring my euros. All right, so there it is. That story breaking just before the show started. The other one was Evan Petzold's story. If you haven't seen it, we've tweeted it out. I don't know. Sometimes you read something and you go, this reporter knows something. Evan Petzold, Tiger beat reporter. The headline is Big Splash Coming. Detroit Tigers expected to take Big Splash Coming? ? Sorry. Detroit Tigers expect to take a conservative approach at trade deadline. And the first 4 sentences are as follows. Emmanuel Clase for Max Clark? No chance. Eugenio Suarez for anybody? Don't count on it. We'll read some of the highlights from this. Is Evan Petzold giving away the game plan at the trade deadline, and how do you feel about it? We will get to that coming up today at 12:20. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. They do that because it leads to better results for their clients that happen quicker. They take fewer on purpose, more time for your case. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. They return all phone calls within 24 hours. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, so look, Tigers lose again. It's another lifeless performance last night, and there's a lot to discuss out of it because they've lost 10 of 11. They're eroding confidence in the fan base. The question is, are they eroding confidence in the front office that this team is a serious World Series contender? Right before the All-Star break, it sure felt like it. They had one of the most stress-free first halves of the season I can ever remember any team having, with no losing streaks longer than 3 games. They had 3 of them. There was no real drama. They just kept winning and winning and winning and building this huge lead in the division, which is now down to 8 games. But the fact of the matter is there was a weird first half to be that good. And we had Tiger teams in years past that contended. It's been a decade, but we had Tiger teams in years past where we would take calls and discuss things. And even when they were good, they weren't as drama-free as this group was for the first half of the season. Now, I'm just basing this on caller interaction. So, I mean, you could make a case maybe that there was some drama that I'm forgetting about or missing, but I can't remember a team that was performing at a level like that where they were the winning streaks were long and the losing streaks were short. And they just we know what conversations are like doing this for a long time. And I mean, it got to the point where even call volume was low because it's just like, hey, they keep winning. This is great. And when they would lose a few games in a row, we get a trickle of calls of people complaining, but there wasn't very many debate points with this team, relatively speaking, to other seasons and other times when they were good. And when they were bad, you know, there's a lot of people that would call and complain until they just give up. So they had this drama-free first half of the season. And then they've packed any baseball inadequacies that were deep inside them. They've packed them all and released them in the last 2 weeks. Like any shortcomings they've had in their game and their makeup and their roster, they're all coming out now. And they've looked awful. And on the heels of that, with less than a week to go before the trade deadline, in the current context, this morning a story comes out from Evan Petzold of the Detroit Free Press that I'm just going to read excerpts from this that feels like it's giving away the game plan. Now, I'm not mad at him or anything like that. I think this is good reporting. The way he writes it is very definitive. And Evan's done stuff like this in the past, and I trust him. It's really interesting. I mean, this to me is really interesting. And he gets into very specific things. He writes, Emmanuel Clase for Max Clark, no chance. Eugenio Suarez for anybody, don't count it. The Detroit Tigers aren't expected to make a splash at the 2025 trade deadline. The Tigers don't plan to trade any of their their 5 top 100 prospects as ranked by MLB Pipeline, staying committed to their goal of long-term sustainability. They also value the unpredictability of their matchup-based offense and intend to rely on internal pitching options in hopes of rekindling their postseason magic. This isn't an all-in push to win the World Series in 2025, and the Tigers are okay with that. The recent slump won't push the Tigers front office into an aggressive strategy at the trade deadline despite problems in the bullpen and on offense. The Tigers think there's enough internal upside to hold steady. They're confident Zach McKinstry can continue producing at a career best rate. And even if a hitter like Javi Baez regresses, they expect either Parker Meadows or Matt Veerling to emerge as an impact bat. Kerry Carpenter is also lined up to return soon from a right hamstring injury. If needed, infield prospect Hao-Yu Lee could be promoted from AAA Toledo as a key right-handed bat in the final 6 weeks. The Tigers haven't closed the door on trading for Suarez, the Arizona Diamondbacks all-star third baseman. He's got 36 home runs, but there's no indication they'll pursue him aggressively. It's worth noting the Tigers don't want to limit opportunities for McKinstry, Baez, and Cole Keith, something that would likely happen if they acquired Suarez at the trade deadline. Additionally, fellow third baseman Ke'Bryan Hayes from Pittsburgh and Ryan McMahon from Colorado aren't being considered as trade options. Regarding the rotation, he writes, the Tigers are counting on Jose Urquidy. When October arrives, the Tigers plan to have a deep pool of starting pitchers available. Urquidy, Skubal, Flaherty, Olson, Mize, Cobb, Montero, Gibson Long, and Troy Melton. Some of them will remain in the rotation. Others will shift to the bullpen. 3 of them, Urquidy, Cobb, and Gibson Long, are currently injured. Of those 3, Urquidy and Cobb haven't thrown a pitch in the big leagues all season, though Urquidy is ramping up for a return as soon as late August following a second elbow surgery. Regarding the bullpen, he writes, the bullpen is where the Tigers are pursuing upgrades. Right-handed relievers David Bednar from the Pirates, Ryan Helsley from the St. Louis Cardinals, and Rafael Iglesias from the Atlanta Braves are reasonable trade options. Beyond trade candidates, the Tigers plan to promote from within to replicate last year's bullpen success in the final months of the season and into the postseason. In 2024, Sean Gunther, Brendan Hanafy, and Bo Brisky emerged as clutch contributors. In 2025, the Tigers want to see if Drew Summers, Alex Lang, and Tyler Matson can lock down important roles. They'll also be able to move some starters, such as Madison, into the bullpen for the playoffs. Expect the Tigers to add at least one reliever at the trade deadline, but that doesn't mean they will continue to promote arms. They won't continue to promote arms from within the organization. That is not the whole article. It is much of it, and it is some of the key points. To which I say, wow. Wow. And I ask the audience, and I'm really interested, Tiger fans, is this a solid plan that doesn't mortgage the future and you're okay with it? Or is it simply not aggressive enough? Because we're in a really weird time. We have a team that's positioned in the standings, and by more evidence than not that they're really good. But it's eroding. The confidence is eroding. And so you get into the situation where, hey, can they make some moves to fortify what they're doing and make a difference? Or is that throwing good money at bad? Like, I bet there's some people right now that the confidence has eroded so much that they don't want to invest in this team at all. Even though they're 8 games up in the division. Because the way they've played, the way that they have played for the last 2 weeks, they're not winning the World Series playing like that. Which you don't have to be Abner Doubleday to figure out. They're not winning the World Series playing the way they've played. The question becomes, who are they? Who really are the Tigers? Are the Tigers really the team that spent the better portion of 2 months last year and 4 months this year looking the part of legitimate contender? Or has this 2 weeks been so ugly that it's not worth investing in? And look, I have no reason to doubt Evan Petzold. He writes with such a degree of certainty that it feels as though he knows something. It feels as though he's on top of this. And honestly, I'm a little surprised that they aren't going to be, if this is 100% accurate and truly the game plan, and again, I have no reason to doubt it, I'm a little surprised that they aren't going to be more aggressive. So here we go, Tiger fans. Evan Petzold spells it out. We got 6 days to the trade deadline. Promote from within. I bet I read some names that you have never even heard of, many of you. I bet there's a lot of people that don't know who Drew Summers or Tyler Madison are. Or Quiddy, and whether or not he is, A.J. Hinch mentioned him a couple of weeks ago. Now, it's their job, right? They know these guys. Obviously, the Tigers know these guys, and the beat reporters know these guys. But fans, How You Lee could be in the mix this year. He could be counted on. I'm a little surprised. 248-539-9797. All right. What do you think? Do you like the strategy? Or is it just not bold enough, not aggressive enough? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Gators out today. 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, I have to admit I'm a little surprised, and I have no reason to doubt Evan Petzold. I'm a little surprised though that this appears to be the Tigers' approach at the trade deadline, and a little disappointed because I believe more that they are who they've been for the better part of 6 months and not who they've been for the better part of the last 2 weeks. And I also get the sense that the last 2 weeks has had little impact on their strategy. It just sounds like their strategy is pretty passive at the trade deadline. Now, it's easy to say now what they have to have a sense of better than you, me, or anyone out there. If you are the Tigers organization and you trust that they know what they're doing, is that in a world where there are way more buyers than sellers and price tags, because of that supply-demand economics, price tags are very high for the big-time players. And the Tigers have great prospects that they are essentially saying, we're not going to trade the next Bobby Witt Jr. Right? That's not the way that they look at this. You know, we're not going to trade the next Andrew McCutchen or whomever. And that's if they feel strongly that they have the next great young shortstop or the next great young outfielder, that, you know, how would it look if we move the next Julio Rodriguez for a rental? Right? And that's the thing about prospects, is they're tantalizing. They're tantalizing, but there's no guarantees. And I go back to a series a couple weeks ago where the Tigers were playing the Pittsburgh Pirates, and stepping to the plate for the Pirates at the age of 25, hitting all of 170, was Henry Davis. And Henry Davis a few years ago was everybody loved him coming out in the draft, how great he was going to be. And a few years into his major league career, he's just not that good after being the number 1 overall selection. And so it's like an investment in the future. If they're not going to crack any of their top 5 prospects and move any of them because they don't want to go big this year, and it might take that to go to get elite players, get real important players at the trade deadline, then and they're right if they have to be right about A, they have to be right about it. B, at the end of all of this, you have to play your cards correctly and win a championship. And if it's not this year, but it's 2 years from now, okay. But there's this other thing that's hanging over the organization. And this is why I question this approach more than anything. And that is my belief that Tarek Skubal's agent doesn't want him in Detroit. And that as much as the Tigers can spend more money and should spend more money on their roster, and I think everybody sees that and believes it, they're operating in a world where there are teams that can always spend more. So even if the Tigers decide we are breaking the bank and we are going over the top, et cetera, you get into such a handcuff contract to one player that it might limit what else you can do. Whereas if let's say the Dodgers or the Yankees offer Skubal a contract and he doesn't turn out to be worth it, it doesn't cripple an organization for a decade. By the way, those top 5 players that they don't want to give up on are Kevin McGonigal, the shortstop, who's a AA, Max Clark, center fielder, who's a AA, Bryce Rayner, the shortstop, who's at single A, Jose Briseño, catcher first baseman, who's a AA, and Tyron Lorenzo, catcher first baseman, who's a AA. Now, after that, might dip into that prospect pool. But again, this story, Evan Petzold says they're not touching those guys. 248-539-9797. How do you feel about this game plan, Tiger fans? I don't love it. I honestly don't love it.
Doug, to calm you and the natives a little bit, because they're restless on Ticket Text, and I'm sure on the phone lines as well, just a little bit. I will say, even though he wrote this article, Petzold, very confidently, it sounds like, the way he worded everything.
Yep.
It isn't a fact. All right? So it sounds to me like, of course, he has some inside information where he maybe knows some people are getting fed some information. And also he's reading tea leaves. He's been around the team, the organization long enough where he's making a real, educated guess, I think, on what he thinks is going to happen at the deadline. Mm-hmm. But it's not fact. The deadline hasn't come and gone yet, and they haven't done nothing yet. So I do want to say that, okay?
Yep.
But with that being said, I do feel he's probably more right than wrong. And I do feel like the Tigers have always used the word sustainability. That always stands out to me. When you use that word a lot, I think you're trying to do it a certain way. And some people call it cheap or value or thrift or whatever, but I think they're trying to do it a way where longevity, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the end, it doesn't matter if you don't win a championship, though. And you've mentioned that a couple times. People want to see a championship. And everything seems to be worth it if you win at least one championship. You mentioned the Scooble thing. So that makes fans think there's a window. Even though no one likes to operate in a window,
yeah,
it seems like there's a window with at least Scooble being on this team, right?
Yeah, yep.
So, yeah, I mean, I said it yesterday. I'll say it again today. I think Scott Harris and upper management, they owe A.J. Hinch and this roster a real chance to do something in the postseason, and that's add to this team. And then not real conservatively, and not maybe over the top, but you've got to do something. I don't think that you can just stand pat and just hope these guys, what they did the first half of the year, but the majority of the first half of the year is the team that they really are. Because look at the Orioles this year compared to last year. The window is now.
248-539-9797. All right, let's talk to the people. We go to Mike and Troy here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Doug. I did hope you guys, your family had a wonderful vacation. We got one coming up in 2 weeks, going to Hawaii. We're excited. But getting to my point where I told the call screener, it's a two-way thing here. Look what the Red Wings, they're hoping to get their players going, and they're not going to trade their minor leaguers to the big club. Well, they want to stick with this, like with the Tigers. If they're doing this, they're going to blow this thing. I mean, we were at the game last night, and it was absolutely pathetic. There was virtually half Toronto fans there, and seeing what happened last night, it's unacceptable. Something has to change, and it's been 41 years now since the Tigers have won a World Series. People are tired of waiting, just like people are tired of the Red Wings. And who's running the team? Riz Illich, and there is the problem. He doesn't want to spend. People say, yes, he does, but if he doesn't make any trades, what does that tell the Tiger fans, Doug?
Well, if he doesn't make any trades, but he continues to make offers like they made to Alex Bregman, I will tell you that feels like a owner that is okay with paying. But they made the offer. They didn't win him, but they made what was a very competitive offer, which I think kind of flies in the face that he doesn't want to spend. But until the money is seen going out the door, I understand the skepticism. Mike, I guess the question, and this is where I get that you're tired and the fans are tired, but that doesn't mean that Scott Harris, who's been here for 3 years, should operate on a 40-year timeline. He is in year 3 and should operate on a 3-year timeline, because if you start operating that way, you start making desperate moves.
Well, I'm not asking to make desperate moves, but they need upgrades in the pitching. They need upgrades in. I believe myself, and Gregor Torres, the only professional hitter on this team. You see how he approaches. Like last night, they're swinging at first pitches. What is Torres doing? He's working the count, Doug. It is what it is. Let's hope they turn around tonight and win a couple games. Everybody will be happy. You guys have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. I understand his frustration and the fans' frustration, and I understand wanting to win now. Let me be clear on that. But if you're Scott Harris, should that be even remotely in your consideration? Because I would argue no. You should be putting together the team on your timeline. If you start operating with the fans not having seen a championship since 1984, and we got to win one now, I think you start taking some really big risks, and you get hyper aggressive. Now, I want him to be more aggressive than this story spells it out, and we'll be recapping it for people who missed it. But it's being reported today by Evan Petzold. Essentially, don't expect any big moves. Expect a mid-level reliever coming in, and a lot of promotion from within. 248-539-9797. Ryan in Elkton. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Yeah, right or wrong, I wonder if the reason they're not spending any money right now or planning on not spending a whole lot of money at the trade deadline is that they're planning on this $400 million plus going to school in the next couple of years.
It's an interesting thing to bring up. I hadn't considered that. Is it possible that this is all part of a war chest? Because, I mean, you know what it isn't? Well, maybe it is. If you have young players that are under club control, you're saving money on the Max Clarks and the Kevin McGonagalls of the world, right? And so you're paying young players very little that allows you to afford to pay a big ticket item like Skubal. Many of the players that are being talked about traded for, specifically the Diamondbacks, like Suarez and some of their pitchers, those are rentals anyway, and they shouldn't affect the Skubal contract. But if you max out within your organization and can afford Skubal because you're paying, entry-level contracts, early club control contracts to Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal and Jose Briseño, et cetera, then it makes the Skubal contract more affordable. You might be onto something.
Yeah, and plus you're lining up a lineup here in the next couple of years with these guys starting to develop and getting to the point where they can. That now all of a sudden you got these guys coming up in 2 years, and you've locked down Skubal for the foreseeable future.
Interesting approach
for this year, but yeah.
No, it's an interesting approach. Hey, thank you very much, Ryan. 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Big splash coming. Evan Petzold says no in the Free Press today. Don't expect it. We'll recap that coming up in the 11 o'clock hour for people who missed it, and we're getting your reaction to it. 6 days from the trade deadline, one of the Tiger insiders are saying don't expect splashes. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. The Ticket. Hey, golfers, let Twin Peaks be your new 19th hole. If you're out hitting the links in these hot summer days, cool off after your round at your local Twin Peaks. Why to go to Twin Peaks? That's easy. For starters, nothing cools you off better than a 29-degree draft beer or cider. They pour your favorite draft at a bone-chilling 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for a minimum of 6 hours. There isn't a golf course in the state that can offer that up. Now pair that with food from a scratch-made kitchen. And let me tell you something. You won't want to stay on the course for that old hot dog ever again. They've got all you need to help recruit from a long day on the course. Bring in your scorecard and receive a free chips and queso appetizer to pair with those beers. And what makes it even better? Wall-to-wall TVs, so you're not missing out on your favorite teams in action. And, of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. And the heat really turns up Sunday as those beautiful Twin Peaks girls are back in their favorite swimsuits for the highly anticipated Summer Bikini Bash, featuring awesome specials on cocktails. The party runs through the end of the month, so make sure you stop in to your favorite lodge to check it out. Couldn't think of a better way to enjoy a baseball game. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, so look, apparently the Tigers aren't planning on making a big splash at the trade deadline, according to one of their insiders. And, I have no reason not to believe this. It's pretty definitive writing from Evan Petzold of the Free Press, and he does a good job. So, we're kind of discussing it as it's accurate reporting. And look, I have a minor issue with it in that I feel like the clock is ticking a little bit on Skubal. Two very good points have been brought up onto why you might be wanting to go for it now. One came from Kang. Look at the Orioles a year ago. It looked like the Orioles were setting themselves up for sustained success, and now they're a last-place team with a whole bunch of prospects and didn't want to deal a bunch of guys that dealt one, but they're 15 and a half games out of first place right now. And so no future is guaranteed. Tigers are in the running now. But our previous caller from Elkton, was it Ryan, said, look, this could be an effort to war chest for Skubal. And what the point being, as we talked it through, and he made a very good point, is you're talking about counting on these 4 position players that they have that could be up next year. The 4 guys that are at AA, Bryce Rayner is probably further away, but the 4 guys at AA could be starting to trickle into the big league level next year. You know what rookies are? And you know what young players are? They're cheap financially. And that allows the Tigers maybe more financial bank that they can really make that competitive offer to Skubal that we'd all like to see them make. Now, I get it. Sure, they could make any offer. They can match any offer. But when you start talking, remember when the $400 million 10-year deal came out? You know what we heard from a lot of you? Well, that's irresponsible. Yeah, but there are organizations in this league that can be irresponsible. And if it doesn't work out for them, they can just throw more money at other guys. Like the Tigers can spend more, and I hope they do, and they should. But if you get into bidding wars with the Yankees and Red Sox, and you're wrong, you're crippled for a long time. They can recover from it a lot easier than a market like Detroit. 248-539-9797. So, arguments can be made both ways. I personally would like to see them be more aggressive than the story implies. I'm not freaking out about it. I just hope they're right about their guys. Like their guys that are in the minor leagues that they don't want to touch, and the story says none of the top 5. So that's McGonigal, Clark, Briseño, Lorenzo, and Rayner. Which most people haven't seen. All they have is heard about, and all 5 of them are in baseball's top 100 prospects. They better be right. Because nobody wants to trade away, the next Bobby Witt Jr. Right? You don't. If you have that guy, and you've invested in that guy, and you've got that guy, you don't want to trade him away. Nobody wants to trade away the next Julio Rodriguez. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kevin. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Doug. How's it going?
What's up?
So just a little bit of perspective, okay? A little bit. Had the Tigers played really crappy all season, and we're in the middle of a heater right now, winning 10 of 11, nobody would be talking about division. Nobody would be talking about World Series. They'd be talking about it's a heater, right?
Yep.
Why then in the reverse are people getting all crazy?
It's a great question. And look, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and each day that you add on of another uncompetitive game and looking listless in many facets, every day that happens, it gets a little bit more concerning, right? And so why are they doing it? I think they're doing it because we don't have a long track record of sustained success with guys like Dingler and McKinstry and many of these key contributors. We haven't seen them do it for years. And so it can erode confidence quickly. I think that's why.
And that brings to light the other point that your caller 1 or 2 ago just made. It's possible that the Tigers brass right now is trying like heck to keep a lid on these 5 guys in the minors because they might be special, right? Maybe. Mm-hmm. But even if 2 of the 5 are really special, you've got 6 or 7 guys of your core that are ready to go, and now they can go spend. I think the core has got to be a little bigger than what we were thinking, and I believe they think they have the core this time next year.
Well, I mean, if
they may not believe in their team yet.
They might not. I mean, this kind of leads me, or they really do. I mean, isn't the exact opposite also possibly true? That they really believe in their core, and that's why they don't want to make a move. That feels just as likely as not believing in their core is that they really believe in their core. And so why give up future prospects when they think they can win with this group? God, these are weird times. I mean, because, look, is it possible that they collapse down the stretch here? Is it possible? Of course it's possible. Of course it's possible. Because 1 year ago, we saw the exact opposite. They were dead in the water. Very little buzz, didn't look competitive at all. And then they caught fire and rode it into the playoffs and won a series. It damn near went to the ALCS. Came that close to going to the ALCS. So the opposite happened last year. Could it happen again? Of course it could. Do I expect it to happen again? No. But you can't rule out that it's possible. Look, one of the reasons why, and I apologize, I'm in favor of them getting more aggressive. I want to make that clear than this story indicates. But I can see the argument for the other side. Okay? And so you go, all right, why do what feel like otherwise logical people have done a really good job getting the Tigers into this position in the first place? Why would they believe that they just want to make a mid-level move in the bullpen, which the story implies that that's what the plan is? Promote from within and believe in your guys, McKinstry and Parker Meadows and Matt Vierling, and those guys are going to, or Kerry Carpenter is going to come back and help, but believing in all of them. Why would they believe that? Well, obviously they believe in the talent that those players have, but it also is probably because, okay, if you try to make this a logical, if they're doing everything logically and they're not morons, that they truly think they do have a core of great young players. Like, look, we are as certain can be that we will regret trading Max Clark and we will regret trading Kevin McGonigal. This isn't a flyer. They have to have a high degree of certainty, and then not only do they have high degree of certainty that that's what those guys are going to be, that's also what teams are saying they will only take for Eugenio Suarez or O'Neal Cruz. That name came up, the Pirates outfielder. That those teams are saying, yeah, don't even bother calling if you're not giving up Max Clark or Kevin McGonigal. In which case, they'd say, all right, we'll pass. I mean, that would make some logical sense. That's the way they believe. That's the way they feel. And I think most people would agree with that. But again, you damn well better be right. Because asking a fan base, as the one caller said, that's been waiting 40 years to keep waiting, and that they're not interested in making a big move, that's a hard sell in this current environment. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. And for people who missed it, we'll recap the key points from the story put out by Evan Petzold today. Here's some of the texts coming in. Why is nobody placing any blame on A.J. Hinch in Detroit? Zero accountability in year 5 in the middle of an epic meltdown. On Evan's article, Chris doesn't have the passion Mike Ilitch has. Long game is what owners sell fans when they don't plan on spending. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I don't know why they would have offered Bregman that kind of contract. And why is people not placing blame on A.J. Hinch? Because they haven't collapsed yet. Because Hinch built up a lot of credibility in this town, and a 2-week slump isn't going to lead to people really freaking out on Hinch. Next text. Regarding the Petzold story, is Yzerman the GM of the Tigers now? What the hell? That's from CJ. Next one. The game last night was effing embarrassing. Man up, Tigers. You need to do something at the trade deadline. If not, the season's done. That's from an unnamed texter. Regarding Petzold's article, if it's true, we're screwed. Unnamed texter. If that article is accurate, the Tigers aren't serious about winning the World Series. Well, they aren't as serious about winning this World Series. But hey, look, as Kang said, the ticket texters hate this. We'll recap the key points from the article coming up next hour and get back to your phone calls. Tiger fans, how you feel about it? Don't plan on them going big, says the Tiger insider, Evan Petzold. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. It's funny. Look, the beat writer's 6 days out. Now we have another one from Cody Stavenhagen of The Athletic. Making arguments like many of what we made here, but also saying, cool your jets on thinking there's a big move. I'm starting to think that when the Tigers call about Eugenio Suarez, or if they're calling about O'Neal Cruz, or they're calling about Nolan Arenado or whoever, that what the response they're getting is, give us Max Clark. And they're like, well, we're not doing that. Or give us Kevin McGonigal. And they're thinking, we're not doing that. And it's very interesting to me that two beat writers now have come out and said, don't expect a big splash. Just reading during the break there, the story that Cody Stavenhagen posted at 10:30 on The Athletic. Evan Petzold in the Free Press came out with one today that we've tweeted out the link, by the way, if you want to read it yourself. Here are some of the key points as we'll go over this again, just to bring everybody in the audience up to speed, because we opened the show with this. Emmanuel Clase for Max Clark, no chance. Eugenio Suarez for anybody, don't count on it. The Detroit Tigers aren't expected to make a big splash at the 2025 trade deadline. The Tigers don't plan to trade any of their their five top 100 prospects, as ranked by MLB Pipeline, staying committed to their goal of long-term sustainability. They also value the unpredictability of their matchup-based offense and intend to rely on internal pitching options in hopes of rekindling their postseason magic. This isn't an all-in push to win the World Series in 2025. The recent slump won't push the Tigers front office into an aggressive strategy at the trade deadline, despite problems in the bullpen and on offense. The Tigers think there's enough internal upside to hold steady. They're confident Zach McKinstry can continue producing at a career best rate. And even if a hitter like Javi Baez regresses, they expect either Parker Meadows or Matt Veling to emerge as an impact bat. Kerry Carpenter is also lined up to return soon from a right hamstring injury if needed. Infield prospect Hao-Yu Lee could be promoted from AAA Toledo as a key right-handed bat in the final 6 weeks. The Tigers haven't closed the door on trading for Suarez, but there's no indication they'll pursue him aggressively. The Tigers are counting on Jose Urquidy. When October arrives, the Tigers plan on having a deep pool of starting pitchers available. Urquidy, Skubal, Flaherty, Olsen, Mize, Cobb, Montero, Gibson, Long, and Melton. Some of them remain in the rotations. Others will shift to the bullpen. Three of them, Urquidy, Cobb, and Gibson, Long, are currently injured. Of the three, Urquidy and Cobb haven't thrown a pitch in the big leagues all season, though Urquidy is ramping up for a return as soon as late August following his second elbow surgery. The bullpen is where the Tigers are pursuing upgrades. Right-handed reliever David Bednar, the Pirates, Ryan Helsley of the Cardinals, and Rafael Iglesias of the Braves are reasonable trade options. Just a side note, by the way, Helsley was asked about the possibility of getting traded recently, and he's not having a great year, closer for the Cardinals, but he did say, I'm 90% sure I'm gone. But the story goes on to say, beyond trade candidates, the Tigers plan to promote from within to replicate last year's bullpen success in the final months of the season and into the postseason. 24, Gunther, Hannafy, and Brisky emerged as clutch contributors. And 25, the Tigers want to see if Drew Sommers, I'm not sure he's pitched in the majors. I got to check that. He is in AAA Toledo, and I don't think he's ever been in the majors. Drew Sommers, Alex Lang, and Tyler Madison can lock down important roles. They'll also be able to move some starters such as Madison to the bullpen for the playoffs. Expect the Tigers to add at least one reliever at the trade deadline, but that doesn't mean they won't continue to promote arms from within the organization. Story from Cody Stavenhagen, The Athletic. Bullpen's a priority. The Tigers seem to be focused on their early trade efforts on relief market. Should be no surprise. Swing and miss relief help. The American League's lowest whiff rate is the Tigers' most glaring need. It's an element of this team that could be especially crucial in the postseason. Ryan Helsley of the Cardinals and David Bednar of the Pirates figure to be the two most ideal fits. I believe Bednar and another name I brought up, Jake Bird, who is with the Rockies, would lead the Tigers in whiff rate if they went out and got them. Does Eugenio Suarez make sense? Suarez is the biggest bat in the market right now. He's a right-hand power hitter who plays third base. Seems in many ways like a stellar fit. Tigers aren't totally ruling out trade discussions for Suarez, but they don't seem intent on going all out for him either. And he points out later in the story that they'd be bidding against the Yankees. There are other suitors here, and the Yankees are chief amongst them. At this point, parting with substantial prospect capital or even big league depth like Justin Henry Malloy or Jace Young seems like a total departure from the Tigers' identity. Don't expect the Tigers to move any of their top prospects in the top 100. I mean, look, there's There's obviously something cooking down there at Comerica. The two insiders are writing the same thing. Doesn't sound like it's going to be super aggressive. The reason I don't love it is because I feel like the clock is ticking on the Skubal era in Detroit, quite possibly. And so you want to strike while the iron's hot. Well, you still have him. Could it make sense? Well, as one caller very astutely pointed out, all these young prospects they don't want to give up could be cheap alternatives to allow you to afford Skubal in a world where other teams can always bid more. Tigers can pay more than they have. But if you want to try and run with the Yankees, Red Sox, Cubs, Dodgers, etc., it's going to be hard, and you better be right about every long-term big contract you sign, or you are handcuffed, more so than those organizations that have greater revenue streams. That's one. The other argument might be is, look, if you know you have the next Bobby Witt Jr. or Julio Rodriguez on deck in the organization, why move them? And if that's what teams are asking for, it can make sense. So there's two sides to the argument. I tend to lean towards strike while the iron's hot, and this iron's very hot and clock ticking on Skubal. But 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Murray in Oak Park, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Murray.
Doug Karsh, how you doing?
I'm good, Murray. How are you?
I'm fine.
Great.
But I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed with the Tigers.
Are you?
They have a table setter in the farm system that could give the pitcher fits because it's hard to defense a drag bunt. And Akil Baddoo has all the ingredients to be a great table setter, which give the pitcher something to worry about because you can't keep him off the base. Aparicio, Brock, Ishiru, all of them knew how to drag a bunt, and you couldn't keep him off the base. So this talent is being wasted for no reason.
Well, I think the reason is he's not as good as the players you mentioned.
He plays good defense. He's durable. He can hit, and he was the fastest one on the team.
Ichiro Suzuki is going into the Hall of Fame in a couple days. I think putting Akil Baddoo into that same category is aggressive. I mean, I love your commitment and your belief in him. I think but I mean, are you maybe overvaluing him a little bit?
It won't hurt to give him a try.
Well, no, and I mean, we may see Akil Baddoo, and I've appreciated his contributions. I mean, remember when you call him up, somebody else goes down? You have to bring him up and replace him, somebody on the roster. I actually expect we'll probably see Akil Baddoo before the year is done, but I I think putting him in the category as you did with some of those greats, some of the all-time greats, Hall of Famers, that's a lofty place to put him. 248-539-9797. Robbie and Clinton. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I think the Tigers give them a chance for the last 5 years. I mean, everybody goes through a losing streak. And remember Daryl Alexander they got for Smokes, you know?
Yep.
They won the World Series with him, but if they kept Smokes, they might have won 3.
Well, they didn't win the World Series with Doyle Alexander. They did win the division, and they went to the playoffs, but they lost.
Okay.
Yeah, but look, I wouldn't let – I'll say this. The Smoltz-Alexander trade accomplished what they were hoping to accomplish. They were in a dogfight with Toronto, and he won a bunch of games down the stretch for them. But this is always the risk you run. It shouldn't handcuff you for 40 years. You know,
but I'm just saying, like, if Smoltz wasn't ready then, but he'd have been ready. Look at what he did for Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean that's part of this. Look, it's up to Scott Harris to know what he's got in his own system.
You're right, Doug, and it's up to him to pick and choose who he would have to trade if he needs to. Like, let's say he just loves Max Clark. Like, he is the next guy. They're almost positive he's going to be an all-star, right, with the big league club. Then move one of the other guys. Because for me, I'm always about those are assets to help improve the big league club. You know what I mean? Whether they're coming up or not, or you're using them to get players that are ready right now. And this team right now is too good, or have shown they've played too good for the majority of the year to not give them a real chance to go long in the postseason. And we mentioned this yesterday. It's not just about winning the Central. It's about getting the bye, the first seed.
Yeah.
You know, that's important too. I want the easiest path to the championship, the path of least resistance. And if it gets me a free series, I'm taking that. So I don't want to lose that either. That's, I don't know if that's lost amongst this whole losing streak they've been going through.
Shouldn't be. It's important. And that's why I'm in favor of them being more aggressive. The other side of this is just, if you're not going to crack, and Yzerman did it, and Yzerman's guys, there's a lot of praise for the Red Wings organization. I feel like there's more praise for the Tigers prospects. And so to me, you just better be right. You better be right. Because, if you're wrong and you save these assets and they don't pan out, it's a massive wasted opportunity. Now, I'm not going to assume that Scott Harris is an idiot. He's not given us enough evidence to define him as an idiot, okay? In fact, I think he's been pretty damn good. He's done some really good things. He's not perfect, but nobody is. So do we trust him? That he's not going to trade away the next Bobby Wood Jr. or Julio Rodriguez? 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, skater out today. Wow, 248-539-9797. A ton of feedback today. Two Tiger insiders have basically written the same thing today. Don't expect a big move. Tigers aren't cracking their top 5 prospects. They will not move them. And, you go, all right, is this a massive mistake? Do they need to strike while the iron's hot? I tend to believe that. I tend to believe that they do. Kang, you brought up a very good point earlier. Look at Baltimore a year ago. Everybody thought they were set up for sustained success, and where are they this year? 15 and a half games out. Now, that's a warning of what can happen, but maybe Baltimore's guys were just all overrated. Maybe they'll never pan out. Maybe it's, they had a bunch of injuries too. It's important to keep in mind. But here's a Tiger team that has a chance to fortify a lineup with the trade deadline 6 days away, and what we're hearing is probably a swing and miss reliever. Cody Stavenhagen implied that there might be other bats that they could get more so than the Evan Petzold story did, but don't count on Suarez or Clase is what they basically are writing. And what tells me is that Tigers fully believe in their top 5 prospects, like fully believe in them. And that's what the asking price is, which it shouldn't be a surprise. I mean, we've been preparing ourselves for this trade deadline for a while and talking about how in the last decade when the Tigers haven't been competitive, the buyer-seller dynamic has changed in that it's hard with this many teams in competition. You have to pay a higher price to land a player of substance that's more than a rental. And look, they obviously, if these guys are right and dialed in, and I mean, this feels like somebody got pulled aside last night and given the scoop here on what's going on, but it feels to me as though the asking prices are just way too much.
Yeah, it's not like a grocery store where you can go in and pick and choose whatever you want, right?
Yep.
They got real competition from other teams, and there's going to be a bidding war, a negotiation process, and I get all that. And it's not crazy to think that they weren't going to be ultra aggressive. I mean, Scott Harris has always kind of said that when he took the job, but we always felt like when the time was right. When the time is right, they'll spend the money. When time is right, they'll go make an aggressive move. When the time is right. This offseason, they didn't get Bregman, but they made him a pretty significant offer. Maybe they felt the time was right to go get that player that was available at a position of need. I feel right now the time is right to go get that, to make a move to help this team make a deep postseason run and ultimately win the World Series. I feel like a lot of times GMs and presidents, Doug, they try to win multiple championships before they win one.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And
yeah.
I'm like, you got to win one, man. And then we'll start talking about sustainability, I feel like.
I guess if you look at it as your job and you go all in for one and you swing and miss, you might lose your job. But if you put together a 10-year plan where you say, we're going to be competitive every year, and I'm not saying you make decisions based upon longevity, but it's a very attractive thing to do if you're in a position like a Brad Holmes or a Scott Harris. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Scott. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how you doing, Doug? How you doing there, Doug?
Thank you. I'm good.
My feedback, and I told Kenny, is I wouldn't worry about Tarek Skubal because of the fact that he's going to be going somewhere else. I would think highly on that. So why not keep what you have and don't worry about the 5 prospects that these guys have got. Go for the World Series this year and worry about next year when it gets to be next year.
So, Scott, and I'm just going to bring up a hypothetical here for you. If you are in Scott Harris's shoes and you're evaluating talent and you're as sure as anything that Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal, Briseño, Lorenzo, you are locked in, these are the best. These are some of the best prospects I've ever seen. And I think they're going to contribute to this team for a decade. You're like, I'd trade them anyway.
Quite honestly, I would go ahead and look at no, I'm not saying trade every one of them, but I wouldn't be afraid to trade some of them.
There is some redundancy. Yeah, there is some redundancy, right? They got 2 catcher first basemen. They got 2 shortstops in the mix. Yep. Can you give up one of each? You probably could. But we did this a year ago from the other side. We were asking for who is it? Basillo, the catcher from the Orioles. It's their top prospect. We thought, we could get him for Flaherty. The Dodgers, we were talking about getting the Dodgers top prospects, and we got like number 7 and number 13. Now it turns out one helped them make the playoffs, and the other one's one of the top prospects in the game now. But we shopped veteran players and thought we were going to score big, and that's what other teams are probably asking for. They're probably trying to score the boatload of the mother load of prospects from the Tigers. 248-539-9797. Dave is next on 97 Won a Ticket. Hello, Dave.
Good morning, and go blue, Doug.
Okay, go blue.
All right, I have a question. Everyone's saying Scott Harris this, Scott Harris that. But how do we know? I know what Illich offered Bregman, but how do we know he's going to authorize any extra payroll for this team? Because, A, what we've done so far, but right now we're on the verge of one of the biggest monumental collapses in sports history. I mean, the prospects are nice, but we need a good veteran presence on this team for these players can learn. I mean, we got 5 of them, but how many, the top 5, how many are pitchers? Because right now, Skubal's going to be walking. I don't see Illich offering Skubal anywhere near what he's worth. So, well, yes, I like Scott Harris. I want to see what he'll do. But I have to think that maybe he's being handicapped by Christopher Illich in this because he's going to make his money either way, win or lose.
He might be. I mean, look, he might be. I don't know why they would have offered Bregman that contract.
Yeah, I mean, he offered it to him, okay, but what makes us think that he's going to say, okay, I missed out on Bregman. Let's make a trade and see if we can go after this guy or that guy to help.
Well, here's why. Here's why, Dave. A lot of those players are rentals that don't cost that much money. You're paying them for 2 months, and then they're free agents.
Yeah, but, and of course we were like, if we do get a good rental, it'd be nice to try to sign them. But
well, Suarez is 36, and I don't know how long you want to give him a contract, but there are other guys like O'Neal Cruz being out there and available now, it appears, would be awfully attractive. But look, the Chris Illich topic, until proven otherwise, I understand people's skepticism. I do put some merit in the fact that they offered Bregman $150 million, $160, whatever it was. I didn't like the length of that contract and thought that Bregman was going to make him better in the short term, but it had long-term regret written all over it. But look, until they spend the money, I get why people are skeptical. 248-539-9797. Sean is next on 97 Won a Ticket. Hi, Sean.
Hey, guys. First-time caller. I'm going to keep it short and simple. The Akil Baddoo caller must have been hanging out with Len Bias back in the day. That's the craziest take I've ever heard in my entire life. He's been on the roster this year. It wasn't pretty. He's an average subpar defender with a noodle arm. He's just fast. I don't know why we think that's the answer, but I think fans need to also realize there's a lot more holes in this roster than just one reliever or just one bat, and maybe Scott Harris knows that.
Sean, I mean, look, I tend to agree with you. I'm respectful to the caller, who obviously is a big believer in Akil Baddoo, and I like people with conviction, but I don't see him being like a massive difference maker. I wouldn't be shocked if we see him the rest of the way. He plays a role, and if they're going to promote from within, but there are other guys that probably get a chance before Akil Baddoo. He's a nice 4A guy that has helped this team at times. 248-539-9797. Ray is next. Hi, Ray.
Can I ask a couple of questions here? It's been since 1984 since we won a championship here. I heard you made a comment that the guy mentioned that Parker Meadows and Matt Burley might be the answer, blah, blah, blah. Those guys should not even be on the roster right now. Okay, the problem I have right now is that the guys are not trying to win now. They're trying to predict for the future. I would trade Max Clark for the Pittsburgh player in a second. Okay, he's proven he's an MLB player. Max Clark.
You're talking about O'Neal Cruz?
Exactly. Yeah. I would do that in a minute. Okay, and then for us to be able to sit back and not do any moves at the trade deadline, this falls right in line with the rest of our organizations. Okay, Brad Holmes not getting anybody on defense.
We got Zadarius
Steve
Smith.
Eiserman not doing anything. I don't want to branch off over there, but look, if he thinks that not winning a championship right now means something to us, it's been 21 freaking years.
Well,
I don't care what happens next year. I don't care. If you win a championship right now, guess what? We can all be happy.
Well, let's be clear. No move guarantees you a championship right now. And I know you don't care, but they shouldn't care about. I wouldn't operate with this as the last time they won if I'm Scott Harris, because that just puts you in a position where you're making desperate moves. He's in year 3. And I would prefer that the GM operate in a year 3 mindset than a 40-year mindset, because you could really make some desperate, stupid moves. Now, as far as Clark for O'Neal Cruz, if O'Neal Cruz is available, I mean, look, I understand the allure of that, and I don't think you're necessarily wrong. But there's been no mention of the Tigers and O'Neal Cruz. There's been mention of the O'Neal Cruz and the Yankees. So I don't know why there hasn't been any mention of the Tigers. But, ultimately, yeah, if they don't go for it more here, and Brad Holmes did get Zadarius Smith, but if they don't go for it here, they better be right about these prospects panning out, because otherwise it's potentially very wasted opportunity, and it might speak to their conviction as to how good they think these guys are. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. couple of Tiger beat writers have said today, don't expect big moves. Feels like some intel was given out recently, and that the Tigers' plan 6 days to go before the trade deadline isn't going to be a swing for the fences type of move. And maybe it's because that's what the market is telling them, that a swing for the fences type move means dipping into the top prospects maybe a little too deep. Maybe people are asking for maybe 2 of those prospects. You always have to wonder why otherwise logical people have done good things, do things that people don't understand. And I've had this happen before where I was sitting around, I'm questioning what coaches do, and I'll meet with them and I'll say, why did you do this? And they'll say something and you go, oh, you realize it makes more sense. So I'm just going to assume that the asking price, and I think it's a pretty safe assumption for the top tier guys that are available on the trade market, is expensive. Now, some people don't care about prospects and about the future. Just go all in for now. And if you go in all in for now and you win a championship, great. But if you don't and you pay a hefty price and you've given up on, I keep using the same examples, but you've given up on the next Bobby Witt Jr. or Julio Rodriguez, you've really effed up. But look, I would like to see they may be more aggressive than the story applies. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sandy in Clinton Township. You're next. Hello, Sandy.
Hey, I was listening earlier, and I guess you kind of answered my question, which was, are the Tigers really not going all in right now, given their start, to try to get all the way to the series, at least? It just kind of sounds like, I don't know, maybe I believed a little too much in the mirage of the first half, but I really thought we were going for it. And it just sounds like we're backing off, or we're saying there's a line in the sand, I guess, which I guess is not what I was expecting.
Yeah. Use the word mirage, which is really interesting, is whether or not we believe that the first half of the season was a mirage.
Well, mirage is kind of strong. I guess I just thought they just seem to gel so well. Everybody, every night, just kind of clicking like clockwork. And to all of a sudden go back to the 2006, say, where you're losing 9 great games in a row in May or so. And it seems like every year we can hit a plateau, and then everybody falls off. Either one person's hitting or not hit. Nobody's hitting or everybody's hitting. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
the one thing,
what is the issue with them?
Appreciate the phone call. The one thing that made the first half feel very authentic is that they didn't have to be the inverse of this to win at a level that put them with the best record in baseball. And what I mean by that is right now it feels like just about every aspect of this team is failing. Before this, night in, night out, they weren't perfect. They were winning games on nights where they didn't hit. They were winning games on nights where they didn't pitch. They were winning in spite of their flaws, which to me actually makes it feel like more sustainable, that it really was real. It wasn't, because right now it feels like nothing is working. The starting pitching can be good for a few innings, but then it implodes. You got bullpen issues. The offense has scored like legitimately without, I don't know what the number is, but it feels like half the runs they've scored since the All-Star break have been meaningless. And, they haven't scored much at all. Everything's been bad. Well, for everything to be bad feels like a very short-term stretch of very poor play. That this can happen in baseball, and it's all happening at once. Earlier in the year, when their offense wasn't scoring, their pitching was coming through. And when their pitching wasn't great, the offense was coming through. And they rode that to the best record in the game. Is that something they can get back to? Yeah, I expect them to. I honestly do. But they've got this clock ticking 6 days and counting to the trade deadline, and they've got a bigger clock above that. It says 1.5 years until they may lose the best pitcher in the game. That hovering over this organization, I hate that it's a story, because I think the bigger, more fun story to talk about is this year, but there's no question. The looming Skubal contract is a story. Feedback coming in, whether Petzold knows something or not, it's common sense. You shouldn't sell the farm to add to this team. They're simply not a real contender. The hot start was fun, but what this team is coming through. They're a borderline playoff team talent-wise, and we're finally seeing that. That's from Tyler. Tyler's overstating the case in terms of how bad they are. A borderline playoff team. I don't know if I go there yet. I guess it's possible, though. The current team has proven they can win and can be the best team in baseball. Keeping all of their top 5 prospects is the right call. All 5 won't pan out, but 2 or 3 of them, if 2 or 3 of them do, then they will be set up for years. Next text, the Tigers will be fine. They got the best record in the American League Central with their current roster. They will get their second win. That's from Trucker Fred. I tend to believe more what Trucker Fred says there because we've been predicting a terrible stretch of play because this happens to everybody. Now, maybe not this bad, but I'm sure there was absolute panic in New York. I have to go back and find. I'm pretty sure they got shut out 3 straight games. The Yankees, with their lineup, they lost to the Reds 7-1. They lost 3-0. No, that's not the stretch. Hold on. Didn't the Yankees get shut out 3 games in a row earlier this year? Which, that town, it probably went nuts. Absolutely nuts. I can't find it. Maybe I'm wrong. Did I make that up? Did I dream that? Yeah, here it is. They lost to Boston 2-0. They lost in 11 innings to the Angels 1-0, which meant they started 2 innings with runners on second base and didn't score them. They lost to the Angels again 4-0. 3 straight games. We documented yesterday how the three of the teams at the top of the record, the standings, had lost like 7 of 8, 8 of 9, 8 of 10 at one point. So when you're in a losing streak, I know what it feels like. You're never going to win again. Don is in Howell, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Don.
Hey, Doug.
What's up?
So I think for the last 18 months, we've been, let's say the last half of last year, getting into the playoffs, and then the first half of this year, that by their own admission, they were a young and dumb team, right? They didn't know, the value of what was happening to the team. I think now, with the All-Star break coming through, and hey, we've got some All-Stars, and we're on top of the league. Now, coming out of the gate slow, I think they're starting to realize that, hey, we're really doing something here, and it's starting to dawn on them that they might not. Water's going to find its level here, and we're seeing it. And now they're starting.
Hold on, real quick. I want clarification. Do you think it's starting to dawn on the players, or it's starting to dawn on the front office?
I think the players. I think the front office. In my opinion, the front office is like, wow, we didn't expect this in the first half, and I don't think anybody expected what they did in the first half, so they still feel like they're ahead of schedule with their, quote, plan. And I don't think they want to deviate from a plan, and that's why I don't think we're going to see much at the trade deadline. We're going to see some very small, minute moves, if anything, because I think in their mind they think they're ahead of schedule.
Okay. That's interesting. That would kind of make some sense. Hey, look, we think we're going to be elite. The problem is the Scooble thing, right? The Scooble thing hanging over their head. I hope they have a plan, and maybe they do, and they are really certain they're going to be able to bring him back. Hasn't happened yet, but that doesn't mean they don't truly believe. It doesn't mean they don't truly believe they're going to bring him back. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, if you missed the story today, we'll recap the two now insiders saying don't expect them to go big at the trade deadline, basically predicting bullpen arms or a bullpen arm and a lot of promotion from within and a lot of counting on McKinstry and Veerling and Meadows, etc. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Anderson out. He'll be back on Monday. Kang back in the studio. What are we calling it? Studio X, wherever the hell you are, located somewhere in this building. As we go through the renovation.
You need Google Maps to find me.
I do. I don't have time during the commercial break to get over there. I've thought a couple times I got to go talk to Kang, and I'm like, I can't get there and back in time. But
we need a speed train from studio to studio.
High speed train.
Yeah, forget up north.
Tons of feedback coming in as people aren't happy. And look, I understand it. I'd like to see them get more aggressive than these stories imply. Because I feel like you can afford to give up one of your top 5 prospects, but both Evan Petzold and Cody Stavenhagen essentially wrote today, and I'll recap some of the key points, but essentially wrote today, the price for getting big moves done is a top 5 prospect, and the Tigers aren't going to do that. Expect some middle reliever kind of guy or bullpen help. They aren't giving up on Daniel Suarez, but given what the bidding war is expected to be, it sounds like Arizona. I'm gonna guess that Arizona set a price tag that made them say no. Like, we want McGonigal and Max Clark and Justin Henry Malloy, and the Tigers said, well, we're not giving up our 2 top prospects for a rental. And Arizona said, okay, forget it. And then now Arizona's going to tell every organization that that's what they want. They want the sun and the moon. And when they don't get it from everybody, maybe they'll circle back to the Tigers and say, okay, we'll do it for just Clark. And maybe the Tigers would say yes to that. I don't know. But it's interesting. The variety of feedback we've gotten is, yeah, don't give up these elite prospects all the way to you have to strike while the iron's hot. There's a variable that looms over the organization, and that's the Skubal contract, which feels like any window that they have with Skubal has a shelf life. Now, could they re-sign him? Sure. Sure they could. Could they have a ton of money earmarked for Skubal, and if he doesn't sign here and signs elsewhere, can they go spend it on other players? Sure they could. But here's the feedback that's come in. Doug, do the Stars need to align for you to think win now? They had the best record all year. I mean, what gives? All that aside, there's no salary cap in baseball. Why are you worried about the money? That's on the owner. Because here's why I'm worried about the money. I don't want them to spend bad money. I don't want them, because the Tigers can't rebound the way other markets can. If you sign a long-term bad contract, and look, nobody thinks they're signing a bad contract when they sign it. An organization doesn't think this is a terrible investment, but we're going to do it anyway. So you don't think that you're spending bad money, but if you F that up, it's more crippling for Detroit than it is for others. Now, I don't care. It's not my money, but they do have more budget restrictions than the big players in baseball. I mean, I always go back to the same example, Hideki Irabu. My Padres that I'm a fan of, and the Yankees got into a bidding war for Irabu. The Yankees won him. He wasn't worth it, and they just went about their business. They didn't care. The Padres would have been devastated by that. But anyway, I'm so sick, and I'm so sick and tired of teams in this town being afraid of the big moves. All 4 here are scared of giving up the good for the great. Well, I bet every GM would tell you they're not scared. They just didn't think the right move was on the table. But look, I mean, we hear this all the time. The prospects of a 2027 work stop. The prospect of a 2027 work stoppage is also a variable that we have to consider as the team builds for the next few seasons. That's from an unnamed texter. Good work stoppage talk. Spending money isn't a consideration at the trade deadline. Suarez or any other players only owed a few million the rest of the season. This is about keeping prospects to form a core to afford Skubal and other key free agents for the next 5 years. That's from Matt in Richmond. I think it's a very astute observation, Matt. We had somebody else, I think it was Ryan in Elkton, who said the same thing. That because yeah, most of these rental guys don't cost much. You're paying them for 2 months. And then they become free agents. You don't have to pay them if you don't want to any more beyond that. Now, that means giving up chips short-term or long-term chips for short-term. But, hey, look, that those moves can win you World Series too. They can. If this is all about keeping Skubal long-term and understanding that we're going to make sure that we can make this happen, it's nice to have affordable contracts, less cumbersome contracts. It could be it. Could be it. Don't be fooled by the term long-term success, writes an unnamed texter. That's just code word for long-term milking of the fan base. They basically lost two valuable starters from last year, Carpenter and Meadows. They can't compete without them. That's from Larry in Commerce.
I do think Carpenter, that's a big bat that they could really use. That I kind of trust and believe in when he's healthy, you know?
Yeah, and he's, I think, 3 games into his rehab.
Yeah.
So hopefully he'll be back soon and providing something, because it's not, look, Kerry Carpenter is, what Kerry Carpenter has been for this team is incredibly important. 2 games, 8 plate appearances, 7 at-bats, 1 hit, 1 walk. So I guess he didn't play last night. I don't know.
It just seems, though, with these 2 articles basically saying the Tigers going to be conservative, don't expect anything big, like, do you read into it like, are they telling teams we have untouchables? I mean, I don't think you should operate like that, you know? I understand they really want to hold on to their, like, maybe top 5 prospects or their young guys, but do you operate at a trade deadline with saying certain guys are already off limits?
Well, if you're trying to drive the hardest bargain, maybe somebody will look at that and say, okay, we'll take your number 6 guy, or we'll take your number 7 guy. It's funny. We brought up the name Chris Rodriguez. Remember the kid from the Dominican or wherever that is 17 years old, that if everybody, and we had fans saying he's untouchable. This is one of those international signings. And I don't think he's a top 10 prospect yet, but he's like smoking the ball down in a league where it looks like it's the red team versus the blue team, and somewhere in South America. And people are like, no, don't trade him. It's easy to fall in love with prospects, but the thing is, you can cash them in for help now. It's how the dynamics and the economics of baseball work is. You can cash in prospects that you hope are going to help you in the future to help now, and I tend to say do it. But man, I don't think Scott Harris is an idiot. And if you didn't think so 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks later, if you suddenly think he's an idiot, then that's just responding to the recent losing streak, and now you don't like that they aren't going to fix it now in a heavier way, because if you didn't think he was an idiot 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, he'd really put together arguably the best team in baseball. And look, we said there is a difference between best team in baseball and best record. They had the best record in baseball. Why doesn't he want to give up on those prospects? I can't imagine how they have to be so convinced that many of them would regret for years giving up McGonigal or Clark or Rayner or Lorenzo or Briseño, that, right? I mean, they would have to be so convinced that they're going to be good that they would rue the day. And if the asking price is 2 of those guys for a rental, yeah, I could see why you'd say no. You'd balk at that. 248-539-9797. This is a joke. This smells of Chris saying they're not going to spend. If not now, when? Come on. Well, again, rentals don't cost much financially. They don't. So if you're looking at a guy that you have to pay for 2 months to help you win now, this isn't about spending. It's about not wanting to give up the prospects, right? The Tigers need 2 bullpen arms, a right-handed bat, and a starting pitcher. That's too much to get at one deadline. That's from an unnamed texter. Everyone talks about making big trades at the deadline like it's a sure thing to guarantee to win a championship. Dave Dombrowski operated that way for a decade plus, and how many championships did he win? It's a good point. I mean, look, one guy called up and said they're passing on one championship because they're trying to win multiple championships. Well, if they can make a move that they thought would guarantee him the championship, I bet they would make it.
But of course, there's no guarantees, like the texter just mentioned. Dombrowski did all he could to bring the big names here. We have no World Series championships to show for it.
Mm-hmm.
But what I think fans want, and myself at least, is you want to give your best effort.
Wow.
You know, like, did I do everything like I could, within reason, of course, to put the best team out there to give these guys a chance to win it all? And if you didn't you feel like you left something on the table?
Maybe, because you could always do. The truth is, you can always do more. You can always do more and keep sacrificing future assets. You could. So did they do their best effort, or did they do their best effort within reason? Because at some point, you have to say, we can't do anymore. Look, I keep making these arguments for the other side, playing a little bit of devil's advocate. I would like them to do more than just get one bullpen arm. Let me be clear. 248-539-9797. If you missed the story, we'll recap it. We'll recap what is being written today about our Tigers. Sounds like a passive plan for the trade deadline. We'll get to that at 12:05. If you missed it earlier, Carson Anderson, 97, won the ticket. All right, Doug Karshgater's out today, 248-539-9797. It is the Karsh Anderson program, and we have news. Man, do we have news today, as it sounds like the plan for the Tigers is, well, it doesn't sound like it's going to be super aggressive at the trade deadline. According to two separate insiders, story posted very early this morning from Evan Petzold of the Detroit Free Press, and a follow-up story. Well, it wasn't a follow-up. It was Cody Stavenhagen who said much of the same thing. I will read some of the key points from Evan Petzold's story today. And look, he's pretty well dialed in. And when you get two beat writers, two insiders writing essentially the same thing, well, it makes you feel like there's some merit to it. And that either people were pulled aside or there were some private conversations or whatever. Big splash coming. The headline is Big Splash Coming. Detroit Tigers expected to take conservative approach at trade deadline. Petzold writes, Emmanuel Clase for Max Clark, no chance. Eugenio Suarez for anybody, don't count on it. The Detroit Tigers aren't expected to make a big splash at the 2025 trade deadline. The Tigers don't plan to trade any of their top 5 100 prospects as ranked by MLB Pipeline. Staying committed to their goal of long-term sustainability, they also value the unpredictability of their matchup-based offense and intend to rely on internal pitching options in hopes of rekindling their postseason magic. Story goes on to say, this isn't an all-in push to win the World Series in 2025, and the Tigers are okay with that. The recent slump won't push the Tigers front office into an aggressive strategy at the trade deadline despite problems in the bullpen and on offense. The Tigers think there's enough internal upside to hold steady. They're confident Zach McKinstry can continue producing at a career best rate, and even if a hitter like Javi Baez regresses, they expect either Parker Meadows or Matt Vealing to emerge as an impact bat. Kerry Carpenter is also lined up to return soon from a right hamstring injury. If needed, infield prospect Hao-Yu Lee could be promoted from AAA Toledo as a key right-handed bat in the final 6 weeks. The Tigers haven't closed the door on trading for Suarez, the Arizona Diamondbacks all-star third baseman with 36 home runs, but there's no indication they'll pursue him aggressively. Additionally, fellow third baseman Cabrian Hayes from Pittsburgh and Ryan McMahon from the Rockies aren't being considered as trade options. As far as the rotation, the story goes on to say the Tigers are counting on Jose Urquidy. When October arrives, the Tigers plan to have a deep pool of starting pitchers available. Urquidy, Skubal, Flaherty, Olsen, Mize, Cobb, Montero, Gibson, Long, and Melton. Some of them will remain in the rotation. Others will shift to the bullpen. 3 of them, Urquidy, Cobb, and Gibson, Long, are currently injured. Of those 3, Urquidy and Cobb haven't thrown a pitch in the big leagues all season, though Urquidy is ramping up for a return as soon as late August following his second elbow surgery. Regarding the bullpen, the story later says the bullpen is where the Tigers are pursuing upgrades. Right-handed relievers David Bednar of the Pirates, Ryan Helsley of the St. Louis Cardinals, and Rafael Iglesias of the Atlanta Braves are reasonable trade options. Beyond trade candidates, the Tigers plan to promote from within to replicate last year's bullpen success in the final month of the season and into the postseason in 2024. Sean Gunther, Brennan Hanafy, and Bo Brisky emerged as clutch contributors. In 2025, the Tigers want to see if Drew Sommers, Alex Lang, and Tyler Madison can lock down important roles. They'll be able to move some starters such as Madison to the bullpen for the playoffs. Expect the Tigers to add at least one reliever at the trade deadline, but that doesn't mean they won't continue to promote arms from within the organization. Look, Cody Stavenhagen wrote pretty much the same thing. That's Evan Petzold's story in today's Free. Stavenhagen essentially further confirmation that this appears to be the plan. And look, so I'm in favor of them doing more. Why wouldn't they be? I always ask myself, okay, why do they see it differently? And the reasons I believe they see it differently could be threefold. It could be they are fully convinced that if they move on from Max Clark or Kevin McGonigal or whomever, that they're giving up the next Bobby Witt Jr. or Julio Rodriguez. Why could they be seeing it differently? Because they want to re-sign Skubal, and they're going to need young, affordable players to balance the books. Or the asking prices are just astronomical. Like, teams are asking for guys that are contributing now and elite prospects. I mean, all 3 of those things could be true. I just would think they'd be able to get creative and work out some kind of deal.
I do want to point out that even though I think those two writers are dialed in, Doug, and they're probably more right than wrong, this isn't fact. I don't think they cited an actual direct source in their columns, if I'm not wrong there.
I don't think
if I'm
either
correct.
of them did.
Yeah,
No.
so it seems like more like they're really good educated opinions and guesses on what they think that it's going to happen at the deadline. And I don't think it's really breaking any news. I think a lot of us thought they might be somewhat conservative, but how conservative are they going to be?
Yep.
I don't think you or I thought they were going to trade Max Clark for a big name or anyone like that. But I do want them to be somewhat aggressive. Like, earlier this week, I think we were asking people overreact or panic time. I don't think it's time to overreact or panic, but I do think you should have a reaction. I don't think you can ignore what's going on right now.
Right.
And I think right now they owe it to A.J. Hinch and the players. I'm talking about Scott Harris and upper management and the fans too. They owe it to us as you have a really good team right now. Do whatever you can within reason to help them build a really strong team to contend for a World Series, because I feel like presidents and GMs so many times talk about sustainability and building long-term. They're trying to win 2, 3, 4 championships before they win one. We can't ignore the fact that Scoop Bowl might be gone in 2 years as well. There is somewhat of a window here.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Detroit is reacting to this story. We'll get to some Lions stuff later, as Dan Campbell did speak this morning. And, every year there's a player or two that emerges that nobody thought would make the roster that does. He was asked about one of those guys today. Had some glowing things to say. We'll get to that before 2 o'clock. In the meantime, let's talk to the people. There's a lot of people reacting to this story these two stories that seem to spell out the game plan for the Detroit Tigers leading into the trade deadline. Nick is on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
Good, thank you.
Good, all right. I got to tell you, this is pretty frustrating, and I want to touch on something that a general manager just said pretty recently here that I think most of us fans would just love to hear from our own general manager, and that is that we're in the memory-making business. And I don't think too many of us are going to sit around next year or, down the line and be like, you remember when Scott Harris decided to be conservative in 2025? Because this whole trusting in your own players here is just not going to cut it. What are teams like the Dodgers doing that have all the players in the world, all the depth in the world? You know what they're doing? They're looking for more depth. And I don't see that from this team. And I just don't know when the time comes that's going to be enough for a Harris to say, you know what, we're close enough, it's all in time. Because we have the farm system to do it. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, look, there's a chance here to cash in current prospects for current players that help you now. So you can wait for the prospect to develop, or you can get help now. I tend to be in the get help now camp. That comes with no guarantees. Somebody made a very good point that this is how Dave Dombrowski operated for a decade, and it won them 0 World Series. But there are other examples of teams that cash guys in. I go back to something I said about Brad Holmes, and I'll say it again. If you are not going to go big, and I think in the Lions case, they made the biggest move that was available to them, which was Zadarius Smith. I don't think they weren't getting Max Crosby. They weren't getting Myles Garrett. Those things were probably more fantasy than anything. But there are players that really do feel like they could help the Detroit Tigers right here, right now, that are available, that they don't want to move on from. And I said it about Holmes, and I'll say it about Scott Harris. You damn well better be right. You better win. You better set up this sustainability with elite prospects where we won't be, because we kind of talked about how the Tigers don't have stars. These guys that they aren't willing to move from, they better be stars.
Absolutely, and I think we could very well be in a spot where very soon, we look at Scott Harris like a genius, and sorry for the notification there, and he might be right. All these players just materialize to be the all-stars that we hope they're going to be, but I think we're close enough. We have enough players in the farm system to be able to make a move to make this team better, and it looks like they're going to, bring up somebody from the minors in hopes that. I just don't see it happening. I just don't. It's frustrating, Doug.
Nick, thank you. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Hey, experience the difference with pure clean water from CGC Home Services and Connecticut, the best water filter system available. Call CGC Home Services for superior water quality for your home. For a limited time, you can get 20% off your purchase of a Connecticut Premier household system. CGC also offers Eris Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria viruses and mold. Visit CGC Home Services online or call 855-339-4242 today to schedule your free analysis. Yeah, it was bad, and it's been bad, and it's been 2 weeks really eroding confidence in a fan base, but apparently the front office is not going to react with a big move. If I'm going to make an argument against the idea that it's too costly to make these kinds of trades, the Mariners just traded for Josh Naylor. What they gave up were, I got to find this. They gave up the number 13 and number 16 prospect in their organization. Okay? They traded Brandon Garcia, who's made one appearance at the big league level, and I happened to be there, and he struggled. Left-handed bullpen arm, and Ashton Izzy, a right-handed pitcher. I don't think he's pitched in the majors yet. They gave up those two. They're 13 and 16 prospect to get Josh Naylor. So the Tigers can sit here and say they're not giving up their top 5 prospects. But I get that Suarez would cost more than Naylor. But do you mean I have to go from 13 and 16 to like 2 and 3 from a better org in terms of talent, overall talent, I find that hard to believe. Now, the one thing about trade talk is that you never hear the conversations of what's being said, so we don't know. I struggle being critical of deals that we don't know that were on the table. But am I wrong here? If Josh Naylor cost the 13th and 16th prospect out of the Seattle organization, does Detroit really need to dip into the top 5 to make a big move? You know? I struggle with that. Now, I don't hear those conversations. You don't hear them. Scott Harris is, in being in charge here, he knows what's being said. Maybe that's the feedback they're getting, that it is going to cost them one of those top 5. But is it? Is it really? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Christian next on 97 on the Ticket. Hi, Christian.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Yeah, so basically I just wanted to say that, we're spending so much time saying that we're waiting for the core to come in 2027. This reminds me just like 2023 when we were talking about Spencer Torkelson and Riley Green. They were on like the magazine covers. They were our number 1 and 2 prospects. Now that they're our core, we're already talking about 5 years down the line. So my question to you is, when does this end? We haven't won in 40 years.
Well, the 40 years thing should have nothing to do with how you operate now. Like if you took over a new business and you had a 5-year plan or a 3-year plan or whatever it was, and somebody said that's not good enough, we haven't been good here in 40 years, you shouldn't operate with that. You really shouldn't. But, they are winning now, Christian.
And that's my point. Our course here from 4 years ago, you said would contend for a World Series. And now we have callers in the organization saying, 5 years down the line, we're going to have a better chance. But what if 5 years down the line, you have prospects better than Max Clark and better than McGonigal, where you want to wait another 5 years? I mean, I'm 33 years old. I'll be, 50 years old by then, I mean, come on.
You really are struggling with math. First of all, you called 2027 5 years away, and you've also said you're 33 and you're going to be 50 years old in 5 years. I got to help you out, Christian.
I mean, my hair's turning gray.
Look, they are winning now with that group. And the point that he could be better, that they could be better in 5 years or 2 years, isn't lost on me. They could be better. It could be. Does that mean they have to bring back Skubal? Well, that would help. The thing about bringing back Skubal is you have to remain creative and flexible. And what I mean by that is if Skubal isn't going to come here and you have earmarked a certain Brinks truck of money for him, have a plan B, please. Have a plan B, please, where you can get better. Because if it's not going to be Skubal and he's hell-bent, I don't think he's hell-bent. I get the sense that the agent is hell-bent on steering clients to certain markets. But if the agent is hell-bent on steering Skubal somewhere else, where look, the Scott Boras stuff about he's willing to renegotiate Alex Bregman's contract now while he's hurt to try and get even more money, to me was like, come on, dude. That guy is always, always, always angling for more. And there are certain organizations that can do it more likely without being as hamstrung by more of a budget. The Tigers can spend more money. Let me be clear. But if you're not going to get Skubal, be prepared to have a plan B where you're going to get 2 or 3 guys instead of Skubal. The only path to the World Series isn't through Skubal. It's a really good one right now, though. And that's why I kind of wish that they would be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, because we know where they are right now.
Yep.
They still have a very good record, a good lead in the division, right? We still have Skubal.
Yep.
Maybe I'm pessimistic. I don't think Skubal and the Tigers are going to come to an agreement at the end of this thing. So I do want to jump on, strike while the iron's hot, whatever you want to call it right now. That doesn't mean mortgaging the future or giving up the farm, but it does mean getting a little bit more aggressive than maybe you want to be. I think you can't let an opportunity. I hate when opportunity passes and you don't take advantage of it. I think the Tigers have a prime opportunity this year, right now, to get a little aggressive.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree with that. 248-539-9797. Dan is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, hi, Doug. I kind of disagree with you because to me, prospects, I don't care. All I know is what that president said. He said if they're in contention, they're going to spend now. Well, guess what? You were in contention. Luckily, you're still 8 games up. But that was cut in half in less than a month. And you know what? Scooble's here 2 more years, like Kang said. They need to do something now and do something as soon as possible because – when it comes to prospects, it's just like in any sport, whether it's football, hockey, baseball, you don't know what you're going to get out of them at the major league level. So you do know what you have now on your team. I don't care about prospects. I want to have a contending team, possibly winning this year. And I'm out. Have a good day.
Thank you, 248-539-9797. I mean, I get that you don't care. They do. They do care. And whether you like it or not, they obviously care. And most organizations do have an eye on the future. And as far as spending, look, financially, adding a rental isn't spending that much money. The cost is in what you have to give up. Let's see. It's a terrible plan and not aggressive enough. It sounds like a plan for a first-round exit. That's from Drew in Woodhaven. Nick and Taylor says, it's an awful plan. By not adding much, you're going to kill the morale and wind up just how the Red Wings felt when they didn't get help at the deadline. I think there's a difference between the Red Wings and the Tigers. This group had belief that they could win it all before all this. And it might be eroding. Got it. Yep. I don't think the Red Wings ever had belief that they could win a Stanley Cup. I'm not sure they had belief that they could make the playoffs as they were constructed. I'm probably in the minority, writes Dave. I'm probably in the minority, but I'm good with this approach. I don't think this is a prolonged stretch of losing. I don't want to sell the future for instant gratification. Just my take. So say you're cheap without saying you're cheap. I'm done with this loser franchise. That's from Damon. You're done with them. You're done with the Tigers. Look, we sent out a Twitter poll, and it was going to be the topic before these stories came out, about how many people believe. The question was, after another lifeless Tiger loss, call your shot right now. Are the Tigers going to collapse and lose the division? So right now, Tiger fans, do you think your team is going to collapse and lose the division? I want you to think about that answer. Do you really, if you had to bet right now, straight up, who's going to win the division? Would you bet on the Tigers or would you bet on everybody else? What's your answer to that question? I'll tell you what the results are coming up today at 12:35 as it stands right now. You can go vote on our Twitter poll at Doug and Gator 971. But if you had to bet right now, the American League Central, the straight up, you can have any team for any amount of money. Who would you bet on winning this division? Not odds, straight up. Money line. Who wins the division? Who would you bet on? Now, it's completely different whether or not a team can win a World Series. 248-539-9797. But bro is done with this team. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Wow, what a day. Tiger Talk taking over is, look, very definitive reporting from Evan Petzold and Cody Stavenhagen. Those are the twos I saw. I apologize if other writers wrote about it, but that's what I saw, and it feels as though the Tigers are going to be not hyper aggressive at the trade deadline. They haven't closed the door completely on making a move, and that's one of the things that they reported, and both of them said, they haven't given up. I'll just read this verbatim. The Tigers aren't totally ruling out trade discussions for Suarez, but they don't seem intent on going all in for him either. Well, I mean, did they get an asking price and it was far too much? Is that what that is to imply? I just don't know how that's possible. If Josh Naylor netted a 13th and a 16th prospect, Suarez would come with a higher price tag. He's one of the big ticket items. But does that mean you have to go into those top 5 that they say now apparently are untouchable? McGonigal, Clark, Briseño, Lorenzo, and Rayner? They now untouchable? I mean, I don't know. 248-539-9797.
And Doug, I know every trade deadline every year is different. They're not all the same. It's not all equal. But I feel like a lot of times the return is kind of underwhelming for everybody, not just the Tigers. So I feel like you can get a deal done if need be. I don't think people were in love with what the Tigers got in return for Jack Flaherty.
They weren't.
Remember?
And they are now.
Yes, exactly. But it worked out, right?
Yep.
It's also the other team's job to find out who they like prospect-wise. It doesn't have to be the easy one that everyone knows is good, right?
Well, those rankings are opinions of people who aren't in major league organizations right now. So, yeah, you're right. I would imagine that every team ranks prospects from other teams, and they probably don't look exactly like MLB Pipeline's rankings.
Absolutely not. Just like draft boards don't look the same for every team in the NFL.
Okay, Kang, I don't know if you've seen the results of this Twitter poll we sent out there. Another lifeless Tiger loss. Call your shot right now. Are the Tigers going to collapse and lose the division? So, again, let's put this in real terms. If you had to bet right now and each team fetched you the same return, and you could bet on one team to win the division, who would you bet on?
I would take the Tigers. They have the lead.
Well, it's basically the Tigers of the field. Would you take the Tigers of the field?
The Tigers.
Okay. Yes, they will blow this. 46.3% of people who've responded think the Tigers will not win this division.
Wow. That is more than doubt creeping into your mind. That's doubt taking over your mind.
It's almost half of our audience that has answered this question on social media. So basically, Twitter users think the Tigers are going to lose the division. Wow.
So they don't think they can get out of this slump.
They don't think they're coming out of this slump. We tried to warn you a slump was coming. This one's ugly and it's prolonged. Understood. But it feels to me like the smart money's on the Tigers over the division. That's crazy. I'm shocked. That's that high of a percentage. 248-539-9797. You can go vote and comment at DunganGator971. So people prefer the field to the Tigers to win the division. Let's get back to your phone calls. Jimmy is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jimmy.
Hey, Doug. Hi, King.
What's up?
Hey, you said that the Tigers are winning right now. You said that about 15 minutes ago. What are they winning?
The division.
They were winning the division. What do you get for that?
For winning the division?
Yeah, what do you get? You get in the playoffs.
You get a chance to in the playoffs. Yes.
A banner that you won the division. They're not really winning. They got 3 players that might start for other teams in the whole MLB. They got some tremendous holes, and you're talking about prospects. You're talking about, is the pitching going to be good down the line? They have a chance right now, and they need to take the chance. You never know what tomorrow brings. I'm just sick of them.
Thanks, Jimmy. Let's go to Ben next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ben.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Hey, I think we got to do something here, and I think we need to add some offensive production. And I like to look at Glaber as a good example. I mean, of course, free agent offseason signing, and part of it was, defensive need. But, I mean, the guy's leading for average and leading for on base. We just need somebody else that can put balls in play. And I also think I agree with you. I don't think you need to fucking sell the farm. Pardon my language.
Wow. No, you don't need to sell the farm. You don't need to sell the farm. But, the fact of the matter is, do they need one at bat? And the question is that at bat possibly, is that bat Kerry Carpenter? Is that bat Kerry Carpenter? If the bat's Kerry Carpenter, then they could be in good shape. But, they need him to return in the worst way and need him to produce. It can make a big difference to get him back here and hitting the way he does, let alone Parker Meadows turn into the Parker Meadows he was late in last season. That guy was such an integral part of that team's push in 2024. They desperately need him to return to form. And, maybe that was just a flash in the pan. That feels like it's possible. Veerling could help, but a productive at the plate Parker Meadows is a big deal. Doug, the only game the Tigers seem to win are when Skubal is pitching. There is no World Series without Skubal. Well, not this year. If they don't have Skubal, but they dedicate money to other players, like that's let's be clear here what I think this is in response to. If in 2 years they lose Tarek Skubal and they have earmarked $250 million to go to him and he goes elsewhere, do they have a plan B with the Skubal money to make the team competitive anyway? That's what that was about. Next text. If the Tigers 100% do not have to dip into the top prospects, Dave Dombrowski managed to make trades every single year without ever having an outstanding farm. He traded top prospects. When they moved on from Cameron Maben to Andrew Miller, that was pretty seismic. Now, if you could do that and get Miguel Cabrera back for 10 years, well, you do it. But he did not trade top price. Jacob Turner was a big deal. He traded him. All the distractions are driving me crazy. With the future of Skubal, the trade deadline, the current slump, I'd happily coat myself in bear spray just to make it all go away so we can concentrate on baseball. Well, look, I mean, this is a hot topic. Trade deadline talk is always big. A year ago, it was sell talk. This year, it's buy talk. Dan writes in, the GMs in the city aren't interested in championships. They're interested in long-term sustainability and long-term gate revenue. None of them will make a big splash because it's more important to have the Atlanta Braves type success rather than championships and 5 years of losing. It makes me want to not be a fan. There's no point. Really? I mean, you wouldn't take what the Braves have done? Because they have won World Series. Right? They've won 2 since the last time the Tigers did and 1 in the last 5 years. And they've been competitive all along. I get that you want to win a championship every year. And the best way to win a championship every year is to have long-term sustainability. But the Braves won one in the last 5 years. 248-539-9797. What else do we got here? Next text, Diane in a car. Have you been in Comerica Park this year? It's full. It's electric. The fans are having so much fun. They should get the pieces they need to win a World Series. So I guess the question is, could they win the World Series without making a big splash? It's harder to imagine. And that's why I'm in favor of it. I'm in favor of what they're talking about doing as a bullpen arm and something else. That doesn't have to be Eugenio Suarez. And it doesn't have to be somebody that gives them that dips into their top 5 prospects. But honestly, if they don't, if they don't make a massive move, it's harder to see them, envision them winning the World Series, and their recent play has eroded that faith. That's why I'm in favor of more than just a bullpen arm and something else. Does it have to be Suarez or O'Neal Cruz or somebody like that? No. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. He'll be back on Monday, 248-539-9797. So, look, it sounds like the game plan isn't to go big. And I'm not disappointed in not going big. I'll be disappointed if the one move they make is just a bullpen arm, because it feels like they could use a bat. And it certainly feels like it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to get a starter. I'd prefer a bat to a starter as it stands right now. And I did see something today that teams have called the Diamondbacks about Lourdes Gurriel. And I like Lourdes Gurriel. And I think he could be a good platoon corner outfielder for this team. But, he's owed a lot of money. But I actually like that he's owed a lot of money. I like that he'd be under contract for a while here. I think he's a quality player. And that's kind of always been on my wish list. I really like Jake Bird, the reliever from Colorado, as a swing and miss guy out of the bullpen. But as it stands right now, it sounds like they just want to go bullpen arms, at least according to two insiders. Do I like it? No, I don't like it. So you go, all right, it feels like they've been operating in a competent way. Why would they do this? The only thing I can think of is the asking prices are astronomical, and that they want multiple top prospects for players like Suarez or O'Neal Cruz or whoever the top bats are they could get, or top pitchers that they might be interested in. And, maybe it's Merrill Kelly from the Diamondbacks is having a really good year and seems to be available. But, I don't know that I can believe that, given what the Mariners just gave up to get Josh Naylor, who isn't as big a prize, but that was 13-16 in their organization. So anyway, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jim, who's next on 97.1. Hi, Jim. Jim, are you there? Jimmy? Sounds like we lost Jim. Oh, phones are down for a minute. Okay, we'll get that sorted out. So we've got a few things here on the table. We've got that. We've got some Lions stuff to get to, as the Lions have started padded practices. Dan Campbell spoke early this morning. We'll get to it next hour. A couple things on the Twitter poll. You've got an hour left to vote on whether or not the Tigers are going to blow this division or it's just a slump. And 47% of you now are saying they're going to blow the division. Pat writes in, I'm counting on AJ to get these guys back on track. There's even good veteran leadership here, too. Guys like Torres, Javi, even Scooble should show more urgency in the fight out of this slump. So Pat thinks they're going to win the division. AJ says, I really want people who think they're going to blow this to offer up bets. The slump is concerning, no doubts. But if people truly think they'll lose the division, put your money where your mouth is, or you're just emotionally reacting to a bad stretch. DT Derby says, I made this bet last night. Hey, at least if they blow it, I get a little bit of cash. He bet $2,500 on the Guardians to win the division at plus 2,600. He's bet $25, on the Guardians to win the division at plus 2,600 would net him $675. No, they won't blow it, but I disagree, saying it's just a slump. Jim says this is no slump. This is a middle-of-the-pack team who played way over the head the first part of this season. Michael says, yes, they'll blow it if Harris sits on his hands. If Harris does nothing, I will hope for an epic collapse. He'll deserve that for doing nothing. God, the hostility's high today. Andy writes in, will they blow the division? Doubt it. Are they true World Series contender? Unlikely. They've been outperforming their talent level, and this is just a regression to the mean. They're a good, not great baseball team. In 2006, the Tigers started 76-36, then lost 10 in a row. Everyone needs to chill. That's from D.C. Well, there's very little chill today. I will tell you that. There is very little chill today. 248-539-9797. All right, let's go to Jim. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hey, Doug, how are you today?
What's up?
Well, so I want, as I've been listening the last couple of days and hearing a lot of the panic with the Tigers, and I agree with some of the things, I don't agree with, like yesterday you had the one caller that said they were terrible. Well, they're not terrible. I believe a lot of it is that they have played slightly above where they are. I believe this team, as it's constructed, is probably an 86 to 90 win team. Good enough to get in there. I don't want to see them go crazy. I was happy that Harris didn't spend a ton of money in the off season, because I wanted to see where this team was last year, just a fluke, and they did that. But I'm looking, they're not as bad as this last week has went. Yes, are they having some issues? I'd like to see them go in the bullpen, and I know that kind of goes against what you think, but I don't want to see them give up those prospects either, because I do not believe this team is there yet. I think they're still a year or two away from pushing a lot of the money in. So I think this is emblematic of how a lot of Detroit sports fans go, that they kind of panic when things go bad. When things are going really good, they go overboard. And to that caller that talked about he wouldn't take Atlanta Braves, no, I'd take Atlanta Braves all day long, being able to have that consistency and go there rather than have what we did in winning a World Series in 1984 when I was in high school, and now we have been largely irrelevant since that time.
Look, I feel like what are the Braves? The Braves have won 2 World Series in 30 years, I think it is. And would I take that? I mean, that feels like long stretches in between. But when there's 30 teams in the league, if you're winning one every 15 years, that's not bad. It's not great, but it's been a long drought. And the way you win more than one is and win a bunch is by having a lot of talent and a lot of depth for a long time.
Yeah, it's a lot. It'd be a lot better having the Atlanta Braves than what we have had the last 30 years. I mean, I would take a lot of division titles, and we're getting into the playoffs. I look at this so I'm, this is going to be bad, but I'm a Steelers fan. My family's from Pittsburgh, and you see how they have went, and they haven't had a lot of things, but they've had this consistency of just getting in and doing that. I'd rather see teams be like that and be competitive and always thinking, okay, I do have an opportunity, and sometimes the opportunities are better than others.
I got a quick question, Jim. Are you from Pittsburgh, or do you listen to a lot of Pittsburgh talk radio?
I do listen to it sometimes. I'm not from there. I was born here.
No, it's okay. I guess the question I want to ask is, do Pittsburgh Steelers fans complain that their team should go for it more often?
Oh, yeah, I think, they do. I mean, because I still have some family members that still live there. And, I mean, we don't see them all the time. But, yes, they, a lot of the people that are there are frustrated with the fact that, they haven't won more and haven't got to the, because you think about, when Tomlin first got there, and obviously way back in the 70s, and you think of those things. But there's becoming a level of frustration where, it's not just good enough just to keep, the win streak alive for Tomlin.
It's funny because I think, and we appreciate the call and the perspective, Jim. It's rich to Lions fans to see a team that's won 6 Super Bowls, including 2 since the year 2000, to hear them complaining about not winning enough. But, I think what we might be going through might be typical. Fans always want their organizations to do more. And, I feel like we've just changed the team names because we complained about the Lions. Well, we took many complaints about the Lions trade deadline inactivity. Plenty of complaints about the Red Wings trade deadline inactivity, and now plenty of complaints about the Tigers trade deadline inactivity potentially. We'll see what they do, but the story spelled out today doesn't sound like it's going to be a super aggressive trade deadline and that the focus is on bullpen arms. The one thing to keep in mind is this could all be PR, a way of setting prices for other teams out there, and making sure you're not giving the impression that you're desperate. So they are just setting the table to make the best deal they can. This could be that. Whenever somebody says a player's untouchable or we're looking to make a deal, teams try and take advantage of those situations. So it could be setting the table. I don't know. I will be disappointed if it's just a bullpen arm. Definitely. 248-539-9797. Jeff in a truck. You're on 97 a ticket. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, Doug. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, I got a perspective like this. So I kind of feel like we're playing a parlay with the Lions. Like you take the Lions -7, but then you take the team that they're playing at +3 and say, let's see if we can do this without losing anything and win all the money. It's like if you're going to keep Skubal for, you say you got a window with Skubal for 2 years, then I don't understand why we don't go out and make a trade to make this team better, but then we keep hearing we don't want to lose any of our prospects. I'm good with that. But why don't we ever talk about trading a Cole Keith, a McKinstry, a Perez, a Carpenter, to get a guy that's a little bit better, plus will give you a prospect.
So that's an interesting possibility, right? If you're trading a player that's playing for you now and has contributed for you now, and you're adding in a prospect, you have to be getting back a player that clearly makes you better, presumably in the role of the player you just gave up, right?
I agree. I just feel
that's not out of the question.
Yeah, I'm saying like a Perez. Okay, they say he's a rental, right? So we'll go ahead and let's just say we give you Cole Keith and we give you our 4th best prospect. and we say to ourselves, you know what, we're going to offer him 3 years after. The only thing I keep hearing on the Perez thing is that, oh, we don't want him to, you know, we got McKinstry over there, we got Cole Keith over there, we got Bierling over there. And it's like, listen, we got 6 or 7 players that can play 3 or 4 positions. Do we have to have that many?
Yeah, you wouldn't be squeezing those guys. Those guys would be moving around, and you'd probably be squeezing a Parker Meadows out of the mix or some other position because you can move guys around. So it's not as if you get Eugenio Suarez, you're squeezing out the guys who played third base. They're just not playing third base as much. 248-539-9797. Nick and Novi. What's up, Nick?
Hey, yeah. I just wanted to say that the Tigers are not aggressive during this trade deadline. Then I think that what they're saying is one of two things. One, they're saying we know we don't have a shot, we don't have a realistic shot, and we're betting it all on the future, and we're not willing to give up that future.
So they're not throwing good money. You think they're saying we're not going to throw good money at bad?
Yeah. They say that, you know we don't have a shot. We're going to wait for it because we got a lot of good prospects, and we're going to see where things go. If that's the case, then I think you have a similar kind of outing in the playoffs as you did last year. Or they're saying we like our chances. We like what we have in our developmental leagues for bullpen arms that we can bring up. And we think that this slump is just, is a blip in the radar, which I agree with. I mean, anybody who's played baseball knows you get in your own head and you get into slumps where you're not hitting, and it happens to be happening to most of the team. I mean, a few guys are doing all right. I mean, like Torres and Torkelson was good the other day, and people are having hits and making moves, but I think for the most part, this is just a team-wide slump that should, kind of turn itself around. What I think, though, is that, we really should be aggressive if we're serious, because Tarek Skubals don't grow on trees, and you don't get that kind of generational talent, all that often. And if you waste your 2-year window that we have this season, next season, then he's going to go to New York or LA, one of the New York teams, or LA, and beat the crap out of everybody.
What's going on? 248-539-9797. We'll get to some Lions stuff next hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
The Lions were back on the practice field for the first time with pads today after leaving early yesterday. Terrion Arnold was back out there. Derek Barnes was also seen. He had a taped-up jam finger. New D-lineman Tyleek Williams did not practice. No news on why that was the case. Aiden Hutchinson noted that he had some of his best years coming back from injuries and declared this past injury would be his last with a smile. His defensive coordinator Calvin Shepard said yesterday that he looked like a better player before the setback. Hutch was asked if he agreed. He said absolutely, and if he wasn't progressing every year, there would be an issue. Michigan football has released that they're in ongoing discussions to move their season opener next year to Frankfurt, Germany against Western Michigan. As of now, it's scheduled to be played at Michigan Stadium September 5th, but if the change happens, the game would switch to August 29th. The MLB trade deadline is less than a week away. Free Press writer Evan Petzold says that the team is not expected to make a big splash, and fans should not count on them acquiring Diamondback slugger Eugenio Suarez. Petzold says they'll likely target mid-tier relievers instead. Quote, "This isn't an all-in push to win the World Series in 2025, and the Tigers are okay with that," end quote. Cater Montero is on the mound today as he battles Jose Barrios. First pitch at 7:10, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Former Tiger Gregory Soto has been traded from the Orioles to the Mets for 2 prospects. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll shift gears here a little bit. Obviously, Tiger fans are all worked up, and you can still send us texts. Hell, you can still call. I just wanted to introduce some other things for people who are either a little Tiger trade deadline talked out or just bigger football fans because they put pads on today out at Allen Park. Before we get to that, just a reminder here, our Twitter poll is open for another, what do we got here? Another 48 minutes. Call your shot now. Are the Tigers going to collapse and lose the division? Yes, they will blow this. No, this is just a slump. 47% of people think they're going to blow the division. And the authenticity of that, and whether or not these are emotionally driven responses, I'm thinking, and what they're saying is 47% of the people, if the money was even, you would take the field over the Tigers right now. With their 8-game lead, the biggest in baseball, you would take the field over the Tigers. You don't think they're pulling out of this. You think they're going to collapse. And you think this is going to... Now, it's not impossible. Now, we don't have to look very far. A year ago, everything was inverted. Tigers were lifeless. Didn't look like a team that was even going to sniff contention. And what did they do? They got white hot. Pretty much the last 2 months made the playoffs. Now, they didn't win the division. So let's be clear about that. But 47% of our audience that has taken the time and the effort, the people that follow us on Twitter, have gone and voted that they would take the field right now over the Tigers to win the American League Central. It's a bit of a wow for me. 248-539-9797. Okay. So the Lions, pads today. Good news. Caught the updates today. Terrion Arnold and Derek Barnes are back. Barnes had a finger, according to Dan Campbell. Other newsworthy items, they have been flip-flopping Tate Ratledge and Graham Glasgow. They're putting Glasgow now at center and Ratledge at right guard. And that's where they currently are, how they're currently rolling. But they are going to continue to experiment a little bit. But they've been playing Ratledge at center. Now they moved Ratledge back to guard and Glasgow to center. As far as newsworthy notes, Dan Campbell speaking today says Christian Mahogany, the physicality is there, and he likes where he's at. So that is certainly question on this team. When you lose a player like Frank Ragnow, in the center, the interior of the offensive line can take a huge blow. There's material there to work with, but we'll see if they can find the right combination to go out and see if, Manu is in the mix here or Frazier, the other offensive lineman they took. They've got to make sure they shore up the interior of the offensive line. That could be a big, big, big loss. And, that's pretty obvious. So hopefully the offensive line, the material that they have will be enough. And Dan Campbell likes the intensity as much as they have had to gear down a little bit over the non-padded portions, and he's had to stop practice. And he made the point today, fights are a waste of time. You get in fights, you spend 10, 15 minutes breaking it up, and that's 10, 15 minutes that you're not getting work done, and that's his primary objective. But here we go. On day one of pads, here's what Dan Campbell had to say about them putting the pads on and getting to work. It gets real here. I mean, as much as, they're so thirsty for football that unpadded practices create excitement, and we talk about it, the truth is it's not football. Now it gets to be more like football, and even now it's not football. It's just practice, and it's always friendly fire. And there's sometimes you go 100%, but ultimately you don't really start making judgments, probably honestly, to the regular season. Some guys are battling for jobs, but fewer this year than in years past. All right, so here we go. I found this cut very interesting because the Lions still have some needs. I think people would like to see them specifically on the defensive line. When they lost Levi Onwuzurike, that cut into a group that already was struggling with depth with Aleem McNeil out. You've got, questions at the edge rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson still. And I'm always very intrigued in Brad Holmes and the way he operates. It's the most competent management team we've seen the Lions have. I'm a admitted Brad bot. But Dan Campbell was talking about how this is where you really evaluate your own guys. But he didn't stop there. Talked about how Brad is looking at rosters everywhere, trying to see if anybody becomes available that can help them. Okay. Maybe it's just me, but I find that stuff fascinating. Scouring NFL rosters for cut candidates or trade candidates, like a guy that is buried on a depth chart or a guy that's losing his job to a younger player that might be expendable somewhere else. That to me is the really interesting part that I would love to know. That's the fly on the wall stuff. I would love to know what they're saying. When they look at other rosters, are they seeing guys that can help them? Are they projecting which players might become available? And we have a for instance today. The Raiders releasing defensive tackle Christian Wilkins. And after 1 year in Vegas, where he was hurt much of the year, he had some monster seasons in his career, his previous stop in Miami. As a run stuffer, as a pass rusher. He was a very expensive player in Vegas. He got hurt. And the Raiders, I guess, were unhappy with how he treated rehab from his foot injury that kept him out for much of last season. And they voided the remaining $35.2 million on his contract. Now he's filing a grievance with the NFLPA and trying to get his money. But this is a guy that I wonder if the Lions are kicking the tires on. Right? Are they, it doesn't, if he wasn't taking rehab seriously, if there's merit to that, it doesn't seem like the kind of player that the Lions would go after. But if you look at his career, he had some really good seasons mixed in. He's 30 years old. Do I think he's 100% go get him guy and he's going to make a difference? No, but I think he's clearly, to me, a kick the tires on guy. Kang, what do you think of this?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that Brad Holmes, he's dialed in to know what's going on over there, and if he's not, he's going to find out, right? And him or his people. I mean, he's got a good network over there. And I definitely think you kick the tires, and we know Lee McNeil is going to be out a certain amount of time for sure. They drafted a defensive tackle, but he's a rookie. DJ Reader is getting up there in years, and he's a different type of defensive tackle, so they could definitely use some depth and some help there. Do I see him becoming a line? Probably not. I think there was a reason why the Raiders, they don't feel very confident at all, obviously, and they're upset, so they're trying to take all their money back. So I'm guessing there's some truth to that, but I'd still, hey, you got to make a phone call, right?
Yeah, I would think. Look, this team, they were probably counting on a rotation of Onwuzurike, Aleem McNeil, and DJ Reader and other guys mixed in, but to not have Onwuzurike and Aleem McNeil, you got to talk about the ability to stuff the run, to stop the run, to pressure the collapse pockets, to pressure the quarterback from the interior. It's an important part of playing defense, and there's no question that there's an erosion of the talent there. But, I mean, look, I brought that name up because, the comment that Brad is always looking at other rosters and other things that are going on. So I'm sure this has crossed his desk, okay? But the question becomes, I'm fascinated. What else has crossed his desk? Who else he's looking for? Maybe it's just me, but I love that kind of stuff. How do you make yourself better with a spare part from somewhere else? And that doesn't mean you're going to go out and get an all-pro player. Just means you got to be better than what the Tigers, the Lions have in-house. Or maybe not better in the starters, but good depth guys. Remember last year they were signing guys off the street? How close is Tyleik Williams?
Yeah, and I always go back to this. Like, even if you don't sign them right away, you've got some background on them now, right? And you're going to follow them, and you're going to know whether they fit your system or not. Because, knock on wood, injuries do happen, and it does get to an extent where you got to go back down the rabbit hole of, hey, remember this guy in camp, right? Remember those joint practices? I think they're evaluating the other team as well. Like, hey, who's not going to make that team that we might want to use on our roster?
All right, so Dan Campbell today also talked about his take on the Alex Anzalone situation, which is kind of the story over here that's not a big deal. Not a big deal, but he gives us his take, and every year there's a player or two that makes a roster, right, that you're not expecting. He got asked about one of those guys today and had some glowing things to say. We will play that for you starting at 1:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. So, home ownership is closer than you think with a mortgage loan from the University of Michigan Credit Union. Imagine stepping into your dream home with no application fee, and right now get $750 off your closing costs when you finance with UMCU. They offer competitive rates and flexible terms to fit your life. Whether you're a first-time home buyer, looking for pre-approval, or ready to build or refinance, UMCU is here to help. Visit umcu.org to get started, insured by NCUA. NMLS number 712343. UMCU is an equal opportunity lender. Doug Harsh talking some Lions here after heavy Tiger talk. If you are a hardcore Tiger fan and you are really like dialed into the trade deadline and the stories today that say don't expect a big move, I'm a little disappointed in that, but I guess we'll wait and see if that's really what happens. I don't want to be hypocritical here because I've talked a lot about being critical of trades that don't take place that we don't even know if they were realistic. Yeah, there you go. But, as we sit here today, if we believe the reporting, which we have two pretty respected beat writers, Cody Stavenhagen and Evan Petzold, saying they're not expecting them to make big moves and they expect them to go after some bullpen arms, then, it doesn't mean, or a bullpen arm, that doesn't mean they can't win. It feels like you need more than that to really make a run at the World Series. Like winning the division is one thing, but really making a run at the World Series? Couldn't they use a bat? Maybe they'll get two bullpen arms. We'll see. All right, so we continue with the football discussion as Dan Campbell spoke today, and I think people always find whatever he has to say interesting because I don't know if we've ever had a Lions team that has captured people's interest as much as these last couple of seasons that saw them go to the NFC Championship game, saw them as the 1 seed the following year. They come back with many of the same core players, few additions and a few subtractions. One of the stories that is out there, and it's not, I don't know if it's brewing or percolating, I've called it something to monitor, is Alex Anzalone's contract. He wants a new one. That's pretty clear. He wants to finish his career as a Lion. Also pretty clear. And if he felt like something was pending, I don't know that his behavior leads me to believe he doesn't feel like something's pending. But I don't want to create drama where there isn't any. Dan Campbell was asked about Anzalone today, and here's what he had to say. Kang, what do you make of that?
I make of it like they don't want to make it a big deal, a distraction, which I totally get. My gut says they get something done, but I got to be honest with you, it's not a strong feeling.
Yeah.
Gator's prodigious gut or whatever he has.
Like he likes to say.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mine not so big. So, I like I said, I feel like he's the Chris Spielman of this team, of this generation. So, and you bring that guy back because that's kind of like what you've built this culture on, It kind of an underachiever, people didn't expect, willing to run through a brick wall, do whatever it takes. Mm-hmm. And now it's time to not just reward the guy, but just to keep that heart and soul in your defense. The issue here is, though, if these are just chess pieces, you have Jack Campbell there. It's like I can't ignore the fact that the replacement is in the room, and he's pretty good. But I feel like this organization now operates differently. They don't treat you just like chess pieces. They treat you like people, and I think that's part of why the culture's so good.
Well, here's what we haven't had. I don't remember having a situation like this in the last few years, right? I mean, and Alex Anzalone has to look around seeing his teammates get paid, and there's a lot of guys that got paid, including one in the same room in Derek Barnes. And a heart and soul guy. I love that he's committed to and wants to end his career in Detroit. But he is getting up there, and sometimes you have to make difficult decisions, and so that's why this whole thing is I'm love to offer a counterpoint. I'm like you. I don't know that it's going to get done, but I suspect it's going to get done. But why wouldn't they have said something to him? Why wouldn't they have said, "Look, this is going to get done. It's going to get done." Maybe that's not good enough. Maybe he just wants it to be done before. And I mean, he's not holding out. He's here. Tweaked what was the story? He tweaked a hamstring during conditioning when Campbell said he crushed conditioning. I don't know. Look,
yeah, some people say that's a holding in type of move,
Yep.
I mean, because the hamstring is, you can always be like, hey, I'm a little, and you got to be careful with hamstrings. Be like, hey, I feel a little something, so I won't chance it. You could sit out, but like you said, apparently he did great on the physical conditioning part, right?
I've tried to create a category of something that we're not making it bigger than it is. It's just something to monitor. That's our category. We place this story over in that box, something to monitor. In the meantime, we wait to see if there's any more news. So that's what Dan Campbell had to say today, and that's why we brought it up, because Dan Campbell spoke about it. All right, so it feels like every year a guy out of nowhere, makes the roster. You didn't expect Maurice Norris to make it, but he did, or whatever. There's guys that Tom Kennedy or whatever in the past that kind of come out of nowhere and make this team. And one of the beat writers today asked about a defensive back who's been in this league, played a year in Jacksonville, was on the practice squad last year in Detroit, made some plays in practice. Is the next guy a third-year safety who's got some versatility by the name of Eric Hallett? Here's what Dan Campbell had to say. Okay, look, it's early. It's way too early to know. It's way too early to make that call. However, it's not impossible. Hallett could be that dude.
He could definitely be that dude. Secondary players always seem to have a hip or a hammy or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And versatility is big with this staff. And that's I bet you that's a name. Maybe I don't want to say unfortunately or whatever, because if he plays his way onto to playing time, that's good for him. But I think due to injury, we're going to hear his name this year.
Probably. All right, so he did go on about a player they really liked. What's his name here? Linebacker Jack Campbell. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say, what he's seeing out of Jack Campbell. I suspect that some of you in the audience think that we played that. I chose to play that because I am such a big Jack Campbell fan, and I am just gratuitously looking for affirmation. You're suspecting that I did that, and you are correct. You won't see, if there's an opportunity for Jack Campbell love from the 10 to 2 space, you might hear it right here. And that might be, now look, seriously, he's an asset. He's, I think, going to be a great player here for a long time. And as you mentioned earlier, if something goes south, which it's not expected to with Anzalone, they have Jack Campbell, they have Derek Barnes. I think they've got one of the best fourth linebackers you can have in the league in Malcolm Rodriguez coming back. So, how many teams have a player that is made as many plays as it feels like Malcolm Rodriguez has made for Detroit, and he's a fourth linebacker, So there's some depth there. We'll see how it plays out.
No, we joke that you love Jack Campbell, but seriously, they love Jack Campbell. They really do. And I think there was a quote came out of practice today that they mentioned to Jack, like, hey, this is your defense, So I don't know how that plays for Anzalone. I know in the cut right there, Campbell mentioned Anzalone as well. But they really love Jack Campbell. They have utmost confidence in him getting better this year and continuing to get better, which means more responsibility. And the green dot thing, everyone talks about, calling plays, calling out the defense, setting guys up. They want that on his plate. So, they can interchange Anzalone or Campbell, and then it's better when they're both out there.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson Open Lines. We got Tiger trade discussion that's been big today. with the fact that the two beat writers reporting don't expect a huge move, expect a bullpen arm, but don't count it out. But it doesn't look like they're going to be super aggressive. And their top 5 prospects are apparently, according to this report, untouchable. Untouchable. Are you in favor with the way they're doing this? Any reaction to the Lions news? Is anybody worried about the Anzalone thing? We all kind of think it's going to work out, right? Right? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Interesting day of Tiger talk. So we'll see what happens. Look, it's just a story. It doesn't mean that that's 100% how it's going to play itself out. I mean, you're driving hard bargains. You're saying we're not giving up these top prospects. People might be asking for 2 of them for a rental player, which could be considered an overpay. But when they don't get anybody to bite on their asking price, they come back and ask for less, and then the Tigers bend a little bit and make a move. We shall see what happens. Bottom line is Tigers did create some discussion today. We'll see what goes down. And look, in the middle of the worst stretch of play in calendar year, it's eroding faith. And I can't blame people. As I like to say, everybody's feelings are valid. You just sometimes they're based on how much you're paying attention, how much you know, but I don't begrudge anybody for feeling the way they do. With that said, I want to bring up a couple things here real interesting for our collecting expert, Kang, who hosts the Kang Collects podcast, which...
I'm not an expert. I've loved this since I was a kid, Doug.
Based upon the knowledge of everybody on this show, we're going to go ahead and call you our expert.
All right.
Couple things I want your thoughts on. 1, Happy Gilmore 2 is out and streaming on Netflix.
Yes, highly anticipated.
Yes. Callaway is releasing a $499.99 limited edition Happy Gilmore hockey stick putter. They put them together. They expected them to stay in stock until November. They sold out by 10 a.m. the first day.
That's crazy.
The putter that looks like a hockey stick, the Happy Gilmore putter, $500 limited edition Happy Gilmore hockey stick putter, sold out by 10 a.m. the first day. They thought it would last for 4 months. Your thoughts?
That's insane. Did they say in the story, Doug, was it a limited edition? Did they have a number run? How much was it? Or how many did they make?
Oh, I didn't see how many they made, no.
All right, so the fact that they sold out is crazy at $500. I checked eBay right now as you were reading that story. The lowest one I can find is $750 on eBay available, and they're selling for above that already. The ones that have sold are around $750, $800 for this collectible, right? I mean, this is something that would be really cool if you got signed by Adam Sandler too.
Sure.
Obviously. But yeah, this is clearly right now. I always tell people to wait though. Like the market right away is always hot for things like this. So we'll see if this settles down a bit. But definitely a cool item to have either way.
Okay.
Very cool.
Here's
it'd be a lot cooler too if they had an actual print run on it though.
Well, here's what it says. Callaway made, this is a Google search response. Callaway made a limited edition of 500 Odyssey Happy Gilmore putters, which sold out in 48 hours. According to Instagram post, those were the replica of the hockey stick putter used by Adam Sandler in the movie Happy Gilmore. Putters initially retailed at $499.99. There was also a limited edition 1,000 putters that were not hockey stick putters that were likely sold through different channels, according to Golf Digest. So.
There you go, 500. Hopefully it's numbered somewhere, like on the club or maybe the packaging.
That helps, huh?
Yeah. Yep, that definitely helps. So when there's an actual print numbered on there, then that helps the value.
Okay. Next, their Topps has partnered with Bob Ross to create incredibly special MLB trading cards, The Joy of Baseball. They released July 31st. Bob Ross, the artist. It's like paintings behind the image of the player on a baseball card. Yes, Bob Ross, that Bob Ross. At the TV show with Happy Little Trees, et cetera, et cetera. What do you make of this?
I think it's a cool concept. I'm always impressed by what card companies try to come up with to make, something different. The look of the card helps the desirability of the card, So I'm not sure. Bob Ross obviously trends a little bit older, but he's been coming back for just for cult reasons, I guess, whatever. But I think that this is a little outside the box. These collaborations are nothing new now, and I don't mind them. I enjoy them. I hope they come up with more collaborations. Some are going to hit, and some aren't going to hit. But these are numbered. They have one of ones. And that means there's literally only one of that card, and they're actually printed on the card like that, Doug. But I feel like you might like this, man. You're a Bob Ross guy, aren't you?
No.
But I thought you liked nature. This guy, he paints nature. What, do you want to paint a bear and bear spray or something?
No, I like being in nature. I like being outdoors. I don't necessarily...
What, like looking at pictures of nature?
No. I like creating pictures of nature. I like being in the pictures of nature.
Dude, Ohtani is like in a clear stream swinging a bat. That's pretty cool.
That is kind of funny. All right, what is this week's edition of Kang Collects?
Oh, this week is a big one. The biggest card show of the year is the 45th annual National Card Collectors Convention in Chicago next week. I'll actually be off a couple days. I'll be heading out to Chicago. So this week's podcast is just 5 things that you should know before heading to the National. I tell you 5 things that whether you've gone before or this is your first time, I think these are 5 important things you should know before heading out to Chicago to have a good time.
Okay, what exactly is the National Card Show?
The National is basically collectors and vendors from all over not just the country, but the world come, and they set up, it's like a card show on steroids, basically. And they have I think it's 600,000 square feet or something insane of just floor space where table after table has cards and collectibles, even TCG or Pokemon if you're into that, but it's mostly sports. They'll have balls, bats, jerseys, anything you could think of, memorabilia. All the big companies are out there, Topps, Panini, grading companies. So it was just a huge basic convention for collectors of mainly sports cards, but other collectibles.
You're not setting up a
No, not at all. No, you almost have to be grandfathered in at this point. These guys have been doing. This is the 45th one, so. If it's hard to get in, but as a person walking the floor, just go online and get your tickets.
Gotcha. All right. Well, enjoy, my friend.
You want to come one year, man?
Probably, maybe. And my life's about to change. I'm about to have a lot more time. So,
you think Gator would rather go to this than Dayton?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he would do just about anything rather than go to Dayton. I don't know, man. I don't know. My new schedule, so one of the reasons why I want to go to Dayton. I mean, it just started with Gator and I always have fun on road trips. And so I was in a period of time where maybe we had just gotten back. I think maybe we were actually in Florida for a Tiger road trip and we were watching the games in Dayton. And I said, we should do this one year. And he was such a hard no. And I've now tried to get him to acquiesce, but I don't think that's ever going to happen. 248-539-9797. Okay, a lot of feedback coming in here on the Lions stuff that we just played. From an unnamed texter, they better make a deal with Alex or the guy who sits in front of me in the end zone will be pissed. He can't wear his Anzalone jersey anymore. Well, he can. It'll just be a somewhat out-of-date Anzalone jersey. The only ones making noise about this is the media and fringe fans. Alex and the team most likely wanted it handled in-house. Next text, I'm thankful Anzalone's play and the culture change helped. However, unless he wants to retire and play the end of his current deal, then I would let him walk and move forward with Barnes, Campbell, and draft picks. I mean, he hasn't had a huge drop-off in play. It's not like we look at Alex Anzalone and don't think of him as an on-field asset anymore. But it's tough, right? You want to pay a guy for what they're going to do, not what they have done. And I tend to fall in line with the previous text. You try and get ahead of stories. So I think you know us pretty well. We don't try to create drama. But at the end of the day, if we're going to talk about, we haven't seen something like this in this era of the Lions. Am I missing something, Kang? Have there been anything where there's a player that's unhappy with his contract and it's come out?
Jamal Williams, didn't he say something to the media or something leaked out about he felt disrespected by the number and he went and tested the market and I think he ended up getting less or something, but wasn't that the only thing?
Yeah, maybe.
And by the way, Anzalone, I don't think it's a media thing. I feel like he wanted to be he put all those cryptic, social media posts, right?
Yep.
And then when asked about it, and of course that was the media asking him, but he could have kind of swept it under the rug, but he was pretty, I think, adamant, I'm not super happy right now with what's going on with that.
Anyway.
He even used the word disappointed.
Yeah, that's, so we'll look, just because it never happened before doesn't mean it's that big a deal. It's just something that probably needs to get sorted out before the season starts. Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. Hey, it's Doug Karst for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, and they're coming in hot with summer savings. Right now, lease a new 2026 model year Equinox LT for just $349 a month for 36 months with zero money down. $349. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. All right, Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. You know, Gator will be back Monday. We'll have the whole crew early next week. And, of course, we're leading into a Detroit Lions game and a trade deadline, and it should be a fascinating week here on 97.1 The Ticket. The interesting thing will be is the Tigers pulled out of the swoon because this has been, you know, each day that passes that they look bad again and lose again, the concern level rises. Even if it's just a percentage point or two, maybe you reach a breaking point where it takes a big jump forward. But look, we are somewhat conditioned to just want one thing to change stuff. Like when you're not feeling well, you know, you go to the doctor and you want the one prescription medication that'll make you feel better. Or in the case of sports, it's a just change this one thing and everything is going to be okay. In sports, it manifests itself in fire that coach or fire that assistant coach or stop playing player A or stop playing player B or cut player C or trade him or whatever the case may be, right? You feel like you can just go address one thing and it's real quick and easy. You just address that one thing and everything will be okay again. This doesn't feel like that right now, right? This doesn't feel like that. This feels like they're not one thing away. This is not a hitting coach or one player that needs to get benched. It's a collapse on a number of fronts. And I think with the Tigers, the winning fed on itself. Guys stepped to the plate thinking they were going to be the man, thinking they were going to come through, believing that they could come through, and if they didn't, a teammate would. And when you feel that way, I think you play better and the results are there for you as a team. In some way, a couple of weeks ago, the script flipped, and now it feels like maybe guys are trying to do too much themselves and, trying to hit that first pitch, lead off grand slam home run, trying to hit the 5-run homer, trying to do the impossible. And they're not playing the baseball the way they were earlier this year, which was probably the best version of themselves. It's very difficult for even the best teams to sustain what the Tigers were doing. And what the Tigers were doing was so unique in that it was nearly a drama-free first half of the season. I mean, I would say that we have taken more Tiger calls today that were centered around angst. Kang, you correct me if I'm wrong. Have we taken more Tiger calls on the air today than maybe some entire weeks we have taken this year?
Yeah. I think obviously it's the perfect storm with the losing and then these two articles coming out. But yeah, definitely.
Which is really odd and really, but I mean, we know how this works. When people are nervous or there's drama, they pick up the phone and they call. When things were going so well, we'd go, an hour, 2 hours, no Tiger calls. And that's not, it's not the end of the world. I'm not mad about it, but it's what would happen. And we'd see the reactions coming in. We get a lot of texts from some hardcore fans, but things were going so smoothly and now they've inverted. And could they collapse? Could they fall apart? And we've asked people, are they going to actually blow this division lead? So we're asking, the question was basically centered around the following. If you had to bet on the Tigers to win the division or the field, who would you take? The voting closes very soon. The people that would take the field are at 46.7%. The people that think they will not blow this division, as they're just going through a slump, are at 53.3%. Now, some people pointed out, I don't think this is just a slump, but I don't think they're going to blow the division, which is fair. That's fair. But there is a sizable amount of our audience that listen to this show and are active on social media, almost 50%, that think the Tigers aren't going to win the division. Now, are they playing like they are going to win the division? Of course not. They're also playing like they were the best team in baseball, which an argument could have been made and was by some people out there, and we actually addressed it as well, whether or not they were the best team in baseball. Well, now they're acting like the worst team in baseball.
Yeah, and we're prisoners of the moment. When they were winning, like you said, you felt like you could never lose.
Yep.
And now they can't win, so you feel like you're never going to win. We're going to lose the division.
Mm-hmm.
It would take an epic collapse for them. I mean, does anyone think they're just going to win 1 out of 10 games moving forward the rest of the way? I guess 44% of the people believe that, or whatever the poll says.
I can't possibly believe it's going to be 1 out of every 10, right? I don't know. I mean, I guess some people might feel that way. It's possible because the exact opposite happened a year ago. We weren't talking about the Tigers in the playoffs. We were talking about who they could get from the Orioles for Jack Flaherty. We were talking about whether or not there'd be another Eduardo Rodriguez disaster. We were talking about even Skubal getting dealt, right? We were talking about worst case, like really massive sell-offs, or we were talking about, what prospects we'd want from other teams for not massive sell-offs, but sizable sell-offs. And what happened? They sold and still made the playoffs. So could the exact opposite happen this year? Yeah. And it would probably be more surprising than what happened last year. Probably be more surprising than what happened last year, given how smooth the first half of this season went. But this doesn't feel like one thing. And, this is a sustained stretch of authentic terribleness. So with the trade deadline looming, probably today was a kind of a tough day to read articles from beat writers and insiders who have connections saying, don't expect a big move, expect a more subtle bullpen move that will help them. But they really look like a team that needs a big move, don't they? Or at least a couple of moves. And that's what I'm calling for. Got it. You don't have to go get Eugenio Suarez or O'Neal Cruz or maybe Merrill Kelly, the starting pitcher available from Arizona. But if the Mariners gave up their 13th and 16th ranked prospect for Josh Naylor, I find it hard to believe that you'd have to break the top 5 prospects, all top 100 prospects, way better prospects, to get a better player, but not a sizably better player, who is just a rental for the rest of this year. Voting's gone final. 46.8% of the people say yes, the Tigers are going to blow this division lead. 53.2% say no. Wild. 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Again, Gator will be back starting on Monday. Jeff Rieger is sauntered into the studio, filling in for Mike. How are you, Jeff?
Oh, boy. Yankees made a move. They got Ryan McMahon.
Did they?
Couple prospects. Third baseman apparently still interested in Eugenio Suarez, though.
They want them both?
That's what Bob Nightingale says.
Who did they give up?
I don't know yet. A couple of top prospects. I don't know actually if they're top prospects. They're prospects. So you know how the trade works.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually the active player that gets named first, and then you figure out what they gave up. But it's wild. I mean, we are sitting here, Doug, at this beautiful precipice, and I understand they've struggled. I get it. And they've looked really bad in the process. But to believe what Scott Harris, I think, believes by those couple of articles that came out, that the Tigers aren't going to do much, they're going to be conservative, that would be, to me, unforgivable. I don't want to be too dramatic. It would be unforgivable. These chances don't come around very often. The best team in baseball, well, best team in the AL Central by 8 games.
I think they are planning on them coming around often. It sounds what they're planning on.
Yeah, it doesn't always work that way. Remember the Baltimore Orioles and Mike Elias last year?
Yeah.
Their GM didn't want to give up any other prospects. Maybe could have traded for Tarek Skubal. He said, nope, I'm keeping Kobe Mayo, I'm keeping Jackson Holliday, and now they're sellers. Now they're a train wreck. There's nothing guaranteed next year. This is very disappointing.
I think, well, if it's true and if it plays out that way, I think Ryan McMahon, what the return is pretty important.
I agree with you.
Because this could, if Ryan McMahon cost the Yankees a lot, and this has happened in the last few minutes here, and it hasn't been reported who they gave up yet, if it costs them a lot, then I think that it probably slows any Tiger. But if it didn't, I think that the teams have been telling Scott Harris, they're not getting from anybody. And so I think you might see a sea change in terms of their approach.
Well, Suarez is still linked to the Tigers, and he's still out there, and he could still really help Detroit. So we'll see, I guess. But the man sitting to the left of me, he was right. He said yesterday, I yelled at him and I screamed at him and I couldn't change his opinion. He says, Rieger, I don't think the Tigers are going to do anything of substance or anything huge. And I got very angry, And now Rico's here to take his victory lap.
Well, we haven't hit the trade deadline yet, but it could be trending in your direction.
Hi, Doug. There's no victory lap. It was just, you know what? If you just look at what's in front of you and you try to think the way the team thinks, you see what they're going to do. And that's what I saw. I was like, I was on a morning walk, and I'm like, it just kind of hit me. It was like one of those light bulb moments. I don't think they're going to do anything. And then this article comes out. Nothing monumental, nothing like Rieger's. Like, it's going to be rioting or looting. Which one was it that you said?
I think there was going to be a mutiny by the fan base. There still might. People are not. You just did 4 hours.
I just said we got more Tiger calls today than we got in some weeks leading up to.
But here's the beauty.
People are upset. Correct. If this were to go down this way,
they're upset.
Not everybody, but yes, some people were upset.
Yes. Now, if they end up not making the playoffs, I think you'll hear the vitriol. But right now, you're still in first. You're still on path to make the playoffs. So funny thing happens when you win games.
Here's the return for Ryan McMahon, according to Spot Track.
Breaking.
Okay.
You need the breaking news.
Maybe. I don't know if it's potted up, but the Rockies are getting the 8th prospect from the Yankees.
Okay.
A left-handed pitcher named Griffin Herring, who's not in the top 100 in baseball. And they're, hold on, I lost it. Their 21st prospect, Josh Gross.
Okay. So not a ton.
No.
Not a ton for a guy that can help you win a World Series. And the Tigers are dead set on not giving up their top 5 prospects. I thought all along that you can make moves and still not have to give up your McGonagalls or Brucenio or Clarks.
I think that's what teams have been asking for, but I think the market is telling you you're not getting that.
Cool.
So
and
maybe that brings the price down.
Yeah, and maybe Scott Harris. Maybe
So
Scott
if that's
Harris
the
is
case,
just trying to.
and maybe you should do it now before somebody does something stupid.
Hey, have a great weekend. Have a great show, guys. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. Tigers beat writer Evan Petzold wrote an article today detailing what the team's plans will be at the deadline. He says they're not expected to make a big splash, but instead hunt for mid-tier relievers. Quote, the recent slump won't push the Tigers front office into an aggressive strategy at the trade deadline. Despite problems in the bullpen and on offense, the Tigers believe they're the team that went 90-47 in 137 games from August 11, 2024 through July 8, 2025, a 106-win pace over 162-game season. Not the team that has gone 1-10 since July 9th, end quote. There have been a few trades today already. The Yankees acquired third baseman Ryan McMahon from the Rockies. That likely puts them out of the running for Eugenio Suarez. Former Tiger reliever Gregory Soto heads to the Mets from the Orioles as well. Here as the team takes on the Blue Jays tonight for Game 2 of the series. Right here on the ticket, Keter Montero will be on the mound at 7:10 against Jose Barrios. Lions coach Dan Campbell declared that this is Jack Campbell's defense at the beginning of the week. The media asked Jack if there was a conversation he had with the boss about that. .25 defensive line draftee Tyleik Williams missed practice for an undisclosed reason as the team put on the pads for the first time today as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, yes, go to 97.1 The Ticket. It's a Friday or Odyssey.com.
.97 The Ticket. Rico Beard, Jeff Rieger. That was Rico yesterday. I fought him. I screamed at him. I yelled at him. I tried to knock some sense into him. And he's right, at least according to a couple of Tiger beat writers. Rico, how the hell are you? Doing a little victory lap. I called you today. I was at my kid's swim practice.
Okay, first of all,
yeah.
Oh, this is just not working.
You want to switch mics?
No, I'll do it in the next break. No victory lap is needed. Sometimes, Jeff, you just have to see things for what they are. And if you look at the Tigers and you look how they're doing business, even though they're in the middle of this 1-10 losing streak, and they're still ahead of schedule. They still believe in what they have for the future. They love the players that they have now. They're not willing to part with any of these big-time prospects because in their mind, I feel like their plan is working. It's a slow burn, but it's burning well for them. It's going exactly as planned. As a matter of fact, you can make the argument it's ahead of schedule. Now, is that your schedule? It is not. So no victory lap needed. It's just this is what I saw.
Oh,
and
take the victory lap, Rico.
Go
take
around the
lap,
studio.
Man.
You know, this guy's acting like he's right all the time.
It's not a victory lap. It's just, I told you, I wanted to be wrong. I
wanted you to be wrong.
I have to say this carefully. It's not the same fire and intensity as you see in New York and in L.A.
Well, New York made a move.
Where this is a team that believes, you know what? If we get a World Series, great. But we want to really build this up to be competitors for a long time and not just 1 year.
So what changed since we were last on the air? First of all, Evan Petzold comes out with an article from the Free Press. Big splash coming, ? No, Detroit Tigers expected to take conservative approach at trade deadline. Cody Stavenhagen from The Athletic wrote a very similar piece. Now, what I can tell you is...
they did not call me, by the way.
They didn't call you? No, they talked to Scott Harris is what they did.
Well, Scott, you know what? Me and Scott were talking the other day.
Well, I know. He's your neighbor, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
You see him when he's walking his dog and his new kid. No, but.
It's like, Scotty.
It was the first game of a homestand. Scott Harris does do these off-the-record conversations with the beat writers. By my understanding, yesterday was one of them. So he gathers the beat writers together. He tells them what he wants them to know. They don't quote him, and they write these stories. So that's where they're getting this information, right from Scott Harris. He's doing one of two things. He's either trying to prepare you that he ain't going to do much, that they're going to stick with what they got, that they're going to promote guys from the minors, that they're going to try to duplicate pitching chaos in that crazy run they went on last year, or he's trying to over-deliver, understate it all and over-deliver. Like, just because he says he's not going to get rid of a top 5 prospect to the media doesn't mean that's actually the case.
Okay, but Rieger,
and Tiger fans would be pretty giddy if he did so.
Okay, now this is hopium for you. Okay,
no, I'm just saying it's one of two things.
It's hopium.
It's either fact or he's trying to.
No, I think it's
like,
fact. Like every GM and president in this town they're telling you what they're going to do. We just don't want to believe them. We keep thinking, no. There's a plot twist like some M. Night Shyamalan movie. It's not. It's exactly what they say it is.
Also, what's happened since we've been on the air? Arizona traded Josh Naylor, who used to be a Guardian. He's now a Mariner. That's a first baseman with an 800 OPS. Also, what's happened? The New York Yankees called up the Colorado Rockies and said, we need a third baseman. We need Ryan McMahon. And they gave up 2 prospects. One was the 8th prospect. One was the 21st prospect. So they didn't give up a ton. And I think the Tigers could make a move like that. Also, apparently the Yankees are still interested in Eugenio Suarez, also a third baseman. We're led to believe that the Tigers are interested as well, but they're not going to give up the farm. What we found out from these couple articles is Mr. Conservative Scott Harris, and whether he is conservative and he doesn't want to give up his prospects and he thinks the future's down the road, or whether he surprises everybody and we're all happy on July 31st, what I can tell you, if this is how it seems like it is, it's unacceptable. You're not in first place by 8 games very often. You haven't won a World Series in 41 years. Your job as the POBO, the president of baseball ops, is to help the current team, which is currently scuffling.
Right.
If he turns his back on this team, if he doesn't make a big swing, if because simply he doesn't want to give up his prospects, he's not doing his job, and it's unacceptable.
Rieger,
it's unforgivable.
Wow.
It is. To not help out a team that potentially could win a World Series.
Or Rieger, maybe he really believes in his team and says, you know what? This is the aberration. We all kept saying back in May, and just trust me, the Tigers are going to hit a losing streak. Well, guess what, folks? They're in the middle of a losing streak. It's not time to panic. And I don't think that Scott Harris and the Tigers management are panicking. They're looking at this as, okay, it sucks right now, but we'll figure this thing out. I still believe our players can win games because these same players in the middle of this 1-10 losing streak are the same ones that got you that far.
I agree with you, but everybody upgrades at the deadlines. If you're serious about trying to win a World Series, spare me our window is big. No, it's not. Scooble goes away after next year. If you're serious about winning a World Series, you upgrade. You say F them prospects. If you're serious, if he doesn't do that simply because he's afraid to trade his prospects because he thinks they're going to be great one year, he's not serious. Your job is to improve the current Major League Baseball team, and you're in a great spot. You're still 8 games up for first place. So, yes, it's inexcusable if he goes about his business this way.
I don't think it's inexcusable because this team is not built for a win it all at all costs right now. It's not that type of team,
but
Jeff.
Rico, you're wrong simply to the point of what we all say. Once you get into the postseason, anything can happen. Make sure to upgrade your team to the point that once you're in the second season, you got the ability to kick a little ass. Now, the articles, both of them do say expect a reliever of some sort.
And that's what I said. You'll get an arm. You'll get a middle reliever arm, an extra arm to come out of the bullpen.
So you good with this?
It's not Rieger, no. But then again, there's no one thing that they need that will fix them. They're beyond just a starting pitcher. They're beyond just a right-handed bat. They are beyond just a lights-out closer.
Doesn't mean you don't try.
They need a bunch. So if you need a bunch, maybe you just go with the guys that you have. You bring in. This is what I said. I saw this. Like
I got you. But
the worst thing that happened was this losing streak, because now you're like, wow, maybe this is. We're not as good as we thought we were.
Are they broken to the point of no repair? Answer that question. Okay. This is still the team that got them to, at one point, the majority of the season, the best record in baseball, correct?
Right.
Okay, eventually the confidence will come back, the mojo will come back. They're not going to be this dog poop forever. We agree.
Right.
Okay, so when that comes, you better have upgraded some of the spots to give yourself the best chance. Every team has flaws. So to sit and punt the deadline is inexcusable.
Right, but in their mind, they're thinking, okay, well, maybe Carpenter will be one of our upgrades. They're looking at the long term. They want long-term success, okay? That's just my opinion. That's how I see things. This team wasn't that successful that long ago. And now, you know what? Kind of feels good to be sitting in first class. I'd like to stay in first class.
The long-term success is such a scam. The long-term success is, well, we just don't want to do anything right now. Look at Mike Elias and the Orioles last year. He didn't want to part ways with Kobe Mayo, who stinks, or Jackson Holliday, so he did not. And now look at the Orioles. They're dog poop. They're selling at the deadline. They're garbage. They just lost a series to the Guardians. Point is, we don't know what happens next year. You better strike now. And the fact that we're led to believe that he doesn't intend to is unacceptable. I'm curious where the people are at. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. You got a problem with this? Now, Rico doesn't like it, but I despise it.
I don't have the problem.
I hate
I'm
this.
not on you where you're just calling for pitchforks and torches outside of Comerica Park.
It's unforgivable. You can't get to this point in the season and do nothing.
You're
so what?
Still in first place.
And this is where you I don't know. The Yankees are trying to get back to first place. They made a move. The Mariners trying to make the postseason. They made a move.
Okay, but the Yankees have shown they're willing to use the payroll. They're willing to do whatever it takes.
As should you be.
This team doesn't do that. Their payroll is not up there with the other teams.
There's
Rieger?
two things. You look at the Yankees and Ryan McMahon. They didn't give away a top 5 prospect, right?
Right.
The Tigers have better secondary non-top 5 prospects than other teams do. So that's number one. So they still have more to give. Second of all, it is, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but it is the dumbest thing to think about when you're like, well, you know, we don't think we can win the World Series, so we're just not going to try. Every team is flawed. We've gone through this entire season with saying Tigers could be the best in the American League. Well, the best team in the AL gets to go to the World Series. Like, if this is how he approaches this job, I can't forgive it. And it's a massive black mark on his resume to me. Now, it hasn't happened yet. Maybe he just wants to prepare us for it to happen, and then he over-delivers. But this, if it goes down like this, is truly awful. Awful. And I'm furious. Now, I know you're not.
I'm not.
It's unacceptable. Tiger fans have been waiting way too long to get to this point in the season. And what? You're slumping? So now you're going to punt the deadline? This is your chance to get better. Prospects are just that. They're prospects. Max Clark might suck.
He was never going to break character.
Kevin Nagatigo might blow.
He was never going to break character. He does things a certain way. Every GM, every president does things certain ways. This is not how he gets it done. He's looking at the long term, Rieger.
All right, we'll get to the calls. 248-539-9797. Are you good with this? Are you good with this way of thinking? Rico's not, but he's not as angry as I am.
I've accepted it. Yeah. You know what? Maybe I should just invite Jeff over to cool off in my new basement once it gets finished.
I would love to.
My Matrix basement. Guys, I'm telling you, they do a phenomenal job. They've been working solidly for the last week, and just from an empty, unfinished basement, the framing is now up. I can see where the half bath is going in, the kitchenette. This thing is going to be great. I can't wait. And they constantly keep me updated on everything, whether it's through the app that they give you or whether I get the phone call from the manager, who, by the way, same name as me, Jeff. His name's Rico. They give me a call. I know what's going on. I know everything. I know how long they're going to be, and I'll know how long it's going to take. I'm going to love this thing. I can already tell you that now. Here's what you need to do. Check out matrixbasements.com. That's matrixbasements.com. You get a ton of ideas. If you're looking for to finish your unfinished basement, or if you want to add a bedroom, a bath, or bar, whatever it is, a workout room, let Matrix Basement take care of that for you. MatrixBasement.com. Go on there today.
All righty, 97 won the ticket. Couple of articles in our local news saying the Tigers don't plan to be very conservative at the trade deadline, which is a week from yesterday. How you feel about that? 248-539-9797. Here's their plan, by the way. The plan is they're going to try to do what they did last year. They're going to try to duplicate pitching chaos. So instead of going out and getting high leverage relievers, and they probably will at least get one, they're still buyers to some sort. They're going to bring up some guys from the minors, have Chris Fetter work with them, and hopefully it turns into a Sean Gunther or a Brennan Hanafy or a Bo Brisky. So they're going to take that approach, and they've already started that. And then, by all accounts, they are still interested in Eugenio Suarez, but this is the line that really got me in this entire article. Yeah, they want Suarez. And by all accounts, I don't think they'd have to give up a top 5 prospect for Suarez. And maybe teams are asking for them and not getting them. So when they circle back and talk to the Tigers, maybe they still could get Suarez, a rental. But they make the point. If they got Suarez, they don't want him blocking anybody, like a Zach McKinstry or Javi Baez or Matt Vierling or anybody playing third base. That's why you wouldn't get a guy you don't want to haven't we been through this? Or Colt Keith. That's why you would punt on a chance to get a Suarez, because you don't want to block anybody? I got news for you. Everybody I just mentioned can play elsewhere. And that's what's good about this team, the flexibility, and AJ will put you anywhere. So it's not a bad thing to have an everyday third baseman. It really isn't. Call me crazy, Call me traditional. I'm very angry, Rico.
You are. Rieger, you got to let this go. 248-539-9797. Are you as angry as Jeff Rieger right now? I'm not. I don't agree with it, but I see where they're going with this, Rieger. And you know what? Like it or not, it's working for them. They're ahead of schedule.
Yeah, I don't care.
They got a young team. They got payroll that they can control. Their biggest worry is where's Scooble going to be in 2 years. That's it.
Yeah,
and if they really want to go all in, they got the money to pay him because, hell, you're not paying anybody else.
But you're really making the most of this Scooble window if you choose at the deadline to do nothing, aren't you? You're really making Scooble happy. Hell, why would Tarek want to stay here? Hey, you know what? It was the trade deadline of 2025, and Scott Harris decided to punt it. I'm glad to be leaving. Maybe that's what Scooble's thinking. Let's go to Mark. You're on the ticket. What's up, Mark?
Yeah, guys, I totally disagree with everybody. The spigot just doesn't shut off like that. All you got to do is watch how these guys play. I mean, their heads are not with it at all. They're not hustling. Their heads are not with it. I think something happened in the clubhouse, either between the players and or between the players and the front office. And I think it's with the front office. I think the players found out long before we found out that they were not serious about getting to the World Series. And I think that just took the wind right out of their sails. And, I mean, you just got to look at the way they're playing. I mean, the spigot just doesn't shut off like that. They had the best record in baseball, and now they're playing like their heads are in outer space.
Mark, I just want to make sure I got this right. It's like a conspiracy theory. You're saying the players got wind that the Tigers had no intention of buying at the deadline to try to win a World Series, so they just kind of gave up?
Absolutely.
I don't know if I buy that.
I believe that they didn't want that the front office was not going to give up any of their quote unquote their guys to go for the World Series. You've got 2 years. You've got arguably the best pitcher in baseball, and you've got 2 years to go for the World Series. And you're not going to do it. You're not going to look at that seriously.
Well, you also have a team that is playing like crap. And what better thing to do than to send a message, make a trade, tell them you still believe in them, bring in a guy that can help. Like Rico, say whatever you want about this team and what they're doing right now and what they did before. I truly believe they're missing a guy that can pick up the weight of the pressure when stuff like now is going on. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have that veteran that's been through it.
No, you don't have that, and that's where you like to have a star on your team. That person who can rally the troops and say, guys, we're still good. We can still win. You got a bunch of young players. So that's why it's frustrating. But, yeah, I guess it would be Javi. I guess he's the guy that would rally the troops and say, hey, I've been there before.
Right. Or Glaber.
Right. But it's I don't see that one person. And I don't think that they see that person that, you know what, if we get this guy, we're going to turn it around, and we'll be back, and we'll be better.
I'm looking at this ticket text. It says, Rico and Rieger. Jeff, you always go off on these tangents over something hasn't even happened yet. Them free writers, well, it was only one free writer, who doesn't have any idea what Scott Harris is going to do. Take a breath, Mike and Fenton. Well, they did talk to Scott Harris. These articles are coming from Scott Harris. Scott told them this. Now, whether he's lying to them, that's a possibility. Whether he wants to set everybody's expectations really low and then just blow them out of the water by doing all this amazing things, maybe. But yesterday, they had a meeting with Scott Harris. And thus, that's why these articles are written. It's not their opinion. It's what Scott told them. There's no quotes because it's off the record. But it doesn't mean you can't use the general information.
Right. Yeah, coaches play. I mean, a lot of people do this a lot of times where they say things and you just got to parse it. You know what? I think I know where this came from.
Right. Or they'll flat out tell you what's going on, but they don't want to be quoted.
Correct.
Hey, listen, here's what's going on. You didn't get it from me. Don't quote me. Use it as your opinion.
Right.
Leland did that all the time. George, you're on the ticket. What's up, George?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing today?
Hey, George.
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Unfortunately, Rico's correct on this, and it's not about blocking. It's not about a plan. It's not about anything. What it's about is reality. The reality is this team is at least 6 players short of any type of contention. They need 2 arms in the bullpen. They need 2 arms in the starting rotation.
Wow.
And they need 2 backs. Casey Mize has had a great 2.5 months, but we're forgetting about the 5 years that he sucked or had injury problems. 2.5 years is an aberration. Our shortstop is having 2.5 good months. We're forgetting about the 4 years of suck. He's having an aberration now, not the 4 years. Torkelson, same exact thing. Carpenter, he can't stay healthy unless he's in a vacuum in an emergency room. Maybe then he could stay healthy. The reality is this team is playing so above their actual skill level, and we've drunk all the Kool-Aid, and our expectations are totally warped. They're not ready for this.
So, George,
and
don't try.
Wasting the farm system is dumb.
Don't try. So you're in favor of not trying. That's what you're in favor of.
I'm in favor of trying for next year. This is not the time to try. You have to pick it.
Oh, yeah. Not the time to try. You're 8 games up in the division, and you're trying to come out of a slump.
They're not going to make it.
See, George, you're a prisoner of the moment is what you are. They're playing like garbage. Everybody agrees with you, but they're not this bad. They're not.
Yeah.
You know they're not this bad.
They're not this good either.
Okay, well, they're somewhere in between, so you would be truly not doing your job if you don't try to improve on what you can improve about. And there's the other thing. You said they're 6 pieces away. Maybe.
Yeah.
But every team in baseball has a need, a flaw. So what are you going to do? Just do nothing about it? What the hell? Let's go to war. See, George, I appreciate the call. I just totally disagree.
So what do you want them to do, Rieger?
I want them to be aggressive as F. I want them to trade for pieces that can help them win a World Series. Okay. I want to go straight to the ALDS and not the wild card. I want to, it's crazy, have success. Okay. And that's what good GMs do.
Rieger.
Or president of
You know
baseball
what,
ops.
Jeff? That's great. That's all well and good. I would also like to have sex every day.
You don't?
You can't always get what you want.
Why not? It's a good Rolling Stones song.
Okay.
So wait, I'm sorry here. Rico
I'm
asked
sorry,
me,
Rico. Did I make you uncomfortable?
Roberts.
Wait a second. So Rico asked me what I want them to do. My answer is try. And you're saying, no, you can't do it.
Rieger, I don't know. Apparently you see this team from doing something totally different than what they've always done. They've never done this. So why are you expecting something different?
That's not true, though. They did it when Dombrowski was the GM.
Is he the GM?
No.
Okay. You've moved on. You have a new daddy now, okay?
Just saying.
He's not there anymore.
Are you good
new
with
rules
it?
of the house.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Are you good with it? Are you good with this way moving forward, which is pretty conservative at the trade deadline, which is, week from yesterday. 97 won the ticket. By the way, a lot of people like David's drop. He wants to have sex every day. They consider him minus 500. They're considering him a minus 500 for your the Valenti Enrico Invitational next year. It's not
And
bad.
somebody else would have to grab that because it's not going to be a drop.
I'll grab it. Kenny, can you tell me how to do it? I'll grab it. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number if you want to give us a call. Evan Petzold and Cody Stavenhagen pretty much writing the same exact article saying the Tigers are going to be rather conservative at the trade deadline. If that turns out to be the case, and maybe it won't, but if it turns out to be the case, are you good with it? And early on, seems like a lot of people are. I'm rather not.
And I think it's you're coming from a position of strength because, yes, they've hit a slump, but they're still winning their division. And let's face it, the Guardians won't be playing this lights out for the rest of the season.
Sure.
And let's just say the Tigers just get to playing 500 ball to end the season. You're going to win your division. And now you're in the playoffs, and now you wait to see what happens. But I think the way this organization goes, they have a plan. Their plan is working. Why deviate from the plan? Why sacrifice what we think is going to be a long-term solution for something that'll just make you happy?
Yeah.
And by you, I mean you.
Yeah. That's ridiculous. Come on. Me? I'm the only guy that wants to make moves. I'm the only one. Hi, my name is Jeff Rieger. I'm the only one in Metro Detroit that wants a parade. I'm the only one that wants to watch the Tigers in the World Series. Yeah. Hi, I'm the only guy. Come on. It's ridiculous. It's hysterical that people are buying this nonsense.
What nonsense?
Dude, prospects might not work out.
They may
5
not
years
work out,
from now.
Rieger, but they value their prospects. They're not going to get rid of them. They have told you
and you
many,
don't
many
have
times.
To. The top 5 prospects don't have to go anywhere. You have a very healthy farm system. You can make moves, as we've just seen. 2 moves already, Naylor and McMahon. That didn't take top prospects. And both those guys could have helped the Tigers immensely. Noah, you're on the ticket. What's up, Noah? Noah, are you there?
Hey, Jeff.
How are you?
You have to understand that we have a good farm system. Why would we give up the farm system? We have to wait for a time.
You're not giving up the farm system.
No, but Jeff, we have to wait for a time when we have a good record. We have the best record in baseball. And we have to wait for a time when we're leading our division. That's the future. We got to wait for the future to create it. Why would we do it now?
Well, you are leading your division by 8 games.
I think he's trying to be funny.
Oh,
Jeff.
So he agrees with me.
Yeah, you unclench your fist. He's actually on your side.
I'm just ready to yell at
Noah
anybody.
walked into the room and you punched him.
Sorry, Noah, I apologize. You're a great man.
spot on,
Continue.
Jeff. You're spot on. Like, I don't understand the point of waiting. When's the right time? When's the right time, Scott? Like, what are we doing? Like, we're going to wait for when we're the best team in baseball. That's right now. Spend. Trade.
Yeah, and it's not even about spending. Like, I heard guys call up Karsh, and they were saying, well, Chris Ilitch, this is his fault. I don't think this is his fault. I don't think Chris Ilitch cares if you bring in a little more money via a rental. Chris Ilitch wants to win the World Series because look at all the home gates you get. Look at all the money you make, right? So, I don't believe this is an owner thing. I think this is the president of baseball ops philosophy. I just happen to disagree with it.
We're not good enough right now. We might as well just not even try.
Right.
Just wait for all these prospects to come up, and we'll try then when we have the best record in baseball then in the future.
Which may never happen again.
And Noah, I guess I think that this best record in baseball kind of snuck up on them. They have it. They didn't try to get this, but, man, they're not a team that's going to go out there and just – they don't want to add money to the payroll. They kind of want to do things their way, Noah. I agree with you. I thought that they should have made a move a long time ago, but when you sit back and look, that's just not who they are.
Noah, I'm sorry for yelling at you. I hope you can forgive me.
No, you're not.
Maybe, Jeff. I'll think about
Think
it.
about it. Call me
guys.
back. Yeah, take care.
You're a very mean person.
I'm not mean.
Yeah.
I'm emotional. I think you should be more emotional. I question your emotion.
Okay.
That's what I say. Let's go to Julian. Yeah, that guy's emotional. You imagine that guy's off. He comes back on Monday. If you think I'm emotional, what do you think Costa's going to sound like on Monday?
Oh, he already tweeted it out. He already tweeted
What'd
out
he
some
say?
stuff. Oh, I can't wait till I'm back. I can speak on this. Like, how about you stay on vacation? We'll talk to you on Monday.
Here's Costa.
Costa's that one guy. He's kind of like Stoney. He cannot unplug on vacation.
Bruh.
Like, no way.
You know what, David? I'd rather that than his vacation outfits.
Fair.
That's a good point. Well, he can do both.
No, he can't. Because when he went to Hawaii, it's like, Jim, nobody needs to see your banana hammock.
You think Jim's wife is like, we're on vacation. Stop tweeting about Scott Harris.
She's right. She's probably like, you know what? Why don't you just go out and have an affair? Leave social media alone.
Yes.
Go do something else. Like, can you just do something normal?
Why don't you just go out and have an affair? Costa's wife would be happier with that than being so obsessed with Scott Harris.
Oh, my God. Are you back on X again? Oh.
Is that the drop?
Well.
We got it?
There we go.
Or did he just duplicate it?
No, I think, well, you know.
That might win the tournament.
There's Dave.
Dude, no, you can't do that. That's a flag. You can't do that to my man back here, dude. That's wholly unacceptable.
Oh, that combination of drops, that's going to win the drop tournament. Oh, that's phenomenal. All right, let's go to Julian. You're on the ticket. What's the word, Julian? How are you?
Gentlemen, top of the afternoon to you. Thanks for having me on the show.
You as well, man.
So I'm going to preface my points by saying that I am not a baseball guy. I do follow baseball, but I guess, Rico, as you would know, I like to call in, and hockey is more so my bread and butter.
This is true.
Yzerman seems like a lot like Harris right now.
I am going to answer the question, what should the Tigers do, not what will they do, because I do agree with Rico on what will they do. But, and I can't believe I'm saying this, Jeff, I agree with you in what they should do. And the reason I agree with you is in sports, I think we can all agree more often than not, when teams are expected to win, when teams are expected to find success, more often than not, they don't. If we look at like the total sample size of maybe all four major sports and all teams that, you know, get picked to win preseason or get hot early on, etc. So I look at this season as maybe a little bit of lightning in the bottle, maybe a little bit of kind of taking a page out of the Lions book and the way the Lions finished that season where they beat Green Bay last game of the season and then just started to go on a tear there afterwards. Maybe the Tigers are a little bit in that sense where they had an incredible finish last year, unprecedented, and kind of broke all the stats of baseball. And now they're playing extremely well. They're a little bit of a slump. So I feel that maybe not to the degree of empty the coffers, blow up the farm system, not to that extent.
Sure.
But whatever budget or moves they had envisioned, you got to go well above that, because these kind of seasons, especially in a sport like baseball, I feel do not come along very often.
Well, Julian,
so I'll let you guys chime in on that. And then before I hang up, I have a CQ for both of you guys.
Good. Critical question.
Okay. Yeah, so the CQ I have for both of you guys, and then I got a part B for you, Jeff, is what's the pick on this series against the Jays? Transparency, I'm a Toronto fan, Leafs fan, Jays fan, etc.
Leafs fan, too.
So that's the question for both of you guys. Yeah. And then, Jeff, for you, just because I know how you feel, what would be worse for you? For the Leafs to win the Stanley Cup or for the Jays to win the World Series?
No, Leafs for sure. Oh, absolutely. Leafs.
Julian, this man... Jeff has crazy obsession.
Yeah.
And this ranks...
I know. I heard him yesterday, too. It was incredible.
This may be his worst obsession ever, that he follows Leafs hockey shows, and he just...
I do. I listen to
Jeff,
Toronto
no
radio.
Cares.
But no, Julian, if every Leafs fan was as nice as you, I wouldn't have a problem with the Leafs.
Them.
No, I just don't like their fans. Mine is Julian. Julian's a very nice man.
I think, Jeff, you've unfortunately been exposed to what I like to call like the culty side of Leafs Nation.
I don't like that.
Very culty. You know, I'm not a fan of those people. But there's a lot of sensical Toronto fans. Trust me. There's a big fan base. There's a lot of people like me What makes me laugh, though, is when Jeff's doing, whether it's his show or filling in, Rico, it's the out of left field Toronto hate. And I laugh at it. I mean, I don't get offended, but that's, to me, like, the funniest thing is you guys will be talking about who knows what, nothing, and out of left field, whether it's anti-Leaf, anti-Toronto, it's hilarious.
Julian, let me let you know his other worst obsession. Yeah. I have no idea.
What's that?
Okay, so you hate Leafs fans.
And Michigan State basketball, too.
Yeah, MSU basketball.
Yeah, those are my two.
MSU is down 4-0 at the beginning of the game. Rieger sends me a text. Oh, buddy, it's 4-0, Jeff.
Yep. Yeah, we all have. You hate Michigan.
No, but you, literally, you have texted me. The score would be 4-0.
I think that's a little of an exaggeration.
Rieger, don't make me go find that text.
Go find that text. Go find that text.
I'm like, Rieger, it's literally in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Also, Jeff, low-hanging fruit for you for the Leafs because they don't win anything. That's like I laugh at people who hate the Cowboys. Well, they don't win anything. They haven't won anything in a very long time.
I understand. I just like that they lose everything. I just like that their fans every year they line up to get kicked yet again.
Kenny, you know what the funny thing is?
Oh no, it's not.
Kenny, I keep forgetting. You are young. The Cowboys were the Patriots.
Yeah.
They were everything. They won everything, and they just ticked you off because they did it, and they did victory laps around
But
you.
the Leafs were an original six team. They're a historic franchise in this league. But you know what? They haven't won anything in decades and decades and decades.
The 60s, yes. All right, 248-539-9797. The Tiger stuff is out there if you want to hit on it. Are you as angry as me? Allegedly, we're led to believe Scott Harris is going to be pretty conservative at the trade deadline as the Tigers try to take on the Blue Jays today and actually get a win. 97 won the ticket. 97 won the ticket. Little football. Football today. David.
Now, every team has now reported for training camp. So let's get to a list here of players, coaches, GMs under the most pressure going into the 2025 season. Let's first start at a quarterback position. Let's start with J.J. McCarthy. Would you agree he's under a ton of pressure this season?
Absolutely, he is. I mean, for multiple reasons. One, he was a high draft pick. You never want to – I think they moved up to get him. So you want to see success because of that, too. This team is loaded with weapons, David. And 3, Sam Darnold came in here and won 14 games, and he's looked at to be a career backup. So it's unfortunate for that young man because if you can't duplicate that, that means that they made the wrong choice and let the wrong quarterback go.
No, Rico, I'm with you. I might not be with you about the Tiger stuff, but I'm with you about this. Aaron Jones, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Jalen Naylor, TJ, the big Hawkinson. I mean, these are all elite premier players, and now JJ's got the keys to the car. If he can't succeed in 1 year when their Super Bowl window is pretty wide open, they're going to go out and find somebody else that can succeed. They got a good D, too.
Next on the list, a running back. Plays in New York, plays for the Jets. His name is Breece Hall. Here's why I bring it up. Because last year, or this past offseason rather, Najee Harris was the most expensive running back in free agency. 1 year, $5.3 million. Breece Hall hasn't looked well in 2023 after he returned from injury. First 2 carries, 26 yards, then 83 yards. Has done nothing since. Pressure for Breece Hall?
David, I don't think it's fair. I think it's pressure for the entire New York Jets team. That's why they fired everybody. It's why their offense really has been sputtering for the longest. They banked everything on Aaron Rodgers, and when he got hurt 2 games plays in, they never really recovered. So I can't blame it all on him. I think that he's just a product of an inept offense.
So it's a little unfair. Their offense stinks. I think, if anything, pressure is on Aaron Glenn, but he's taken over a team where Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor is his quarterback.
It's going to be Fields.
I'm not even sure that there's pressure at all. Like, is anybody really expecting the Jets to win? And I know people always expect them to be a disaster. So I guess a little pressure on Aaron Glenn, but Breece Hall specifically, I don't know if I feel that for him.
So we have our first coach on the list, and we just talked about this. The Dallas Cowboys, their coach, Brian Schottenheimer. Is he under a ton of pressure, or does it really matter in Dallas?
The coach has been interchangeable in Dallas. I mean, honestly, David, the last one that they really had that had a voice was Jimmy Johnson. Yeah, that Jimmy Johnson, who just retired from doing Fox pregame shows. Because it's Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones runs the team, and Jimmy was the last guy that stood up to him. Schottenheimer will come, he'll go. He's really got no say-so. Try not to embarrass us, and maybe can you win us some playoff games? That's their new bar now. From America's team to can you win us a playoff game? So I don't think he has pressure because I think he understood the assignment when he got the job.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, Jerry Jones is one of the most, loyal guys you'll ever see. He should fire coaches. He decides to stick with coaches. Last year, the Cowboys were 7-10, so it's not like there's not room to grow. As long as they're better, I think Schottenheimer's going to be fine. And even if they're not better, Jones will stick with them another year. Doesn't it seem like, how many times was Jason Garrett supposed to be fired? And then they just brought him back, or Mike McCarthy, and they just brought him back. So I don't think he's in jeopardy or on the hot seat, despite the fact that they play in a tough-ass division. The Commanders and Eagles are pretty good.
This next one here, a lot of people, if you don't really watch or pay attention enough to the offensive line, you may not know his name. But his name is Braxton Jones, who is the left tackle for the Chicago Bears. They've gone out, upgraded other positions, did not really upgrade this position. He's been hurt in his career. And this past season, guys like Dan Moore Jr., Jalen Moore, not that good tackles, still got north of $20 million. He's a free agent. How much pressure is on him to actually produce this year and protect Caleb Williams?
And you're saying he's a free agent at the end of the year?
He's a free agent at the end of the
year.
year.
Well, I mean, this is it. Yeah, he has a ton of pressure for two reasons. One, because you got Ben Johnson, because you got Caleb Williams, and because you have this offense, if you go out there and you do your job and you become that guy, the second reason, you're going to get paid. So, yes, you screw up this year and you'll be in the CFL, the XFL, or whatever you call it. You do your job, you solidify that position, and you'll be a Bear for life.
Yeah, the only pressure, I think, is the difference in contracts he might sign. He's a left tackle in the league. If he doesn't play for the Bears, he's going to play somewhere else. No. However, I think the pressure in Chicago is Ben Johnson, who apparently already seems frustrated because Caleb Williams might not be on the same page with him at practice. Caleb Williams has a ton of pressure. Yes, Braxton Jones has pressure because he has to protect Caleb, but I don't know if it's also a contract year, so usually guys play well during contract years. I don't know if I look at it as a massive amount of pressure. Maybe not as much as the other guys you named.
The next coach on this list is Brian Daboll for the New York Giants. Did not have a good year last year. Is it over for him if he does the same?
Well, you know what? For our guy, David, yeah, he's a dead man walking. Let's just call it what it is. Mike's not here, but I don't see how they turn this around in a division that you have. You're looking at Russell Wilson keeping the place warm until Jackson Dart is ready. He's going to be gone, David. Let's just put it like that. He won't be there. So the pressure for him is, do you just go ahead and get fired mid-season, or do you prolay the inevitable and get fired at the end of the season on Black Friday or Black Monday?
Don't you feel he's Matt Eberflus?
Yeah.
He feels like Matt.
A good call.
Oh, thank you. He feels like Matt Eberflus. Like, going into camp, it's going to happen. There's very little chance that he gets to stick around, but it is funny.
Does he have that meltdown game like Eberflus had here in Thanksgiving where you're like, and there it is?
Well, it's probably best for you to get fired during the season. At least you don't have to prepare for as many games, right? You're getting paid regardless. Yeah. No, but I agree. I mean, like, his first year was great. They made the playoffs, and they beat the Vikings, and life was awesome. And then it's really gone downhill. But I've heard Mike mention this. I know you've mentioned this. The quarterback room is amazing for the Giants. It's so good.
From the media standpoint, yes.
Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Jackson Dart, Tommy DeVito, and Tommy DeVito's agent. Wow, the quotes coming out of that room.
If it was up to me, Jameis would win the job just for what he has to say afterwards. Pre-game and post-game.
He's a very motivational guy.
Right.
Eat the W's. I like Jameis.
I do too.
He's awesome.
I love it because he's entertaining. He's fun. And he kind of knows that he sucks. You know, he kind of reminds me, he's the modern-day Dan Orlovsky. I'm a backup, but I'm just going to have fun and know eventually I'm going to be in the media one day.
Who's the Jameis Winston of 97 won the ticket? Kind of knows they suck. Go ahead.
Go ahead, David.
Let's close it out with the only GM on this list, and it is the Atlanta Falcons GM, Terry Fontenot, and everyone knew what they did in the draft. They needed defensive ends. They needed an edge rusher. They drafted two, James Pierce Jr., Jalen Walker. We all know the scenario with Kirk Cousins and their team. Michael Penix is going to be the starter, but there's pressure. Has to be a ton on their GM in Atlanta, right?
It is. You had to, but it goes back to it's systemic. Your offense was bad. You had all of these weapons, and you chose to. You know what? It kind of goes back to yesterday. We were talking about that Ohio State game. You had all the weapons, but you chose to do things that these weapons can't do, and that was Atlanta last year, where you had, whether it was London, was it Bijan, like you had people out there, and it was like nothing. So, yes, you made a lot of moves. I think a lot of this depends on what Michael Penix does. And if this doesn't work, yeah, he will be let go because he put all of this together. He did the grocery shopping.
So he was hired in 2021. So this is year 5 on the gig, right? He already kind of screwed up the whole Kirk Cousins thing and Michael Penix thing. He gets Cousins, then he trades up to get Penix. And even though I kind of dig their offense, and every year I think to myself, the Falcons are the sleeper this year. If it don't work this year, they definitely blow it up and go in a different direction. But yeah, Penix can save him. I mean, that offense can save him.
Rieger, they have weapons. I said it last year, and I'll say it. If Atlanta had a guy like Ben Johnson running their offense, Atlanta would have been in the playoffs. Atlanta would have been seen as a serious threat because the thing that I liked about Ben Johnson was he took everybody's strengths and weaknesses and he managed them well. Atlanta didn't do that.
Do we think Ben Johnson's going to succeed?
I do.
Do you? David?
Yes.
Interesting. I'm torn. I don't quite know.
Why not?
Why
wouldn't he succeed?
I think some guys are better off to be
as
like
coordinators.
Yeah, and I also didn't love him and his crap talking when he got the job against the Green Bay Packers.
Okay, you know what?
And
stop.
What?
You can't have it both ways because you loved it when he was a Lion.
No, and I hear you. I feel like he should.
But now he's someplace else, and you're like, oh, I don't like that.
You know how Patricia tried to be Belichick?
Right.
I feel like Ben's trying to be Dan a little bit. And I don't know that it's going to work. I just have my doubts. All right. That's in Football Today. 97 on the ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Lions were back on the practice field for the first time with pads today after leaving early yesterday. Terrion Arnold was back today. Derek Barnes was also on the field. He had a taped-up jam finger, though. New D lineman Tyleek Williams did not practice. Aiden Hutchinson noted that he has had some of his best years coming back from injuries and declared that the past injury would be his last. With a smile, Michigan football has released that they are in ongoing discussions to move their season opener next year to Frankfurt, Germany, against Western Michigan. As of now, it's scheduled to be played at Michigan Stadium November 5th, or September 5th, I should say, but if that change happens, the game would switch to August 29th. The MLB trade deadline is less than a week away.
Will Stallions be there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's confirmed. Free Press beat writer Evan Petzold says that the team is not expected to make a big splash, and fans should not count on them acquiring Diamondback slugger Eugenio Suarez. Petzold says they'll likely target mid-tier relievers instead. Kader Montero is on the mound today as he battles Jose Barrios. First pitch at 7:10 right here on the ticket.
Is a mid-tier reliever like a back-end guy that isn't as good, or like a middle reliever?
I think more, maybe not the best back-end reliever, but yeah.
Yeah, why go for the best?
An autographed Caitlin Clark rookie card sold for $660,000 at auction. That's close to double the record for any women's card in history. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon, and 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hour number 2. Valeni and Rico, I'm Jeff in for Mike. So if you want to hear about the Tigers and Evan Petzold and Cody Stavenhagen and their articles about the fact that the Tigers probably aren't going to be all that aggressive at the trade deadline, hit up the Odyssey Rewind. We did the whole first hour, probably bring it back in the 5 o'clock hour. But Rico, yesterday you had a genius question. This is a good day for you yesterday. You predicted Scott Harris's mindset. I'm not condescending. I'm giving you props. Okay. You predicted Harris's mindset. And also, you asked the question. We got a ton of reaction. Where's the buzz for the Detroit Lions? And we had all kinds of people call up with all kinds of theories as to why the buzz isn't quite what it seems like it should be. Like somebody said, I'm focused on the Tigers collapse. Somebody said, I just care about the playoffs.
But go ahead.
What?
They said they were focused on the Tigers and the winning, not the collapse.
Oh, not the collapse? I'm focused on the collapse.
I know you
are. Yes. Anyway, so there was all kinds of theories, and we got to talking, and it was one of the last segments of the radio show, and I brought up the fact that in Vegas, the over-under for the Detroit Lions is 10.5, right? They have the third highest over-under in the entire NFL. They're tied with a couple teams. And I asked you, off the cuff, out of the blue, would you take 10 wins? Knowing what you know about this season, which is tough schedule, new coaches, new OC, new DC, Jared Goff isn't going to be protected as well, considering new O-line, new center. Would you take 10 wins? And you and Mike do this every now and then. You come up with a number, and it's almost like you can make it happen, and you offer it to the listeners, and it's up to them to accept it or go for more. So 10.5 is the over-under in Vegas. I don't know that they reach 10 wins. So if I offered you 10 wins right now, would you gobble it up?
Yeah, I would gobble it up. Rigger, I would simply say this. I would say, you know what? Let's sweeten the pot since it's Friday. How about we do that?
Oh, you're willing to be nice.
10 wins.
Yeah.
And you make the playoffs.
Oh, baby, I'm taking that in a heartbeat.
Now, I'm not saying where you finish, but you're in. You may have to play all your games on the road, but
which is fine.
You're in.
Yeah.
But you could lock it up right here, right now.
Or you take what's behind door number 2, and that is I take my chances. They can win 13 games. They can win the division. They can get another first-round bye. This time they'll be healthy. What do you think you take? Now, I'm with you.
Now, you know what? That's a little too easy. How about this? 10 wins.
Okay.
And then in the final week, you have to you need to win in the final week. Like you're it's not a lock that you're in the playoff.
10 wins with a chance to get in on the final week.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Or you take your chances. And who the hell knows what's going to happen? So right now, before we actually ask this to the people, what do you think the majority of Lions fans would say?
They're going to take their chances.
Yeah?
Lions fans are going to take their chances because, Rieger, even though a lot are
concerned.
Yeah.
They're very concerned.
They're silent right now, too. We found this out.
It's a silent, quiet concern. It ain't scared, but they're concerned.
Don't call me scared.
But they know if I say something about this, it's going to get misconstrued, that I am afraid. They're not afraid, but they see what we see. And they see, man, you didn't really add to that defensive line and this schedule. And, the coordinators are gone. A lot of strikes against you, okay? Your division is getting better. If I'm a Lions fan, I would lock it up. Matter of fact, I would just take the 10 wins, and I'll even be 10 wins, and you're a wild card.
Yeah.
10 wins, and you're a wild card.
I like that, as opposed to way more wins than 10, and you got a chance for another first-round bye. Here's what I would say. I take the 10 wins in a heartbeat simply because I think there's a chance bad things happen this year. Early on, you got your toughest games. You as a team are still gelling together. You're still trying to figure it out. Not to mention there might be some injuries and you're trying to work in a new center. I would take the 10 wins simply because it makes the postseason. We saw last year that it doesn't matter if you get the first round bye. I actually think this team will play better as we grow closer to the end of the season, considering they will have gelled together. Mm-hmm. I take the 10 wins. I guarantee myself a playoff spot, and I go to war, and I try to do what I didn't do last year, which is make a deep run.
I would take the 10 wins. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, would you sign the deal right now? You win 10 games, you're a wild card team in the playoffs, and you go from there. Or, door number 2, you take your chances and you see what happens. See, you cross your fingers and hope that the injuries aren't what they were last year.
I want to do this topic without you, but I can't because you are the guy that has the ability to offer these things. You came up with it. So, Rico.
So why do you want to do this without me?
No, I'm just saying I would have done it without you, but I can't because you're the only one who has the ability to make this happen. 10 wins and a wild card berth, or you take your chances. Rico thinks the majority of y'all would say no.
I'll
take my chances. I would take the 10 wins simply because I think you're going to be hitting your prime in the postseason. Everybody should be back for you, not to mention last year didn't do much for you. You got everything you wanted. You went 15-2. You got your first round bye. You were a 10.5-point favorite against the Commanders, and you ended up losing to them. So nothing's giving. I'm taking my 10 wins. I'm making the postseason because the problem is, and nobody would admit to this, there's a chance they don't make the playoffs this year. Despite having the third best roster according to ESPN, despite having some true talent on this team, they're working in a lot of new things, and the schedule's tough. There's a chance they don't make the playoffs. So you give me this choice, I'm taking the 10. But where are you at? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. If you want to give us a call. David, do we have some early ticket text of what people are saying before we hit up the phones?
Sure do. I'll take my chances. I have faith in my team. That is Tristan in Waterford. John in... A Detroit fan from Nebraska says take chances because not sure if 10 wins is enough to make the playoffs.
No, we're giving you the postseason.
Giving you the playoffs.
Yes. Uncle Rico is giving you the playoffs. Like, he's got that ability. He's got Goodell's ear.
I'll bet both of you the Lions win 11 or more this year. Okay, so he's not taking 10.
I'll bet you, too, whatever you want to bet.
Fine.
Yeah.
I would lock in 10 wins right now. Guarantees you will have a playoff spot. And this is like the old Red Wings. Nothing matters until the playoffs. So let's get there. I'll take it. Tom from Flat Rock.
No, that is true, by the way. I mean, the Red Wings' success got to the point where nobody gave a damn until April rolled around, and they were actually in the first round against like a Jean-Sebastien Giguère or somebody, or Dwayne Rollison. But I agree, nothing matters but the postseason. We don't care about regular season success. You saw that last year. We don't care about, we get to make the playoffs. We're giving you the playoffs. Nothing matters except for getting to a Super Bowl. We're to that point. We all agree, right? Mm-hmm. So I do think this is the best chance to get to a Super Bowl. Yeah, you might have to go on the road. Yeah, you'll be a wild card team, but at least you're there. The other way, the other option, if you choose to take your chances, you might not make the playoffs.
Correct.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. If you want to give us a call. Can I read this ticket text?
Go for it.
We know why
read
Rieger,
it anyway.
We know why Rieger doesn't want to do this topic with Rico. Signed Doug's Mulch Delivery Man. LOL.
Oh.
DC.
That's probably why. I'm like, why do you not want to do the how about this? You do the topic. I'll come back at 4.
No. I want you to stay. I love you.
I don't think
it.
I love you.
Right. That was just kind of weird to say. I don't really want to do this topic with you.
No. I said it wrong. I fumbled on my words. I meant to say I could only do this topic with you because you got the ability to grant the people the choice because you've done it before.
Is this like your jellyfish thing?
No. Why would you bring that up?
Oh, that's a good one.
By the way,
I don't really want to do this topic with you.
I fumbled on my words. It tends to happen. This is why I do the 6 o'clock show, okay? No, speaking of the jellyfish, by the way, compared to a stingray, I got home yesterday, and my 9-year-old daughter apparently heard this, or maybe she heard somebody talk to her about this, and she's like, how do you not know the difference? And she showed me a picture of a jellyfish and a stingray on her phone. And
somehow I got a feeling it's kind of like I always think, like when you see painted face guy in the stands just looking like a total complete idiot, and somebody's at school like, is that your dad? I kind of got that feeling with her, like,
no.
Is that your dad not knowing the difference between the two? Yes, that's him. I love him. Let's move on.
At least she loves me. 97 won the ticket.
Oh, man.
97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Rico and I with you. Mike back next week, but we're talking about the Lions.
Actually, Rieger to 6 because he doesn't want to do this topic with me.
Oh, will you stop? Just stop. I'm not Doug's mulch delivery man. But we're asking the question because Rico has the ability. He's done it before. He's granting you 10 wins and a wild card berth for the Lions. Would you take it? Or would you take option number 2, which is you take your chances? That's the question, because yesterday we talked about the lack of buzz. Today, I'm just curious with trying to figure out where Lions fans are at. You think you got a good team on your hands? You think it's going to be a disaster? Do you think you're going to take a massive step back? There's so many questions. I don't know what Lions fans think, and it's hard to figure it out considering your point yesterday, the lack of buzz there happens to be.
I look at this as, we're offering you 10 wins and a guaranteed wild card spot. Or if you feel strongly about your team, you say, Rico, to hell with you. I'm going to go for it. I want to see what this team. We already had one ticket texter say he bets us they'll win 11 or more games. So it's really, where is your confidence level with this team?
What do you think, though?
If right here, right now, I offer you 10 wins and a wild card spot, would you take it? Because I think that, as I said, a lot of Lions fans, and we found out that it's quiet concern. It's angst. It's not fear, but it's man, I don't know if things are going to ever be like it was where we were on this magical ride. I don't know about the injury situation. I don't know about the scheduling. I don't know about losing both coordinators. There's a lot of question marks with this team. Yes, do they have a lot of stars on this team? Absolutely. I'm not taking away from that. But there are a lot of question marks with this team, and you're starting off your first six of your first 7 games are games that I'm not saying you will, but they're games that you could lose.
100%. Now, I think,
including the Bucks in here on a Monday night.
Yeah.
And before you left, the Bucks, yes, the Bucks. They give you fits all the time.
Baker seems to have success against the Lions, with the exception of when it mattered the most in the playoff game. But
his coach went brain dead as well.
That's true. But I think Lions fans are almost like, I'm just not ready for the season to start. Like, sure, when it's here, it's going to be here, but I think they're just enjoying their summer for a lot of the reasons you said. You just don't know what to think of this football team. Adam, you're on the ticket. What's the word, Adam?
Hey, I'm going to take the 10 wins. And,
why?
And tell you why. And you didn't mention it, but I think the angst I'm having is a Jared Goff drop-off. And, are going to be.
Hey, hold on, Adam. Let's put Adam on hold. Adam, let's check your phone line. I want to hear what he has to say, but it was just messing up. I didn't want to lose.
All right, let's pick up Ron in the meantime. Ron, 10 wins. You doing it?
No, I'll take my chances. I think we can get 11 to 12 wins this season, but I do think it's going to be rough early on with that offensive line gelling. I think the receiving core is stronger than it was last year. And I definitely think our defense is stronger once everybody gets all the way healthy.
It's funny, Ron, because I didn't even mention the offensive line, but that's another concern. But you're saying that they will power through all of that, and they will get to at least 11 wins.
But the beginning of the season is going to be rough. That's where we're going to drop most of our games in the beginning of the season while they're gelling.
See, that's why I would take the deal, because the beginning of the season is going to be rough. And I don't think anybody's going to be shocked if they lose a couple along the way. So that's why I do take the deal. So at least I guarantee myself a spot in the postseason. But if you go look at those early games, Ron, they're not favored in a lot of them.
I believe it. Yeah.
But it's still not enough to sway you to say, okay.
Oh, no. They're going. Those losses are going to gel them even stronger.
Okay. All right. Appreciate the phone call, brother.
Thank you, Ron. See, that's weird, though. I think because the start of the schedule is so difficult, because all the questions we have about this team don't lighten up until later, that's why I would take the 10 wins.
And and it kind of goes with what he says. The offensive line, going to have to gel. Like, okay.
Well, that was Dan Campbell's first thing that he said. Now, today was the first day of pads. But Dan Campbell was asked about, like, hey, where's your focus at? He's like, I'm looking at the O-line. I need these guys to step up. And listen, I'm not saying Jared Goff is a bum because I think he's been awesome here. However, Offensive line's different. You lose your buddy Rag now. He struggles with pressure up the middle. It could be ugly early on, and you also can't deny, even though I said I'm not quite sure that Ben Johnson succeeds in Chicago, you can't deny that Goff was never as good than with Ben Johnson. And now Johnson's gone. And that's 3 years of layered offense that's gone as well.
No, I'm with you. So, yeah, 248-539-9797, asking Lions fans, based off of the conversation we had yesterday, because I wanted to know where the buzz was, and we found out a lot of the buzz is concerned with this team, so I offer you this option.
Let's go to Adam on a cell. You're on the ticket. What's up, Adam?
Hey, sorry, better service now.
Oh, yeah.
But listen, Rico, I didn't want to. You didn't mention it, I don't think, but I'll take the 10 wins, and here's why. I think a slight concern here with me is the Goff drop off potentially. I think the skill players around him, especially JMO, looking really good and getting better. I hope, man. I hope Jared can keep up, because I think if there is that drop off, it's that silent little anxiety in me about this team. And I think, Lenny, you were saying this defense, I think near the end of the schedule is really going to find its way. And with that 10 wins, you get the wild card spot. I think the defense will be playing its best football later in the season. But if the offense with Jared, I hope it continues to stride into this season. But that's the slight concern, man. I don't know.
I appreciate the call, Adam. I mean, Adam's taking the 10 wins. We want to know, would you take the 10 wins and a wild card spot, or door number 2, you take your chances and you see what happens?
You mentioned this team, and you mentioned where's the buzz, right? And I agree with you. I think a lot of Lions fans are, even though they don't admit it, they're a little scared.
Fired up.
They're a little scared. I don't blame them. But are fans also scared about Jared Goff? Like, I understand you used to chant his name, and he's been awesome, and you've never wanted any other quarterback than him with how things kind of worked out. And when he beat Matthew Stafford in that playoff game, I'm like, this is the greatest moment in Detroit sports. It was amazing. But don't you get the feeling, too, people feel about the Lions the same way they feel about Goff, which is not quite sure. Not quite sure. I really do. Like, I think Jared Goff is going to be fine. I do. And
you know what? Here's the thing. We got time. David. Oh, he's answering the phone. Kenny, David, what would you take? Would you take the 10 wins, or would you go ahead and risk it?
See, you guys have already said it because of this tough schedule and what you have here. What is it? The first, 7 games, right? You got Green Bay, Chicago, at Baltimore, Cleveland, whatever, that's easy. At Cincinnati, at Kansas City, and then Tampa Bay. Yeah, because of that schedule, I would definitely take 10 wins and a guaranteed playoff spot. See, that's what did it for me. When you guarantee that I'll be in a playoff spot with it, because I don't think 10 wins gets you the division. But telling me that's a playoff berth, yes, I would take that all day if I was a Lions fan.
David, I almost think that's kind of insulting the Lions fans, though, even though I would take the deal as well. But it's almost like, what do you mean I'm in the playoffs? Of course I'm in the playoffs. Have you seen the last 2 years? Of course I'm in the – that's what we do. We go to the playoffs. It's not even a thought that entered my mind to not go to the postseason. But I do wonder about the Goff thing. Does this city actually trust this man? Because I'm telling you, the way I hear fans talk about the Lions is how I envision them and myself feeling about Jared Goff. A little unsure. And I know that's not fair, considering he's been awesome.
Because it's going to be this, Rigger, like it or not, this season, you're going to find out, was it Goff, was it Ben Johnson? Does Jared Goff need Ben Johnson to push him and get him to where he was? Or does he go back to being the Jared Goff that the Rams couldn't get rid of fast enough?
Right. Like that Sean McVay kicked out of the door when he met the Staffords in Cabo.
He's aggrieved. Like, they didn't even talk to me like a man because they didn't want you.
Like, I'm just looking at a couple ticket texts. We'll get to the calls. But somebody says, Rieger, that's an awful question. Goff is a very good quarterback. His numbers are comparable to Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, and Peyton Manning for the first few years. I love when people do that, by the way. He doesn't have the success as those guys, but whatever. And then somebody else says, Jared Goff is only as good as the people around him. And the people around him have changed, at least offensive line-wise and his OC.
It's the person in his ear. That's what bothers me. Is Ben Johnson.
John Morton instead of Ben Johnson.
Who knew how to get everything done. Ben Johnson, I mean, he that transformation was just phenomenal. And now we're going to find out, was it just you, or do you go back to being the Rams Goff?
See, you're exactly right, because right here, right now, because we haven't seen a game yet, we haven't seen them interact. Like, we have not seen them interact yet during a game situation. So right now, it's like, I just don't know. It could turn out to be smooth. It could turn out to be great. But there's questions right now about this.
Right. When last year, heading into the season, there was no questions. It was just, can't wait to get this season started.
And can you remember them struggling in the first couple games offensively? And people were like, it's okay. They didn't play in the preseason. They'll be fine. People said that because it was those two together. Now, if that happens this year, what do people think and say?
All right, we'll get to the calls, 248-539-9797. It's the Rico deal. He's offering you 10 wins, only like he can, and a playoff berth for this year's Lions. Are you taking it, or are you choosing choice 2, which is, I'll take my chances. We're so much better than that. And a little sub-question. Like, does this town fully believe in the quarterback? Is that unfair to ask? I don't know that you fully believe in the quarterback. Like, the chance went away after he threw 3 picks in the game against the Commanders. 97 won the ticket.
Guys, you want to get on the radio, you hear me and Rieger talking. As a matter of fact, Rieger is a Specs grad. You could be a Specs grad as well. Specs at LTU offers you the opportunity to learn from people who actually work in the business, like myself. You can learn from day one in the lab what it takes to make it. And, you know, with the proper tutelage and the hard work, you can also achieve your dreams. So if you're looking to get into radio, you want to go into television, you want to go into, you're a graphic design artist and you want to start your own business, let Specs at LTU get you started. As I said, classes, they're filling up. The fall classes are filling up fast. You need to call 1-800-CALL-LTU. That's 1-800-CALL-LTU today. You'll make an appointment with an admissions counselor. They'll tell you about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and the graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. 1-800-CALL-LTU. That's 1-800-CALL-LTU. Do that today and make an appointment with your admissions counselor to get started on your new career.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Michigan basketball coach Dusty May's salary was raised around $1.3 million per year, according to the Detroit News record request. Yes, let's celebrate that. That's the contract extension he received during the season as well that added on a year. Lions defensive coordinator Calvin Shepard said that Aiden Hutchinson looks like a better player than before his injury. Does Hutch agree? The Tigers are back in the field against the Blue Jays tonight. Keter Montero will face Jose Berrios on the mound. First pitch at 7:10 with rain possible as well.
Oh, are they going to win today?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Let's proclaim it now, yes. Here's the lineup. Colt Keith will lead off in DH. Gleyber Torres bats second at second. Riley Green will hit third and left. Spencer Torkelson in the cleanup spot as he plays first. Wenzel Perez bats fifth and right. Zach McKinstry in the sixth hole as he plays third. Dingler, Meadows, Baez at shortstop will round it out here today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
Ayato, just so you know.
Yes.
Everybody, regardless of the sport,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of what level, high school, college, pro,
Yes.
always in the best shape of their life, always going to be a promising season. Can't wait to get on the diamond, the ice, the court, the field. Check, check, check.
Well, this is the time you can impress everybody because you haven't played a game yet.
Remember, every year Miggy was in the best shape of his life.
You know, did you hear the ball coming off Miggy's bat? The sound just sounded different. Remember that from spring training?
When are radio people in the best voice shape of their life?
I consider myself right now.
Yes?
Yeah, I'm in my prime.
August, right before football and right before baseball playoffs and all of that.
Everybody's well rested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll follow up on that. Make sure you're on your top game.
Yeah.
By the way, if you want to hear about the Tigers and their lack of willingness to do anything at the deadline, which is a week from yesterday, hit the Odyssey Rewind. We talked about it in the first hour, and I'm pretty sure we're going to bring it back. And then today, in the 4 o'clock hour, we get to play Who Said It, which I love. And I think I'm pretty good at it.
It's good until you have to be under the pressure.
I'm really good at it in my car when I'm driving in to do a radio show. Yeah. And then I get into here and I choke. So we're talking about the Lions, asking you the question. Rico has the ability to give you 10 wins. Over-under in Vegas is 10.5. He's giving you 10 wins and a trip to the postseason. Are you taking it, or are you just saying, hell no, I'll take my chances? Let's hear from Kenny, then we'll go back to the phones. Kenny, what do you think?
Well, I'm looking at this team, and people lit me on fire for this opinion. People absolutely hated what I had to say about it because I said, all right, you're losing your coordinator, you're losing, or coordinators. You are completely I look at this team and I say, could this be a 10-win team? Yeah, absolutely. Could they also be a 9-win team? This is what I worry about. I worry about this team being a 9-win team. So if you sign me up for 10 wins, yeah, I'm signing that piece of paper yesterday.
So Kenny is all in.
And people think that, by the way, this is not an insult to say this team could be a 10-win team. People act like you're saying they're bad somehow.
No, Vegas thinks you're a 10-win team. They got you at 10.5.
Right, so you're right on line with what Vegas has to say about you.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. We lock this up right here, right now. You're in the playoffs. You're a wild card team. You may get a home game. You may have to go on the road. But you know what? You're at the table. I'm offering you that deal.
Between
Guaranteed.
between losing your coordinators and your strength of schedule this year, which looks just terrifying.
It's daunting.
Yes, absolutely. Sign me up.
I just really think that if this team makes the postseason, they're going to be dangerous because there's no way they have the amount of injuries they had last year, and they will have had the entire season to play together, and they have elite talent on this squad. I think you get to the second season, they're going to be a tough out. So you guarantee me a playoff spot, I say yes. I don't need to see the season. I'll just wake me up when the playoffs start.
248-539-9797. Lions fans, are you accepting this deal or you want to take your chances? You believe in this team. You believe in Dan Campbell.
The RBD, the Rico Beard deal. Ray, you're on the ticket. What's up, Ray?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey,
man.
I will absolutely take that deal, man, because we're going to be battle tested. We don't need a week off to choke the following week, man. We don't need rest. We just need to keep going all the way through. And these guys, the coordinators, man, I'm so sick of hearing about the coordinators. Was Aaron Glenn really that good?
Yes.
And one more thing.
No. Ray, he was. Aaron Glenn had nothing, and he kept his team in it all the way to the end of the season.
Ray, I
Think
look at
about
that Minnesota
all the
game.
injuries they had.
That Minnesota game where they somehow won, and they just didn't win. They held them to 9 points. I look at that Green Bay game. I think Aaron Glenn did a tremendous job.
Okay, what about the championship game the year before?
Yeah, that wasn't a great job.
Okay, but now Jared Goff.
Whoa. But
in the championship game? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, in the championship game, I don't consider the defense was the thing that let you down. I think your offense let you down.
Well, yeah, for the head coach let you down. Little weird black magic let you down with the whole Kindle Valdor thing.
The fourth
Jahmyr
downs,
Gibbs fumble.
Right. Okay, for the Valdor, I give you 2 drop fourth down passes and Jahmyr Gibbs fumble.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah. Ray, listen, I think either way and any way you look at it, losing Aaron Glenn is a loss. I do think because if Aaron Glenn had a full complement of players last year, or at least 75% of his guys, I think you would have won the Super Bowl, or at least gone to the Super Bowl. Let's go to Casey in Birmingham. You're on the ticket. What's up, Casey? How are you?
I'm conflicted, guys.
Good.
I want to take the 10 wins in the playoff spot, but the fact that only 12% of wildcard teams have ever won the Super Bowl, and that's our ultimate goal right now, it's hard to take that. The only way I guess I could take that is if there was an extra caveat saying that, we ended the season on a 3 or 4 game winning streak and we are hot. And then, I'll take my chances as a wild card team.
Rico, will you grant him that?
12%?
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, if we're looking at the schedule,
I'm scared. Yeah.
No, Casey, if you're looking at the schedule, you're probably riding a winning streak going into the playoffs because you're probably going to lose a majority of your games at the beginning of the year. So take that into account.
Well, and also, Casey, you mentioned 12% of wildcard teams have won a Super Bowl. 100% of non-playoff teams have never won the Super Bowl.
Look at the big brain on Rieger.
There you go.
Okay, Gretzky, Michael Scott. But, I think I am leaning towards taking it just because the odds are that we are going to be going in hot. We're going to have a rough beginning, like I think almost everybody said, with the schedule and all the changes. Just let's go into it and let's be that 8th team, that 8th wildcard team that wins it.
Thank you, Casey. Well, 7th, right? There's not 8, and it's 7 with the 1 bye. Yes, yeah.
So I don't know. You're in the wild. You're playing wild card
weekend.
You're playing
a game on wild card weekend. All right, one last call. Jay, you get the last word. Speak for your people. You taking this deal?
Hey, yeah, I'm taking it. Absolutely. What's going on, Rieger? How you doing?
Hey, Jay, how are you?
Rico, how you doing? I'm great.
What's up, man?
So I'm taking the 10 wins. Considering everything the Lions lost, I do think that 10 wins is a good deal for the Lions. They got a brutal schedule. This is football. Teams who are good one year can regress. And I think that you look at, I don't think any team will be able to go 15 wins again in the season, let alone the Lions, considering what they've lost. But if I can have 10 wins right now, I do it. Playoffs, you know how the Lions are when they get to the playoffs. They're either going to be really good or they're going to be really bad like they were last year. So, this team plays well. They can stay healthy. I think they can make a run to the Super Bowl. So if I can get 10 wins, hell yeah, sign me up. Sign me up yesterday.
Jay, appreciate it. You know what's interesting? You guys offered a similar bargain or a similar choice to Lions fans last year. I think it was 11 wins or 12 wins. What was it? Was it 12 wins?
Yeah.
12 wins, and people said no. Everybody said no, we're better than that. The majority of people for this one have said yes, which I think goes back to your point. I think Lions fans are a little afraid going into this season. All right, football next. 97 won the ticket.
All right. As we always do, let's do a little football. David, if you would, please.
Wow, Big Ten. Why is that? We're going to go through some Big Ten coaching rankings, guys.
Oh.
Let's do this. Going into the 2025 season, CBS
Wait,
Sports.
is this the Big Ten music?
This is the Big Ten music. I
didn't know Big Ten had music.
They still use this, I think, on the Big Ten Network. I think. Maybe they don't anymore. I don't know.
Okay.
Let's get to it, guys. We got 18 coaches in the Big Ten.
There's 18 coaches in the Big Ten. What?
We're not going to get through all of them, but I want to get through the bottom three first, okay? At number 18, you have Northwestern's David Braun. 17, Deshaun Foster at UCLA. Then at 16, Mike Locksley at Maryland. Fair for them to be at the bottom three.
Wow, and not Purdue's coach.
Correct.
Interesting. Yeah, I think Locksley is dead man walking. He's got to produce. I mean, he talked about it Big Ten Media Day how NIL tore up his locker room, and now he's telling everybody leave your keys and your Louis bags outside the locker room type of thing. Yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, not a big on UCLA either. I probably have Purdue's coaches in there, but other than that, I'm okay.
Yeah, by the way, I'm sorry, Rico. My condolences. Loxley's your guy. You dealing with this okay?
Yeah, I'm dealing with it okay.
But I agree with you. I mean, Purdue went 1-11 last year. They have damn near 70 new players this year. I'm not quite sure how they're not bottom three, but I would agree overall with the two others that you said.
The next three. At 15, Sharon Moore.
Wow.
At 14, Barry Odom at Purdue. At 13, Jonathan Smith, Michigan State. Now, hold on.
Who made this list?
Hold on. Let me give you something real quick.
Rico Beard?
They have where they were ranked last year on this list. So at 15 is Sharon Moore, I told you. Last year, he was 15th on this preseason ranking. Jonathan Smith, preseason last year, was 7th, and he's fallen to 13th on their list.
So, wow, they're saying that even though he fell on the list, their preseason ranking, he's still better than Sharon Moore. And
correct.
Barry Odom is still better than Sharon Moore
correct.
As well.
Yes.
Wow. Rieger, David,
you want me to go first?
You and Rieger are Michigan fans.
I mean, this is preposterous. I mean, let's be honest. Obviously, we don't know if Michigan's going to get popped. And obviously, last year wasn't a great year for Michigan. But to finish off beating Alabama and Ohio State, and you're telling me Sharon Moore isn't as good of a coach as Purdue and Michigan State? I mean, please, that's absurd.
I don't know about Purdue because you got like 70 new people there, but I wonder how much of that the offense was just horrible underneath him last year.
That is actually what they say when they write up here. They say, sure, he was 2-0 against Ohio State in his career because, you know, he subbed for the other one. That should carry weight, it says, but they haven't fielded a good offense. Can't find a quarterback. That is a problem.
Well, they have a quarterback. He's just a freshman.
Yeah, and Jonathan Smith, I think it really just boils to the fact of you really didn't do anything. I guess the Iowa game was a big game that you actually went out and won, but you didn't do anything last year. You showed up. You didn't make the bowl game, and you kind of left Spartan fans wondering what the hell just happened.
I do find it funny that next year or this year in back-to-back games, October 25th and November 1st, Michigan plays Michigan State and Purdue back-to-back. So they have a chance to settle this. Preposterous.
That's amazing. So I want to focus on the top 10, so I'm going to go through these to get to the top 10.
All right.
You don't have to comment at all unless you hear something. 12, Greg Schiano, Rutgers. 11, Luke Fickell, Wisconsin. And now we get into the top 10. 10, Jed Fish, Washington.
You know what, David? He's going to come in at preseason number 10, but I'm going to say this now on whatever day this is, July 25th. You know what? I'm setting myself up. Watch out for Washington. Not because Michael Penix played there. David, you saw, I forgot the backup quarterback. I think Williams is his last name. When Michigan played Washington.
Correct.
That Washington may have the best quarterback, running back, wide receiver combo in the Big Ten that's already established.
Yeah, it has to be put together a little bit more, but you're right. They're there.
So I know nobody stays up late and watches the Huskies, but just something to watch out for.
Sailgating. I agree with you. I think they have the 28th toughest schedule. I think Washington coming back for the second year with Fish will be better. I actually was kind of aghast with the Wisconsin moment that you said, David, or a team that they're ranked so low, but then you look at their strength of schedule, and it's the fourth hardest schedule in football. So I guess I understand it.
So let me get through this, guys. If you hear something you want to comment on, feel free. Number 9, Matt Rule, Nebraska. Number 8, PJ Fleck, Minnesota.
Oh, my God. I'd have Fish over PJ Fleck in a heartbeat.
I knew you would have a problem with that one.
Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Honestly, he's done nothing to be ranked 8th.
Well, to your point, they had him at 11 last year, and he moved up to 8. So what did he do to move up?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing.
At number 7, Brett Bielema, the Illini.
You know what? Yeah, like it or not, he is building Illinois into Wisconsin's South. It's a little old school football. If this thing works out with his quarterback, what was it, Altmaier? He will be the surprise. He will become this year's Indiana.
A 99% chance to get 6 or more wins. Congratulations.
Yeah, they're this year's Indiana. We'll see what happens there. Speaking of Indiana, at number 6, Kurt Signetti.
Yeah, a little high. And I'm saying, I can't believe I'm saying this next statement. I think Indiana may be living off of their reputation in football.
Are we talking basketball
Right.
here, or
That's
what are we
I'm
doing?
saying. In football, they may be living off of their reputation because they were so good last year. But last year, I see as an anomaly for them because everybody was from James Madison. So they all played together and then did their final grad school year at Indiana. And that's why it clicked. That's why it worked so well with Rourke and all of the pieces that he had. They're gone. I don't know if he can sustain that. So I think he's too high.
Yeah,
I still would have Fish over him as well.
Yeah, coming off a big year, Bob Knight took him to the Final Four. You know, let's see if they can repeat it. Wow, 6.
Yeah,
okay.
Tom Crean had a great season.
At number 5, Kurt Ferentz, Iowa.
No,
please,
no.
come
Okay,
on.
This is the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Grammys right now.
This
That's
is
all
the
this
most
is.
bizarre. Whoa, who made this list? Is it Mike Valeni and Rico Beard
This
putting
is
Michigan down that far?
CBS Sports.
This is absurd.
I had nothing to do with this. I wouldn't have Ferentz this high either because let's face it. It's been a long time since Iowa has been relevant. Ever since they combined and didn't have the Big Ten West because they had an easy path to the championship game. It's been a long time since you've seen a great Iowa team. What, 2015?
Yeah, it's been a while. But no, Michigan has the 4th best odds to win the Big Ten Conference, and yet you put a team like Iowa over them.
No. We're not talking team. We're talking coaches.
Whatever.
We're talking coaches, not teams.
Yeah, but it's a direct correlation, coach and team.
Because sometimes if you swap teams, the same coach would win no matter what team
David,
that he
finish
had.
it off. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, you're not going to like 4, Lincoln Riley.
Wow.
And then I know. And then the top 3, you could probably debate and switch them off however you like. 3, James Franklin. 2, Dan Lanning. And then 1, Ryan Day.
James Franklin is the king of 10-2. I mean, he's consistent if he's nothing else. Ryan Day, he won the whole thing. Lanning, I don't know what to think about him if he's a great coach or not, because every time I think he is, he does something stupid in the game. It's like, what? You didn't have to go that route. But, like I said, James Franklin can't win a big game, but you're not going to beat – if you're an inferior opponent, he doesn't lose to you.
Day 1, Lanning 2, Franklin 3. Is that how it reads?
Yes.
Yeah, that's accurate. I'm done with that.
Yeah. You're okay with that?
Yes.
How bad is the Big Ten when Lincoln Riley's 4?
That's absurd.
I just had to say.
You know what, David? Lincoln Riley is all about name recognition and USC, and because of what he did at Oklahoma. There it is.
That is your college football Big Ten edition.
Brought to you by Sparty.
Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Tigers beat writer Evan Petzold wrote an article today detailing what the team's plans will be at the deadline. He says they're not expected to make a big splash, but instead hunt for mid-tier relievers. Quote, the recent slump won't push the Tigers front office into an aggressive strategy at the trade deadline. Despite problems in the bullpen and on offense, the Tigers believe that the team that went 90-47 in 137 games from August 11, 2024 through July 8, 2025, 106-win pace over 162-game season, not the team that's gone 1-10 since July 9th.
I got a question.
Yes, your hand's raised.
Yeah, were you in there with Scott Harris?
No.
Oh, wouldn't you want to maybe try to, crazy concept, improve the team that won 106 games?
Yeah, read. Just read. Don't
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Here's the team takes on the Blue Jays tonight for Game 2 of the series right here on the ticket. Keter Montero will be on the mound at 7:10 against Jose Barrios. Lions coach Dan Campbell declared that this is Jack Campbell's defense at the beginning of the week. The media asked Jack if that was a conversation he had with the boss. '25 defensive line draftee Tylik Williams missed practice for an undisclosed reason as the team put on the pads for the first time as well. Carlton Davis did return. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Jeremy. 4 o'clock hour weekend just about to get going. Rico there. I'm Jeff, Kenny, and David in a studio far, far away. Rico, we just did these Big Ten coaching rankings, and CBS has some explaining to do.
Why is that?
You got to admit, to put Jonathan Smith and Purdue over Michigan seems a bit ridiculous. And then just the list. I don't feel people want to give Sharon Moore any credit that made that list, but it got us thinking. All right. You just had the Big Ten media days. Both Smith and Moore talked. I know there's more going on with Michigan than there is with Michigan State, but I thought you guys came up with a great question. And I think I know the answer, but I'm not exactly sure.
So I've had a run of great questions. Wow, I like this.
Yeah,
you didn't want to do a show with me today.
You're pretty amazing. No, I said I wasn't going to do the topic with you. Okay. Yes, you got to let things go. My goodness, you hold on to things. Are you seeing somebody? You need to. You hold on to things.
Did you just meet me?
That's a good point. Yeah.
Okay.
You ever want to work on that?
Let's go.
Oh, you want to do radio? Okay, fantastic. So, Jonathan Smith, second year. Sharon Moore, second year. Which one, and you have to give reasons why, has more pressure heading into this season?
248-539-9797.
Well, I want your opinion first.
But I'm saying we decided just to keep it simple. Between the two coaches going into year 2, who has more pressure on them? When you look at it, I don't think it's an easy answer for either one, because Moore, you're coaching Michigan. In the background, whether you like it or not, whether you want to deny it or not, is, could be impending doom, could be a slap on the wrist. Oh, and by the way, yeah, your offense has been sputtering. You haven't looked like the Wolverine team that won the national title. There was a fall from grace last year. And I think everybody was in the honeymoon phase and still celebrating and walking around with the T-shirts and their hats and national championship, that they really didn't pay that much attention to the Michigan team that was out on the field, but it wasn't a very good Michigan team. Now, if you say, oh, we beat Alabama and we beat Ohio State, yeah, I'm talking about the 11 games before that. Didn't look as good as you should have. You look at Michigan State, you look at Jonathan Smith. You're in this program, and you've done nothing to really excite the Spartan fan base. You've done nothing. Your personality is kind of ho-hum, guy next door. You're not the fire and brimstone, rah-rah kind of guy.
You're weird.
Yeah, D'Antonio came in there, and it was all about the chip on the shoulder, and it was Mel Tucker. And Mel Tucker came in there, he was over the top with everything. You're just kind of around, very Ned Flanders-ish, and you didn't win. You didn't take the team to a bowl game. No one knows the direction of the team, Rieger. You're 5-7. Honestly, I would say Jonathan Smith has more pressure. Jonathan Smith has more pressure because a new AD was hired, Jay Batt.
You're right.
Has no ties to him. And let's face it, as football goes, so does the money going into the program. So does the money going into the university. When your football team is good, you're willing to spend money. You're willing to open up that checkbook. You're willing, enrollment goes up. I mean, this is a proven fact. But when football is bad or mediocre, and you can't be mediocre, because I would say Smith over Sharon Moore by a nose for more pressure, because Smith is surrounded by Michigan, Ohio State, Notre Dame, and you've done nothing so far. This year, your floor is 8 wins, and you got to beat Michigan. That's your floor. Now, if you could exceed that, great. But you had whatever you wanted to call last year, finding ways to lose. Your offense looked inept. Your transfers didn't look that good. Your offensive line was ridiculous. But then it started to kind of pick up, and you got to get glimpses. I'm going Jonathan Smith, more pressure.
All right, so I agree with you. And let me tell you why. Can we agree, just for the sake of this argument, for a quick second, to throw the NCAA investigation out of the way?
No,
we can't?
No.
Okay, well then maybe you got to rethink. But here's what I think. I think the point you made about Jay Batt, the fact that he's a new AD, he's got no ties to Jonathan Smith. I think we know that last year, Michigan State was an embarrassment. They were. And if you're not much better this year, there is no reason that Batt needs to hold on to Smith. Right? Now, when you look at Michigan, yes, we wanted Sharon fired during the season. He couldn't figure out who his quarterback was. It was a disaster. But it ended on an unbelievably high note of popping the Buckeyes.
Right.
He beat Michigan State.
But
and, of course,
he
beat Bama, too. Yeah, go ahead.
Here's the thing. He's banking it all on Underwood. Like, there's no plan B.
He is. But it's also a guy.
If Underwood is like Aiden Childs like, you're in trouble.
But we're not talking about pressure from the fan base. We're talking about pressure and getting fired, correct?
Yeah, I see. I sometimes I wonder if we're going to ever fire anybody. Well, because I don't think so. But and here's the other thing.
I don't think Ward's going to fire Sharon unless he's forced to, and you get popped by the NCAA.
And for Jonathan Smith, the fact that you should have beat Michigan last year.
Yeah, you should have.
You didn't.
Very conservative, kind of like Scott Harris.
Then you had the incident that happened at the end of the game, and a lot of Spartan fans wanted you to stand up for yourself, and you didn't. And then you got 3 Michigan players at a golf outing basically saying they're going to take belt to behind and demonstrating to you on camera, thanks to Tony Garcia's tweet, of what they were going to do. They have no respect for you. This is where we are right now. So, yes.
So, in a landslide, you're going Jonathan Smith.
Yes.
Yeah, and I agree with you. 100% I agree with you. The one thing, by the way, and we can hit on this too, I thought it was very weak for Sharon Moore to say that there's going to be no flag planting post-game.
Yeah.
Very weak.
Okay.
Bring it back.
You do realize that's not going to happen, that their players are going to go out there. But, yes, for those who don't know, he reported yesterday that basically – I'm trying to think.
Post-game celebrations, they're not going to.
I want to give him credit. Sam Webb. Webb. I want to give him credit. He put it out there and said, hey, there's going to be no more post-game celebrations. We're just going to be with our team. We're going to go say hi to the band, and we're going to leave as a team together. No more flag planting, no more bravado, which is everything that is Michigan. And what they embody, they're not doing that anymore. He just wants them to stay focused.
Who's got more pressure, Smith or Moore? 248-539-9797.
David, what do you think?
Here's the thing. With Sharon Moore, he may not be here regardless at the end of the year because of whatever may come down with the NCAA. I do think that with the new AD, that there may be a little bit more pressure on Jonathan Smith, but I don't even know if there's much on him. But because of the question, I'll say more on Smith than Moore.
More on Smith than Moore. So you're saying Smith.
More pressure
You're
on
saying Smith. Yeah. Yeah, you said that kind of weird, but I got you.
Okay.
All right. So far it's a landslide. It's Jonathan Smith more pressure, and I think the big reason is that he can be whacked easier by his AD, and Sharon Moore has already beat the Buckeyes.
Here's the thing, and there's no attachment. Spartan fans don't have attachment to Jonathan Smith. Sharon Moore, you could say, was there for the national championship team. You know, he stepped in when Harbaugh got suspended for one of his things that he got suspended for. That was him. He was there. Jonathan Smith, he's an outsider. He's, you know, what you don't know if he's going to become MSU's version of Rich Rodriguez, a guy who was just a fish out of water, and the fan base never really embraced him.
No, that is true. So we want your take. Of the two, Smith or Moore, who's got more pressure? And we're talking about like the better chance to get whacked. And maybe when you say it like that, you say it's got to be Sharon Moore simply because of the NCAA. However, of the two guys, which one, if you were them, would you be more worried about your gig? We'll get Kenny's thoughts. We'll get to the calls.
Oh, I know what Kenny's going to say. Pillow fight. SEC
97 won the ticket.
All right, guys, it is officially moving season. The time has come with hours of packing and unpacking. It's so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving into your new home is make sure your Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you got your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then you're back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So just sit back, relax, stream your favorite movies and TV shows while somebody else does all that unpacking of the boxes. Remember, with Xfinity, the only thing you need to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make the right and easy move with Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on the Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
All right, so we're asking the question, who's got more pressure on him this college football season? Is it Jonathan Smith at Michigan State? Is it Sharon Moore at Michigan? And I think
it's college football. You know, that thing that's played on Saturday, people.
Yeah, I think there's a clean sweep going on. Everybody's saying Smith, mainly because of the new AD. And if he doesn't perform this year, more than likely, he gone. But Kenny, go ahead. Give your thoughts. We'll get to the calls.
Ticket text. I think it's definitely more because, no offense, no one cares about Michigan State from a big picture point of view.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Little brother. Nobody cares.
I mean, had he said that with the no offense, I would have been like, okay. But whenever you say no offense, the next thing you say, offensive.
Yeah, it's almost like, I got to tell you,
but here's the
Rico
thing.
Beard, he's a hard worker, but he's not very a nice guy.
Yeah, no offense. I don't really want to do this topic with you, but no offense.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
No, but Michigan is a bigger name brand when it comes to football. So that's what I'm saying. For more, it's the pressure. You're the head coach of the University of Michigan. Okay, you got big shoes to fill, expectations. I think last year, because you won a national title, we'll accept last year. Don't repeat it. 7-5. I mean, imagine this, Rieger. 7-5. If both coaches go 7-5, Jonathan Smith has a better chance of being retained.
Oh, I agree. But I have
Tromo
a hard...
goes 7-5 back-to-back years. I think at that point, Ward Manuel may actually come out of his office and do something.
See, I disagree. If Sharon is cleared, if he's good to go, if he's allowed to coach or doesn't get suspended, and by the way, he's already looking at a 2-game suspension. But let's just say that's all there is. And he goes 7-5, but he beats Michigan State. I don't think he's going to get fired. I think he gets another year.
Okay, think about this. 7-5. You lose to one of your rivals.
Yeah, Ohio State.
Okay?
Which, by the way, it's first time in 5 years.
No, I'm just saying. Michigan fans aren't accepting 7-5, Rieger. They're not. Michigan
disagree, but
look, Michigan fan base they got a higher standard.
I agree, but we're going on the premise that it's about the AD and actually getting fired, not if the fan base is unhappy. So you got your quarterback, Bryce, will come back for a second year. You're recruiting well. You got tons of NIL money.
Let me stop you. Actually, it is about the fan base being happy. Rieger, what's the biggest thing that's now happened in college sports?
I hear you.
Okay? If the fans aren't happy, that means the boosters aren't happy. That means money is not being infused into your program. Why? I don't like losing. So you now have to appease the fans. It used to be you're going to buy tickets regardless. No. You better make sure your fans are happy because that's where a lot of your money's coming from. Outside of the money that the school's now giving out, it's the fans, it's the boosters. So Michigan, they got higher standards. I'm not. They do 7-5 and 7-5. That's not bringing in checks.
David, who else we got?
The reason Smith is higher than Moore on this list is that Smith doesn't cheat. Moore does. Simple as that. Okay. Another one from Tom says, Moore might not be coaching all 12 games. I wonder if that played a factor in this.
Well, real quick, you do go back to when they signed the contract with Sharon Moore. Remember how he didn't have a contract to begin with and it was written on a napkin and then they had to go back and say, oh, yeah, now we're going to lock you up. You do wonder if he does get popped by the NCAA, then if Ward doesn't want him, he could easily get rid of him for cause.
It's your escape clause.
Yeah.
As a Spartan fan, it's Coach Smith by a long shot. He's coaching for his job, flat out. Yes, I agree with both of you. However, Sharon must go very fast with Underwood, Bill, and Lapierre. Jonathan Smith, the new AD at Michigan State, isn't going to wait around for a coach he didn't hire. The AD is here to bring in money, and a non-bowl coach won't cut it.
And David, and that I'm with for both coaches. You have subpar years, and for Michigan, Dave, you're a Michigan fan. 7-5 is a subpar year at Michigan. It is. If Smith goes 7-5
doing it with a freshman quarterback, though, 7-5 is not bad.
And by the way, a freshman quarterback that everybody celebrated obtaining.
Correct.
So that's why I just think you get another year regardless, as long as you don't get popped by the NCAA.
You know what? It sounds good to say now.
Oh, you're right.
But when you got 5 losses and your quarterback is out there struggling, you're not going to be, he's a freshman. It ain't going to be that.
No, you're right, though. Look at last year. Like Davis Warren and Alex Orji, people were sickened by the quarterback situation, and then you lost to Minnesota, almost lost to Minnesota, and you went to Washington, and you got popped after winning a natty. Like, it got pretty dark last year until he beat the Buckeyes. So I hear you. Michigan fans will turn. I just think it would be shocking to me if he doesn't get a third year.
I agree with you, Jeff. I mean, look, last year, we all know what I predicted going into the season. No quarterback play. I thought they were going to look horrible, and they did to start the year. They finished strong. But with a freshman quarterback, I'm already not expecting him to look great going into the season. But if you happen to finish the year with the same 7-5 going into a bowl, yes, I will be just fine with that. And I know people probably listening, they're going to text in, you're not a real Michigan fan anyway. But a freshman quarterback gets you to 7-5, you can build on that.
Okay. I want to read one ticket text, David.
Sure.
It says, Rieger just admitted that 7-5 and beating Michigan is enough. Beating Michigan State, rather. The real standard at Michigan has finally been verbalized. I'm glad my school has higher expectations. Yeah, I think it's enough to keep his job this year for 1 year. I don't think he's going to get whacked. So you think he would get fired?
No. But see, I think all things, you're looking at it in a vacuum. And with the potential scandal, with the fact that the team has taken a drop-off from the cheating or whatever. You've been 7-5 in back-to-back years. You're struggling. You're not Michigan. And for Michigan fans, that's unacceptable. I'd like to think. Now, unless things have changed in Ann Arbor, that to me, back-to-back, hell, you fired Lloyd Carr because he kept losing 3 games.
That is true, but you fired him after like 4 years after he won a national title. Okay? So, like, I don't know if that's a good example. How many titles,
more one for you?
None, but he beat the Buckeyes.
Hold on. What are Michigan fans expecting with a freshman quarterback? Are we expecting 12-0, go to the playoff?
You're paying this
kid.
That's
not realistic.
Like, are you expecting him to go into Oklahoma and win that game?
No.
Are you expecting them to go to the college football playoff?
No.
Exactly. So if you go 7-5 and it's a bumpy road, but you know Bryce is coming back next year and he shows promise,
and he's
I don't think
through
you're
the
firing
season.
to run
so
more.
David, he goes 7-5. And his quarterback plays a lot like Aiden Childs last year. Good games, horrific games.
Well, the offensive line probably wasn't good. I don't expect that right now to be good at what I see. I don't expect that to be good.
But I'm saying you would be okay with that.
It would be the same situation, and I would say what's around him isn't strong. So I get 7-5, and he struggled. I get it.
Okay.
One more, David?
There's more pressure on Moore because he's been suspended several times. And this team expects more from their program, whereas Michigan State knows they're still rebuilding. There's no pressure for Smith. Let's be real. That's Hans, the Uber driver.
Well, just so you know, the suspension thing, I think, does play into it, right? Because he's going to get suspended again, and we have no idea what the NCAA is going to say. So, yes, that does play into it. But I'm kind of going on the basis of he's going to not get fired because of the NCAA.
I can't say that.
I know, and I agree, but I'm going on the basis of what he does as the head coach instead of what the NCAA rules. Is that fair? I get what you're saying.
Right, it does, but if you're going to get suspended, you better win. I mean, Harbaugh got suspended, but he turned around and won, so people forgave him for that.
Let me read you. Hold on, real quick. I know we'll get to the call, but let me read you this text because this is what NIL does. QB getting paid millions. Yes, I do expect them to beat OU, a bad OU team.
David,
in his second ever game.
Yes, I mean, but I was thinking the same thing because, guys, it's the reason why everybody was so pissed at Aiden Childs last year, knowing how much money he was making, close to 7 figures, and you're like, and this is what we're paying for? This is all we get? Trust me, this kid Underwood goes out there and has multiple interception games, and why did we pay all this money?
So you think the boosters would
be done? LSU?
Because obviously the boosters and the NIL payers are the people that have Ward Manuel's ear. You think it would be that bad that you say, get this guy out of here and more?
You're not going to get him out of here, Rieger, but as the expectations rise because of the money that people make.
Let's go to Brian in Detroit. You're on the ticket. Hey, B, how are you?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Brian.
Oh, my goodness. Brian, I was so worried about you, man. I hadn't heard from you in a while.
See, Brian calls Wojo and I all the time.
Listen, this with that same defense that bring back 10 starters, they put it on Alabama, they're not losing no 5 games. The quarterback room is better. The running back room is better. The defense will be just as good. Man, they might lose 2 games, but I know they're not going to lose to Ohio State. People want to try to act like they don't have talent, not bringing them back. They won 7 games, man, with two guys who can't throw a forward pass.
That is true.
Their quarterback room their running back room is outstanding compared to last year.
So do you not expect a freshman quarterback to make mistakes?
Go ahead. I can hear you.
Do you not expect a freshman quarterback to make mistakes, though?
Listen, Michigan doesn't have a passing game like that. Michigan don't throw the ball around like that. They rely on their running game. They're not going to let that kid go out there and just – I don't care what they told him. They're not let him go out there with those two running backs and just wing it and throw it all over the field.
So Brian,
they rely on that running game.
Brian, I hear everything you're saying. You're pretty damn confident. So if that was the case and they do go 7-5, you would expect more to get fired because you don't think there's a chance in hell they go 7-5.
Listen, it's not a chance in hell. Now, listen, a couple years ago, Rico dunked on me about that Georgia and Michigan game. He was right. But that defense I seen against Alabama, they bringing 10 of those starters back, and the people they added on to it, they're going to be outstanding. All they need is the running game to be decent. Man, that defense alone will get them 8 wins.
Wait, how did they bring back 10 starters on the defense?
They're playing the Alabama game. Isn't it 10 starters coming back?
No, a couple of them went into the NFL draft.
Yeah, it's like 6.
No, hold on. I know the two big fellas didn't play in that Alabama game. I know the end didn't play in the Alabama game.
I got you. I played in the – okay, never mind. Brian, I'll stand down. I see what you're saying.
Brian, always good to hear from you, man.
I see what
All right,
you're saying.
fellas. Love y'all too, fellas. Take care.
I love you, buddy. 248-539-9797 on the ticket.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Evan Petzold says today that the Tigers are not likely to make any splashy trades at the deadline next Thursday. Here are tonight's Jays and Tigers Game 2 right here on the ticket at 7:10. There have been a few MLB trades today already. The Yankees acquired third baseman Ryan McMahon from the Rockies, which likely puts them out of the running for Eugenio Suarez. Former Tiger reliever Gregory Soto also on the move again to the Mets from the Orioles. Carlton Davis was back at Lions practice after departing early yesterday. 2025 draft pick Tyleik Williams was not present a day after he exited early with the pads on as well. According to ESPN, there's now a criminal investigation into the finances of the NFLPA after, quote, potential misuse of funds and self-enrichment by union officials, end quote.
Is that the proper way of saying going to strip clubs and spending thousands of dollars?
It is, yes. Okay. I just didn't think I would.
Jeremy was afraid.
At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm back at 5 maybe here on 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so this is very exciting. Every time I fill in on this show, I always hope it's a Friday because I love this next segment. Go ahead. You know how it works. Our coworkers say silly things, and we try to guess which one says it. And by the way, I play it in my car constantly. I feel very confident. I'm going to kick a little ass today.
Would you like to know who's eligible?
Please.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay. Now, Mark Ryan and myself did a little Carson Anderson. Gator hasn't been in all week.
Stoney's been in all week.
Has
Wojo been here?
No, Wojo has not been here.
Didn't we have a Caputo sighting too?
We did, 6 o'clock, Caputo.
Yeah, Caputo came in and set the studio on fire.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to make sure everybody we have, because it's been a fill-in week for a lot of people.
No, great point. All right,
Here we
go ahead. This is exciting.
Number 1. It was AJ pinch hit here, pinch hit there, pinch run here. We just haven't seen that really since the All-Star break, and it's only been, 4 games?
All right, so this was early. This was like Monday. Here's my initial response. Stoney.
Why is that?
The pinch hit here, the pinch hit there, but it's only been 4 games. It's only been 4 games, guys. Let's not freak out.
I was thinking Stoney as well.
I'll go Stoney if, Jeff, you can confidently tell me this wasn't you.
Definitely wasn't me.
Okay, definitely wasn't you?
Definitely wasn't me.
I'll go Stone.
No, I don't think it was me, at least. All right, let's go Stoney. Everybody says Stoney. We're locked in, David.
Here it is. Who said it?
I was thinking Jansen potentially too. Bregman.
Oh, yeah, I did hear that drop.
I thought you all would get it because of the, 4 games, and he always says to let it play out. So give it time, right?
Okay. Yeah.
David. Go ahead.
It's not easy, huh?
Jeff, 0 for 1.
Thanks. You guys are 2, just so you know.
Number 2. In baseball, because there's 162 games, when things are going really well, we maybe get too excited. When things are going bad, maybe we get too bummed out.
All right, bummed out is kind of the interesting word there. I immediately thought Doug Karsh, like prisoner of the moment, don't freak out. But would Doug say bummed out?
Did we have a Mark Ryan sighting this week? Did we say this?
Yeah, we did. But unless it was Monday, I worked with Mark on Tuesday. He did not say that.
Okay, no Mark Ryan. Bummed out. Who would say bummed out?
I don't know. King, potentially?
I was thinking Kang. That was the first one that came to my head.
I think
because
it's a King.
Of bummed out.
Yes. And it's a very Doug take, from King.
Kenny, I'm going to go with what you said.
Oh, Mark Ryan. Okay.
162 games.
Jeff told me no, and that was my knee jerk. So maybe I should
just so you know, Mark Ryan was the one who came up with the thought that the Tigers might miss the playoffs completely before it was even a discussion. So rather negative. I don't know that I would go with Mark Ryan here.
Maybe he's saying though that maybe people get a little too bummed out.
I'm going with King.
I'm switching to Mark Ryan.
Okay, I think you guys are wrong. Go ahead. Who said it? Shoot! Look at that. Stoney
Never
trying
changed, Kenny. Never changed.
All right. Well,
you know the rules.
I had Kang, so I would have lost.
Well, you guys are wrong, and I was wrong, too. All right. Number 3, will we get one?
3. The guys playing above what they've been playing, someone's always been able to pick somebody up. They don't let that stuff hurt them like other teams would. Right now, it's hurting them, and it's kind of a free-for-all.
That's Doug. That is Doug Karsh.
What makes you so sure?
The whole, guys are playing above what they should be, but everybody's kind of bailed them out. But now that's just not happening. It's going to come back.
It's so vague that it could have been anybody.
I go Doug. Although Doug just came back the last couple days. Didn't you guys tell me David's lazy? And usually he just does this early in the week?
Wow.
No, that was the other guy.
See, this could have literally been anybody because I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, one more time, David.
The guys playing above what they've been playing, someone's always been able to pick somebody up. They don't let that stuff hurt them like other teams would. Right now, it's hurting them, and it's kind of a free-for-all.
Damn, that's hard.
Rico, could you have said this?
I don't think I said this.
I don't know. I have no concept of it.
Could it be Tecumseh?
I was about to say, I'm thinking, was it? See, the thing is, now I'm stuck on Mark Ryan. Like, he's in here somewhere.
He's definitely in here
There's
somewhere.
no question about that.
Or is it Tecumseh Tom?
So how about this? Can we do this? I'm going to go Doug. You go Tecumseh. You go Mark Ryan.
No, I was going to guess Rico.
Okay. Oh.
So if you want to guess Mark Ryan,
Let's cover our bases.
Yeah, I'll go Mark Ryan.
Come on. One's got to be
strategy.
right.
Somebody's got to win this.
One's got to be right. Let's go.
Who said it?
Damn it.
What are you raising your hand
Did I
for?
not say King?
No.
Oh, I said it the
didn't.
last time. Who did I say? Oh, Doug. Damn it.
Okay, so before we go to
I
number
hate this
4,
game.
I do,
Again, Jeff.
Wait, David. As he's playing, Rieger is holding up his hands like he is both arms, like he's the champion. Like he just.
I'm like Joe Carter hitting the homer against Mitch
And
Williams.
this is like, you didn't say that. What? No.
I thought I said it.
This is you dropping the ball in the wind at the end zone right before at the 1-yard line.
And here's why I'm laughing here, because so far, Jeff has guessed the person ahead of time. In the first one, he said Stoney. It was John. The next one was Stoney. He guessed Kang.
So this one's going to be Doug. It's going to be Doug then. It's proven
He's all
science.
over the place.
Go ahead.
Every pitch matters, and they're playing like that, where every pitch had a purpose, whether they were at the plate, whether they were on the mound. Now they're giving away pitches. They're giving away at-bats. They're making things easier on pitchers.
Doug Karsh.
So you're just going to ride the history.
I feel like I heard this. I just can't remember when.
One more time, David.
Please.
Every pitch matters, and they were playing like that, where every pitch had a purpose, whether they were at the plate, whether they were on the mound. Now they're giving away pitches. They're giving away at-bats. They're making things easier on pitchers.
I think you're right. I think that's Doug.
Doug Karsh.
You're going Doug?
This is so difficult. It's difficult
You know
because,
what? I think David's setting you up. I'm going to go Caputo.
you're probably right because he did say that knowing full well what this one is. I'll take his bait. Go ahead. Who said it?
Hey, Rico.
Rico, you are spot on. Good job, man.
This is impossible. This is impossible. That's like a walk-off right there. You got
That was
one more?
amazing, Rico.
This is so hard.
This may have been your best edition yet so far, David. This
Well,
is
yeah,
very
it's because
challenging.
there's so many fill-ins.
What I love at the end here was that Rico said, you know what? You're going to die on that horse. Go ahead and die there, Jeff. I'm going this.
I bought
love
it, man. You set me up, and I
was
took
just
it hook, line, and
because
sinker.
it was like till 8. I'm like, wait, we haven't had an 8 o'clock yet. He wouldn't have said till 8.
Yes.
So you know what? This has to be Caputo, whereas I
Fair.
knew you. But hey, Rieger, you get it all the time.
Okay, do we have one more? Or is that it?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, one more. Let's go. Let's go. Redeem ourselves.
It's a killer sport. He could get injured. He wants his money. Not the worst thing in the world to look out for, number one.
I guarantee victory. Jeff effing Rieger.
You're calling your own shot.
Yes.
This is the Babe Ruth moment of just pointing to the sky.
It's like
You
the
know what?
natural. I'm Roy Hobbs.
I already got one, so
Go with me. Let me shepherd you my way, my friend.
you really believe that was you?
1,000%. Didn't it sound genius? Of course it's me.
It didn't.
10 out of 10 on the confidence scale.
12 out of 10.
All right,
So
I'll
if
run
you
with
get this wrong, you're buying us lunch next week.
I'll buy you guys lunch, and I'll drink a beer out of a shoe.
We don't do that, but okay.
Oh, that's the show before you. Yes! Ha! Great opinion.
We should have left out on number
Great
4.
opinion. All right, and that, my friends,
I
I
got
feel
2
good.
right, so I'm better than you.
Wow.
Now, every team has now reported for training camp. So let's get to a list here of players, coaches, GMs under the most pressure going into the 2025 season. Let's first start at a quarterback position. Let's start with J.J. McCarthy. Would you agree he's under a ton of pressure this season?
Absolutely, he is. I mean, for multiple reasons. One, he was a high draft pick. You never want to. I think they moved up to get him, so you want to see success because of that too. This team is loaded with weapons, David. And 3, Sam Darnold came in here and won 14 games, and he's looked at to be a career backup. So it's unfortunate for that young man, because if you can't duplicate that, that means that they made the wrong choice and let the wrong quarterback go.
No, Rico, I'm with you. I might not be with you about the Tiger stuff, but I'm with you about this. Aaron Jones, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Jalen Naylor, TJ, the big Hawkinson. I mean, these are all elite premier players, and now JJ's got the keys to the car. If he can't succeed in 1 year when their Super Bowl window is pretty wide open, they're going to go out and find somebody else that can succeed. They got a good D, too.
Next on the list, a running back. Plays in New York, plays for the Jets. His name is Breece Hall. Here's why I bring it up. Because last year, or this past offseason rather, Najee Harris was the most expensive running back in free agency. 1 year, $5.3 million. Breece Hall hasn't looked well in 2023 after he returned from injury. First 2 carries, 26 yards, then 83 yards. Has done nothing since. Pressure for Breece Hall?
David, I don't think it's fair. I think it's pressure for the entire New York Jets team. That's why they fired everybody. It's why their offense really has been sputtering for the longest. They banked everything on Aaron Rodgers, and when he got hurt 2 games plays in, they never really recovered. So I can't blame it all on him. I think that he's just a product of an inept offense.
So it's a little unfair. Their offense stinks. I think, if anything, pressure is on Aaron Glenn, but he's taken over a team where Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor is his quarterback.
It's going to be Fields.
I'm not even sure that there's pressure at all. Like, is anybody really expecting the Jets to win? And I know people always expect them to be a disaster. So I guess a little pressure on Aaron Glenn, but Breece Hall specifically, I don't know if I feel that for him.
So we have our first coach on the list, and we just talked about this. The Dallas Cowboys, their coach, Brian Schottenheimer. Is he under a ton of pressure, or does it really matter in Dallas?
The coach has been interchangeable in Dallas. Honestly, David, the last one that they really had that had a voice was Jimmy Johnson. Yeah, that Jimmy Johnson, who just retired from doing Fox pregame shows. Because it's Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones runs the team, and Jimmy was the last guy that stood up to him. Schottenheimer will come, he'll go. He's really got no say-so. Try not to embarrass us, and maybe can you win us some playoff games? That's their new bar now. From America's team to can you win us a playoff game? So I don't think he has pressure because I think he understood the assignment when he got the job.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, Jerry Jones is one of the most, loyal guys you'll ever see. He should fire coaches. He decides to stick with coaches. Last year, the Cowboys were 7-10, so it's not like there's not room to grow. As long as they're better, I think Schottenheimer's going to be fine. And even if they're not better, Jones will stick with them another year. Doesn't it seem like, how many times was Jason Garrett supposed to be fired? And then they just brought him back, or Mike McCarthy, and they just brought him back. So I don't think he's in jeopardy or on the hot seat, despite the fact that they play in a tough-ass division. The Commanders and Eagles are pretty good.
This next one here, a lot of people, if you don't really watch or pay attention enough to the offensive line, you may not know his name. But his name is Braxton Jones, who is the left tackle for the Chicago Bears. They've gone out, upgraded other positions, did not really upgrade this position. He's been hurt in his career. And this past season, guys like Dan Moore Jr., Jalen Moore, not that good tackles, still got north of $20 million. He's a free agent. How much pressure is on him to actually produce this year and protect Caleb Williams?
And you're saying he's a free agent at the end of the year?
He's a free agent at the end of the year.
Oh, well, I mean, this is it. Yeah, he has a ton of pressure for 2 reasons. One, because you got Ben Johnson, because you got Caleb Williams, and because you have this offense, if you go out there and you do your job and you become that guy, the second reason, you're going to get paid. So, yes, you screw up this year and you'll be in the CFL, the XFL, or whatever you call it. You do your job, you solidify that position, and you'll be a Bear for life.
Yeah, the only pressure, I think, is the difference in contracts he might sign. He's a left tackle in the league. If he doesn't play for the Bears, he's going to play somewhere else. No. However, I think the pressure in Chicago is Ben Johnson, who apparently already seems frustrated because Caleb Williams might not be on the same page with him at practice. Caleb Williams has a ton of pressure. Yes, Braxton Jones has pressure because he has to protect Caleb. But I don't know if it's also a contract year, so usually guys play well during contract years. I don't know if I look at it as a massive amount of pressure. Maybe not as much as the other guys you named.
The next coach on this list is Brian Dable for the New York Giants. Did not have a good year last year. Is it over for him if he does the same?
Well, you know what? For our guy, David, yeah, he's a dead man walking. Let's just call it what it is. Mike's not here, but I don't see how they turn this around in a division that you have. You're looking at Russell Wilson keeping the place warm until Jackson Dart is ready. He's going to be gone, David. Let's just put it like that. He won't be there. So the pressure for him is, do you just go ahead and get fired mid-season, or do you prolay the inevitable and get fired at the end of the season on Black Friday or Black Monday?
Don't you feel he's Matt Eberflus?
Yeah.
He feels like Matt.
You know, a good call.
Oh, thank you. He feels like Matt Eberflus. Like,
you
going
knew it was
into camp,
inevitable.
it's going to happen. There's very little chance that he gets to stick around, but it is
Does
funny.
he have that meltdown game like
Right.
Eberflus had here in Thanksgiving where you're like, and there it is?
Well, it's probably best for you to get fired during the season. At least you don't have to prepare for as many games, right? You're getting paid regardless.
Yeah.
No, but I agree. I mean, like, his first year was great. They made the playoffs, and they beat the Vikings. And life was awesome. And then it's really gone downhill. But I've heard Mike mention this. I know you've mentioned this. The quarterback room is amazing for the Giants. It's so good.
From the media standpoint, yes.
Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Jackson Dart, Tommy DeVito, and Tommy DeVito's agent. Wow, the quotes coming out of that room.
If it was up to me, Jameis would win the job just for what he has to say afterwards, pregame and postgame.
He's a very motivational guy.
Right.
Eat the W's. I like Jameis.
I do too. That's what
He's
I'm saying.
awesome.
I love it because he's entertaining. He's fun. And he kind of knows that he sucks. You know, he kind of reminds me, he's the modern day Dan Orlovsky. I'm a backup, but I'm just going to have fun and know eventually I'm going to be in the media one day.
Who's the Jameis Winston of 97 won the ticket? Kind of knows they suck. Go ahead.
Go ahead, David.
Let's close it out with the only GM on this list, and it is the Atlanta Falcons GM, Terry Fontenot. And everyone knew what they did in the draft. They needed defensive ends. They needed an edge rusher. They drafted two, James Pierce Jr., Jalen Walker. We all know the scenario with Kirk Cousins and their team. Michael Penix is going to be the starter. But there's pressure. Has to be a ton on their GM in Atlanta, right?
It is. You had to, but it goes back to it's systemic. Your offense was bad. You had all of these weapons, and you chose to. You know what? It kind of goes back to yesterday. We were talking about that Ohio State game. You had all the weapons, but you chose to do things that these weapons can't do, and that was Atlanta last year, where you had, whether it was London, was it Bijan, like you had people out there, and it was like nothing. So. Yes, you made a lot of moves. I think a lot of this depends on what Michael Penix does. And if this doesn't work, yeah, he will be let go because he put all of this together. He did the grocery shopping.
So he was hired in 2021. So this is year 5 on the gig, right? He already kind of screwed up the whole Kirk Cousins thing and Michael Penix thing. He gets Cousins, then he trades up to get Penix. And even though I kind of dig their offense, and every year I think to myself, the Falcons are the sleeper this year. If it don't work this year, they definitely blow it up and go in a different direction. But yeah, Penix can save him. I mean, that offense can save him.
Rieger, they have weapons. I said it last year, and I'll say it. If Atlanta had a guy like Ben Johnson running their offense, Atlanta would have been in the playoffs. Atlanta would have been seen as a serious threat because the thing that I liked about Ben Johnson was he took everybody's strengths and weaknesses and he managed them well. Atlanta didn't do that.
Do we think Ben Johnson's going to succeed?
I do.
Do you? David?
Yes.
Interesting. I'm torn. I don't quite know.
Why not?
Why
wouldn't he succeed?
I think some guys are better off to be
as
like
coordinators.
Yeah, and I also didn't love him and his crap talking when he got the job against the Green Bay Packers.
Okay, you know what?
And
Stop.
What?
You can't have it both ways. Because you loved it when he was a Lion.
No, and I hear you. I feel like he should.
But now he's someplace else, and you're like, oh, I don't like that.
You know how Patricia tried to be Belichick?
Right.
I feel like Ben's trying to be Dan a little bit. And I don't know that it's going to work. I just have my doubts. All right. That's in Football Today. 97 on the Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Michigan football has released that they're in ongoing discussions to move their season opener next year to Frankfurt, Germany against Western Michigan. As of now, it's scheduled to be played at Michigan Stadium September 5th. But
do penalties not count overseas?
That's a good question. I don't. Maybe it's a maybe it's a little back in there. If the change does happen, the game would switch to August 29th. Per On3, it's going to happen per their reports. The MLB trade deadline is less than a week away. Free Press beat writer Evan Petzold says that the team is not expected to make a big splash, and fans should not count on them acquiring Diamondback slugger Eugenio Suarez. Petzold says they'll likely target mid-tier relievers instead. Quote, "This isn't an all-in push to win the World Series in 2025, and the Tigers are okay with that," end quote. Cater Montero back on the mound today. First pitch at 7:10. You can hear it right here on the Ticket in Game 2 of the series. The Lions saw the return of Terrion Arnold to practice today. Tyleek Williams was one player who missed. Minnesota Vikings wide receiver Justin Jefferson has a strained hamstring. He's expected to miss time during camp as well because of it. And this is kind of a weird story. According to ESPN, there's at least 100 players with representation from about half the NFL teams that could face suspensions for selling their allocated Super Bowl tickets above face value. Per an agreement between the league and Players Association, players that violate this rule have to pay back the tickets at 1.5 times the face value, while also losing their Super Bowl tickets for the next 2 seasons. If they fail to do that, a suspension is possible. At the Corval Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
97 won the ticket. Oh, the weekend's just around the corner, baby. Rico Baird, I'm Jeff in from Mike. And listen, Rico, we talked about it in the 2 o'clock hour. I want to bring it back now because you heard Jeremy Otto on the update, and there was a couple articles written between last night and today. Evan Petzold and Cody Stavenhagen both writing that Scott Harris is more than likely going to remain conservative at the trade deadline. Now, I think I know what happened. It was the first game of a homestand. Tigers are struggling. Harris does these off-the-record meetings with the reporters, only beat writers, and I think one of them was yesterday. In fact, I know one of them was yesterday.
Aren't you invited to those?
No,
things?
I don't get invited. I should get invited, but I don't get invited. But anyway, this is information from Scott Harris. And if you happen to read one of the articles, they're both very similar. But they are not looking to part with one of their top 5 prospects. They're not looking to go all in to win a World Series. Expect a reliever, but not like a high swing and miss, throwing gas, high leverage reliever. And Eugenio Suarez might be an option, but they don't want him to block anybody, and he might be just way too expensive.
So you read that today, right?
You told us that yesterday.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. I gave you credit in the first hour. You want credit again in hour 4. Yeah. So what do you make of it? Listen, I give you a ton of credit. We came on the air yesterday. We argued. I screamed. I yelled at you. And I simply said, Rico, no, you moron. Scott Harris has to make a move. We don't know how he's going to act. This is his first time trying to make a team better to win a World Series. He's got to do something significant. And by all accounts, don't expect that to happen unless he's trying to set you up to set the bar low and then overexceed it by making more moves.
Like Yzerman did.
Right.
and Brad Holmes.
Okay.
And Trajan.
Okay, fine. He's probably then softening the blow then, right? Probably trying to soften the blow to tell you nothing's coming. You're such a jerk. I was so angry at the start of the show. You can hit the Odyssey Rewind to check it out. But the question remains the same. Are you good with this? This Tigers team is still 17 games above 500. They're still 8 games in first place in the AL Central. They still have one of the best records in the American League and in all of baseball. And yes, they've lost 10 of 11. And yes, they've looked putrid doing it. But your job as the POBO, the president of baseball ops, is to make your team better to win a World Series. And the fact that you don't want to give away prospects and you're more concerned about the future than this year is reprehensible. If this happens, and it hasn't happened yet, if he punts the deadline, it's unacceptable, it's unforgivable, and I'm not changing my stance.
It's not
and
unacceptable.
While you disagree, you're not as angry as I am.
No, Rieger, it's not unacceptable. It's not unforgivable. It's this
totally
man has,
unforgivable.
He has a plan, Rieger, and like it or not, his plan, Scott Harris' plan, is working. It's ahead of schedule. What, a year ago at this time, they were a joke. Then they made the playoffs. Then they won the playoff series. Now they came back. For a while, they had the best record in baseball. They were doing all of this without the big payroll. They were doing all of this without the superstar. They had one. Skubal. That's it.
Oh, you just hit on something. I don't want to cut you off, but by the way to make the most of Tarek Skubal's window. You're essentially telling Tarek Skubal, buddy, you're not worth spending top prospects on, so we're probably going to try to win when you're no longer here. So if you had any belief that the Tigers wanted to keep Skubal, well, it sure in the hell looks like they do. They're not willing to go all in now
Rieger,
when Skubal's here.
Rieger, they're winning. Okay? Like it or not, they're winning. They have one of the have one of the best records in baseball. Okay, yeah, they've gone through a 1-10 slump, but we all kept saying, "David, back me up." Back in April, it was like, "Hey guys, trust me, they're gonna hit up with the slump." In May, wait, it's coming. In June, guess what? It's here. It's right before the trade deadline, so now it's going to be that overreaction where you got to make this move. There is no one move that they can make.
Yeah, but there's moves that make you better.
If there was one,
every team has flaws.
But if there was one move that I think they thought would get them over the hump, they would make it. They're about 3 or 4 moves away, which means
you try your best.
You got to give up a lot of your farm, and you love your farm.
Okay.
Not you, but they
Rico,
love their farm.
They, in this article, they're citing that really nice run where they're on pace to win 106 games from last year to this year, right? And they had been unbelievable. So they're saying they believe that's real. If you believe that's real, then why don't you bolster that? There's no guarantee. Hold real quick. There's no guarantees about next year. You don't know you're going to be any good next year.
Okay.
You also don't know that these prospects will even work out.
Okay.
What you know is you've got an 8-game lead in the AL Central, and you're not willing to try to make your team better. Unforgivable.
You done?
No.
I would say this. Okay, over that 162 games, you got 106 wins. That, to me, is telling them what we're doing is working. Why do we need to break this thing up? We stay the course, and we keep grooming our young players, and we get ready. Get ready to bring them in. They're all under control. They're team control players. The payroll is low. So you know what? If you do want to go and break the bank for Skubal, you can, because you got money to burn.
Yeah, I'm sure Skubal wants to be here.
You're not paying anybody.
You're wasting Skubal's time.
Rieger,
you should trade
winning.
Skubal if you want to do business this way.
Rieger,
you're wasting
why?
his time.
Because you're winning?
No, you're wasting his time. You're not trying to make your team any better. Skubal wants to win a World Series. He doesn't want to just watch his front office do nothing.
Right, Rieger. They're winning. And their plan is working. Like it or not, it's working.
See, let me say this, and I really can't believe I'm about to say this because I think I'm about to sound like Doug Karsh here. But
Doug Karsh, respect each
while
other.
it has been 41 years since they've won a World Series in this town and for this franchise, that is not the timeline that Scott Harris is working with. He isn't working with, oh my gosh, I have to do it now because it's been 41 years. He's going off of his timeline. He's only been here for what? 3 years?
Yeah, but
4
David,
years?
David,
So
I agree with you.
He's moving on his
He has no
pacing,
pressure.
which is why Rico's right.
But no, hold on a second.
If you have so many holes right now for this team, starting pitcher,
God, you guys are killing
a
me.
bat, and a few bullpen arms, if you look at it that way, and he's probably looking at it that way, then why would you give up guys and you're not going to get enough at the deadline to make it and win
that.
it?
We've always said you get into the second season, anything can happen. There are countless examples that anything can happen if you just get in. Every team has flaws and holes. And what are their GMs doing? They're filling them as to the best of their ability.
But
no
Rieger,
team is perfect.
by doing this, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win the World Series
Nothing
either.
guarantees. There's no guarantee these prospects that you love are going to
so
work
in their
out.
world, why are we giving up stuff when we're winning, when we have one
You're
of the
not
best
winning,
records
though.
of
Your
baseball?
job is to make the team better. I can't believe we're disagreeing
Do
about
they
this.
have
And
the
by the
lead
way,
in the division?
they don't want to give up their top 5 prospects.
Yeah, Rieger, do they have the lead in the division?
Yes, they do.
A substantial lead? So
8
much
games.
to absorb.
Yeah, so the job is to get better.
Okay. And they probably will pick up an arm for the bullpen.
So real quick, the Yankees have made a move. They traded with Colorado for Ryan McMahon. The Mariners have made a move. They traded for Josh Naylor with Arizona. And there's Scott Harris. We're led to believe nothing has happened yet. He doesn't want to do anything. He just wants to go to war with the guys that got him here that can't hit to save their life right now. This is legitimately disgusting if it goes down this way. So I'm curious what people think. Are you okay with this way of business? We got it right in front of us. It's in the Freep. It's in the Athletic. The Tigers are going to be conservative. They are not looking to go crazy and be aggressive at the deadline. There's holes, sure, but Rico and David are acting like, there's too many holes to fill. Why even try? Why even try? Scott Harris should just go on vacation. Go on vacation.
Rieger, in order to fill up all of those holes that this team has, you're going to have to mortgage the farm.
Cool.
They're not going to do that, Rieger.
But it's not a matter of what they're going to do. It's about what the fans think is acceptable. It's been 41 years since you won a World Series. It's been forever since you've gone to the World Series. We had to sit through all this garbage of 2015 and 16 and 17 and 18. You got yourself one of the best
Harris
teams.
wasn't here
it
then.
It doesn't matter. His job is to make the team better. I can't believe this is even a disagreement.
Rieger, ask yourself, is the team not getting better?
No, not right now. Have you watched them play? They look awful. I'm curious. What do people
So
think? Are you with Rico and David, or are you with me?
I can't believe you're making me defend this team. So you mean a 1-10 stretch right now means that this team is now totally garbage.
But Rico,
they're not getting better.
Rico, we're not talking about Max Clark or Kevin McGonigal. You're talking about go out and improve your team with what you have that are not your top 5 prospects. All right, we'll take your calls. I mean, this stuff, the more I talk about it, I was over it, but it makes my blood boil. It's infuriating. It's nonsense, and your Pobo is punting at the deadline.
You don't like how he's doing it, but whatever he's doing is working.
Hey, Scott, if you missed the postseason, this is on you. 97 won the ticket. All right, you want to bust out some calls? Big article in the Freep and the Athletic. Apparently, the Tigers going to be real conservative at the trade deadline. It's a week from yesterday.
Rieger's crying for anarchy.
Is this acceptable?
You're crying out for anarchy.
Is this unforgivable? 248-539-9797. James, you're on the ticket. Hello, James. How are you?
Rieger, I'm in your corner 1,000%. This is disgusting. We cried for Holmes to do something with the Lions, at the trade deadline, and he did absolutely nothing the last 2 years with the Lions. But in the last 40
you got
years,
Zadarius Smith.
Okay, we don't have Zadarius Smith. He's gone.
Okay.
In the last 40 years, how many prospects have the Tigers traded that turned out to be a Hall of Famer?
No,
One.
you're right.
And that was
Smoltz. No, and James, I agree with you. I mean, Dave Dombrowski traded all those prospects, and the only one that really kind of screwed you was Willie Adames. And then you could talk about, like, I don't know, Eugenio Suarez was traded. But, like, overall, I agree with you. Like, dude, prospects are meant to be traded. A third of them work out. They help you. A third of them you should trade. A third of them are going to be bust. The bottom line is you're not trading Clark or McGonigal, but we're talking about prospects that aren't your top five that he doesn't want to trade.
Why not? Why not?
Well, they're not going
Clark
to.
Clark and him's going to turn out to be anything. You don't know that. I would go after Suarez and Chapman. Those are the two people I
don't think Boston's selling. They're currently in a playoff spot. But no, James, I appreciate it, man. James is Mr. All-In.
He's fired up.
He wants the top five gone.
No. And here's where you've twisted this, but this is what you do.
I would never do that.
I would love to see them go out and make a splash. I would love to be sitting here with Stoney on Thursday or Wednesday or whenever. And
Thursday, 6 o'clock.
You can make a trade now. You don't have to wait until then. But I'd love to hear, hey, they made this big splash. But looking at their past history, listening to what they are saying, and this was before the articles came out. I wasn't sitting in that
you
meeting.
were on top of it. No,
But
I give you all the credit in the world.
You can read the tea leaves and see this is exactly what they're doing. In their mind, we're ahead of schedule. We're building this thing for the long haul, and we got player control over all of our young players. And we got a bunch of guys who we think are going to be all of that, who are going to be here in a few years.
Rico?
We're good.
You tell me. Answer this question, and then we'll go back to the cause. How is this, if it goes down this way, not a big F you to Tarek Skubal? A big middle finger to Tarek Skubal. This is your time. He ain't coming back. I don't know why he would want to come back when he's treated like this. You got this year and next year, and you're not doing anything or next to nothing to improve this team. Then why do you even want Skubal here? You're wasting the best pitcher in baseball. How is this not a big F you to him?
I mean, Rieger, I don't know how the negotiations are going, but maybe they realize we're not paying $400 million for this kid. So let's just ride this till the wheels come off and see what happens.
There's a quick.
Hold on,
go ahead. Yes, David.
No offense, and I love Tarek Skubal. He's a wonderful player, but screw him. How about it? What it affects me? I'm a fan that haven't had anything in a while. I don't care how it affects him. Makes him
same
angry.
Deal.
It makes me angry.
Well, I was trying to go with a different angle. Apparently, you guys don't care that it should make the fans angry because you both agree with it. So let's go, Skubal.
Okay, Rieger. It's hard to be angry when you're winning your division. You probably will win your division. You will make the playoffs, and you kind of have a bright future without a high payroll. Okay, you'd like to have all of these star players. Rieger. Okay, and
Rico,
no guarantee
when you're one
is,
of the best teams in baseball, you go for it. That's
guess what,
those rules.
Rieger, the Yankees, Mets, or Dodgers, none of them may win, and they did everything.
You know what? Tigers might not win in the next 10 years. All these cute little prospects might not work out. There's no guarantee. We might wake up dead tomorrow. There are no guarantees. You go for it when you can go for it, and right now is the time to be going for it. And by the way, you got a team that's lost 10 of 11. Crazy me to maybe help out this struggling team right now. Let's go to Omar. You're on the ticket. What's up, Omar?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
How are you today?
I'm 100% okay. Hey, I'm just frustrated with our teams, but I'm 100% on Team Rieger. I believe that what it is these GMs are all afraid to make those big moves because if it don't work out, then that's their job. It kind of reminds me of working for an organization where you need new equipment to do your job performance a little better, but they want you to work with what you got because they're too cheap to spend the money.
Omar, I can't say that you're 100% wrong, but yeah, I think that they like the fact that they keep winning. They don't have a high payroll, and somehow they became one of the best teams in baseball. It works for them. I don't agree with it, but Rieger, I can't sit here and get mad It works.
By the way, people are asking the question, how can you wake up dead? I did say we could wake up dead tomorrow.
Isn't that a scary movie bit?
I guess.
Scary movie? How do you wake up dead?
Yeah.
If you're dead, you don't wake up.
You know
if
what?
You, wake up,
You ever see that movie Flatliners when they killed themselves and then woke themselves back up?
Yeah, I've seen both of them.
Oh, there was 2 of them?
Yeah.
Who knew? Let's go to.
So, you know what? I'm just going to let it go.
Oh,
I'm going to let it go.
Rodney.
You know how you wake up dead? You run into a stingray.
We almost got through the whole show.
I thought you said you were going to let it go.
I just decided, you know what? I'm not going to see you next week. So
You liar.
Screw you.
I'll be. Screw me. Screw me. Screw you. Rodney in Detroit, you're on the ticket. What's up, Rodney?
Yeah, how you doing? I want to ask you a question. Seattle and New York made a move today, two
They
moves,
did.
right?
Yes.
The players they got, would they have made the Tigers better today?
You don't think Ryan McMahon or even Josh
That's what
Naylor
I'm
would?
asking you.
I think they would, yes.
Yes. Okay, then why couldn't we make that move? They didn't give up a top
You're right.
10.
You're right about that.
Exactly. They didn't even make a top 20. I don't think. As far as
for McMahon, it was prospect number 9 in the Yankees system, and it was prospect number 21. For Josh Naylor, it was, I think, their 8th pitching prospect, and I want to say their 10th pitching prospect, but it was both pitching, and that's what Arizona was looking for. So I think that's what they gave up. I don't know where those guys. None of the prospects given up, I don't think, were top 100 dudes.
Okay, would they make the Tigers better?
I mean, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, why couldn't we have done that? Okay,
Rodney, I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. And they're going to do something. We're led to believe they're going to do something small to help out the pen. I just don't understand why you're not trying to do more. And you can get more without giving up a top 5 prospect. And I also don't understand the overall attitude where it's like, well, you know, our future's bright, so we don't have to act right now. In a perfect world, your future remains bright. You got a good organization, you got a good front office, and you try to win right now. That's what you do in baseball. When you're in this position, and it's not very often, you try to win.
So not only that, what is the sports championships? When you get a chance at a championship, everybody who plays sports, go for it. When you got that opportunity, because you never know when you get it again.
Yeah, you know what, Rodney, I'm with you, and I believe. Why did you hang up on Rodney?
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not allowed to speak to people. Only you.
Unbelievable.
Wow, I see how this goes.
Why are you getting so ornery right now?
I see how this goes.
Hey,
you can talk to him
mad.
all you want. I say something, click. Rodney, he hung up on you. What I was going to say.
You told me to screw you. You remember that?
Yeah, and this is why. What I was going to say, guys, like it or not, there's no gigantic sense of urgency in this town. And whether you can name the 4 major sports, you're getting the same results. We're going to do it our way, our plan, on our time. Yeah, but you could be better. I know we're talking Tigers. Look at the Lions. That's, to me, is the closest team to winning something. And they're like, Brad Holmes just basically does, hey, you guys keep saying I need to add an edge rusher. I'm happy with 1. How many teams have 2? All you need is 1.
Yeah,
Brad, that's not how it works. But you know what?
Half away from the Super Bowl.
But you would think there would be a sense of urgency, right?
That's a very good point by you. You're right. But yes,
and there's no urgency
is worried
for
about
him.
paying guys in the future. But let me ask you this. Is there value to making the postseason? Is there value to winning your division?
Yeah.
Do you need help from the outside to do those 2 things?
No.
Oh, see, I think you do.
I don't think to win the division, I don't think you need help. I think, Rieger, I don't think you're going to see this epic collapse.
Okay.
I think that they will bounce back.
What if you do?
And they will this team will end up 500. They'll make the playoffs. They're in. Okay. They may not end up with the best record. They may have to play during the wild card series, but they'll be okay. They're in.
Do you have a problem with it? I'm going to go and drink. And 97 won the ticket.
Let me tell you about the best deals on the hottest Chevy models. And there's only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet. They're 14 Mile and Mound. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They're going to look out for you and make sure they treat you right. Whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, a tough truck, a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of the brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. So no more waiting months for your dream car. Nope, none of that. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the July Rico deal, a 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4, $279 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. Find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
We're going to go through some Big Ten coaching rankings, guys.
Oh.
Let's do this. Going into the 2025 season, CBS
Wait,
Sports.
is this the Big Ten music?
This is the Big Ten music.
I didn't know Big Ten had music.
They still use this, I think, on the Big Ten Network. I think. Maybe they don't anymore. I don't know.
Okay.
Let's get to it, guys. We got 18 coaches in the Big Ten.
There's 18 coaches in the Big Ten. What?
We're not going to get through all of them, but I want to get through the bottom three first, okay? At number 18, you have Northwestern's David Braun. 17, Deshaun Foster at UCLA. Then at 16, Mike Locksley at Maryland. Fair for them to be at the bottom three.
Wow, and not Purdue's coach.
Correct.
Interesting. Yeah, I think Locksley is dead man walking. He's got to produce. I mean, he talked about it Big Ten Media Day how NIL tore up his locker room, and now he's telling everybody leave your keys and your Louis bags outside the locker room type of thing. Yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, not a big on UCLA either. I probably have Purdue's coaches in there, but other than that, I'm okay.
Yeah, by the way, I'm sorry, Rico. My condolences. Loxley's your guy. You dealing with this okay?
Yeah, I'm dealing with it okay.
But I agree with you. I mean, Purdue went 1-11 last year. They have damn near 70 new players this year. I'm not quite sure how they're not bottom three, but I would agree overall with the two others that you said.
The next three. At 15, Sharon Moore.
Wow.
At 14, Barry Odom at Purdue. At 13, Jonathan Smith, Michigan State. Now, hold on.
Who made this list?
Hold on. Let me give you something real quick.
Rico Beard?
They have where they were ranked last year on this list. So at 15 is Sharon Moore, I told you. Last year, he was 15th on this preseason ranking. Jonathan Smith, preseason last year, was 7th, and he's fallen to 13th on their list.
So, wow, they're saying that even though he fell on the list, their preseason ranking, he's still better than Sharon Moore. And
correct.
Barry Odom is still better than Sharon Moore
Correct.
as well.
Yes.
Wow. Rieger, David,
you want me to go
you and
first?
Rieger are Michigan fans.
I mean, this is preposterous. I mean, let's be honest. Obviously, we don't know if Michigan's going to get popped. And obviously, last year wasn't a great year for Michigan. But to finish off beating Alabama and Ohio State, and you're telling me Sharon Moore isn't as good of a coach as Purdue and Michigan State? I mean, please, that's absurd.
I don't know about Purdue because you got like 70 new people there, but I wonder how much of that the offense was just horrible underneath him last year.
That is actually what they say when they write up here. They say, sure, he was 2-0 against Ohio State in his career because, he subbed for the other one. That should carry weight, it says, but they haven't fielded a good offense. Can't find a quarterback. That is a problem.
Well, they have a quarterback. He's just a freshman.
Yeah, and Jonathan Smith, I think it really just boils to the fact of you really didn't do anything. I guess the Iowa game was a big game that you actually went out and won, but you didn't do anything last year. You showed up. You didn't make the bowl game, and you kind of left Spartan fans wondering what the hell just happened.
I do find it funny that next year or this year in back-to-back games, October 25th and November 1st, Michigan plays Michigan State and Purdue back-to-back. So they have a chance to settle this. Preposterous.
That's amazing. So I want to focus on the top 10, so I'm going to go through these to get to the top 10.
All right.
You don't have to comment at all unless you hear something. 12, Greg Schiano, Rutgers. 11, Luke Fickell, Wisconsin. And now we get into the top 10. 10, Jed Fish, Washington.
You know what, David? He's going to come in at preseason number 10, but I'm going to say this now on whatever day this is, July 25th. You know what? I'm setting myself up. Watch out for Washington. Not because Michael Penix played there. David, you saw, I forgot the backup quarterback. I think Williams is his last name. When Michigan played Washington.
Correct.
Washington may have the best quarterback, running back, wide receiver combo in the Big Ten that's already established.
Yeah, it has to be put together a little bit more, but you're right. They're there.
So I know nobody stays up late and watches the Huskies, but just something to watch out for.
Sailgating. I agree with you. I think they have the 28th toughest schedule. I think Washington coming back for the second year with Fish will be better. I actually was kind of aghast with the Wisconsin moment that you said, David, or a team, that they're ranked so low, but then you look at their strength of schedule, and it's the fourth hardest schedule in football. So I guess I understand it.
So let me get through this, guys. If you hear something you want to comment on, feel free. Number 9, Matt Rule, Nebraska. Number 8, P.J. Fleck, Minnesota.
Oh, my God, I'd have Fish over P.J. Fleck in a heartbeat.
I knew you would have a problem with that one.
Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, honestly, he's done nothing to be ranked 8th.
Well, to your point, they had him at 11 last year, and he moved up to 8. So what did he do to move up?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing.
At number 7, Brett Bielema, the Illini.
You know what? Yeah, like it or not, he is building Illinois into Wisconsin South. It's a little old school football. If this thing works out with his quarterback, what was it, Altmaier? He will be the surprise. He will become this year's Indiana.
A 99% chance to get 6 or more wins. Congratulations.
Yeah, they're this year's Indiana. We'll see what happens there. Speaking of Indiana, at number 6, Kurt Cignetti.
Yeah, a little high. And I'm saying, I can't believe I'm saying this next statement. I think Indiana may be living off of their reputation in football.
Are we talking basketball here, or what are we doing?
In football, they may be living off of their reputation because they were so good last year. But last year I see as an anomaly for them because everybody was from James Madison. So they all played together and then did their final grad school year at Indiana. And that's why it clicked. That's why it worked so well with Rourke and all of the pieces that he had. They're gone. I don't know if he can sustain that. So I think he's too high. Yeah, I still would have Fish over him as well.
Yeah, coming off a big year, Bob Knight took him to the Final Four. Let's see if they can repeat it. Wow, 6.
Yeah,
Okay.
Tom Crean had a great season.
At number 5, Kurt Ferentz, Iowa.
No,
please,
no.
come
Okay,
on.
this is the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Grammys right now.
This
That's
is
all
the
this
most
is.
bizarre. Who made this list? Is it Mike Valeni and Rico Beard putting Michigan down that far?
CBS Sports.
This is absurd.
I had nothing to do with this. I wouldn't have Ferentz this high either because let's face it. It's been a long time since Iowa has been relevant. Ever since they combined and didn't have the Big Ten West because they had an easy path to the championship game. It's been a long time since you've seen a great Iowa team. What, 2015?
Yeah, it's been a while. But no, Michigan has the 4th best odds to win the Big Ten Conference, and yet you put a team like Iowa over them.
No. We're not talking team. We're talking coaches.
Whatever.
We're talking coaches, not teams.
Yeah, but it's a direct correlation, coach and team.
Because sometimes if you swapped teams, the same coach would win no matter what team
David,
that he
finish
had.
it off. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, you're not going to like 4, Lincoln Riley.
Wow.
And then I know. And then the top 3, you could probably debate and switch them off however you like. 3, James Franklin. 2, Dan Lanning. And then 1, Ryan Day.
James Franklin is the king of 10-2. I mean, he's consistent if he's nothing else. Ryan Day, he won the whole thing. Lanning, I don't know what to think about him, if he's a great coach or not, because every time I think he is, he does something stupid in the game. It's like, what? You didn't have to go that route. But, like I said, James Franklin can't win a big game, but you're not going to beat – if you're an inferior opponent, he doesn't lose to you.
Day 1, Lanning 2, Franklin 3. Is that how it reads?
Yes.
Yeah, that's accurate. I'm done with that.
Yeah. You're okay with that?
Yes.
How bad is the Big Ten when Lincoln Riley's 4? I
That's
just
absurd.
had to say.
You know what, David? Lincoln Riley is all about name recognition and USC, and because of what he did at Oklahoma. There it is.
That is your college football Big Ten edition.
Brought to you by Sparty.
Blitz 97.1.
All righty, 97 won the ticket. Mark Ryan coming our way next. Rico, I'm still angry, but I'm going to get over it.
What are you angry about?
I
just want to make sure I understand. Why are you angry again?
This Tigers trade deadline passive approach.
Okay, how angry were you for all the other sports? Were you, or here's your topic for the weekend.
I am on tomorrow.
If they do nothing, will this make you angrier than the other three sports?
Yes, let me tell you why.
Okay.
Why? Because this team is in first place, and it's baseball, and you got a chance to really improve this team. I mean, if you add a couple bats or a couple arms or just add something, you should be a better baseball team than you currently are right now. And if you truly believe in the first 60 games or 70 games of the season, then you should be able to improve on that. I'm not a big fan of making the postseason. You might not if you don't make moves. Winning the division, you might not if you don't make moves. And then just having this idea, well, we're not going to do much in the postseason, so we're not going to make crazy moves. The mindset should be you make moves to win a World Series, and they're still one of the top 5 teams in the entire game.
And this makes you worse than the other teams. Because to me,
yeah,
like
with
I said,
the Lions.
The Lions made me, that was more angry.
Yeah, but who are you going to go get? Max Crosby wasn't available. Myles Garrett wasn't available.
No, but when you hear the mentality of your general manager is like, we don't really need any of those guys. And I think for the Lions, Scott Harris, he's told you. When they see that they are close, and I don't think they see that they are that close, they'll go in. But he also said, same interview with the morning show, we're not going to, paraphrasing, not going to mortgage the future. They like their farm.
8 games up in the AL Central, top 3 team in the American
glad
League.
You could join us.
If this isn't classified as close, I sure in the hell don't know what is. Ken in Howell. Last word on this, my friend. Hello, Ken. How are you?
Good. I want to thank you for taking my call. I got 2 points.
Sure.
The first point is that this is the difference between a mediocre to good franchise and a championship franchise. Every championship franchise is continuously trying to get better. And our team, I mean, we exceeded expectations with the Lions 2 seasons ago, and they rode with the team this year. I mean, with the injuries, I mean, that was terrible, but 2 years ago we definitely exceeded expectations, and the Tigers did the same thing this year in the beginning of the season. And when you're doing this good, knowing that you're exceeding expectations and blowing apart the entire baseball world in the preseason predictions, you have to continue to try to get better.
You go. Not to mention, Ken, real quick, like the NFL trade deadline, it's hard to make your team better. It really is. The NBA trade deadline, you went out and you got a guy like Schroeder.
Okay, but it's
the
not even
NHL trade deadline was a total joke. But Ken is right. You owe it to your fans, and you owe it to your best pitcher in baseball.
Okay, but here's
to
the
make
thing.
this team better.
You would think that you owe it to your fans, except for, and you hung up again. Okay.
Oh, you want to talk to that guy too? I'm sorry.
Jeez.
Swing and a miss, Rico. Come on.
That in the last 20 minutes.
But it's like the 1960s in here.
This is the equivalent of going into somebody's house and putting up your feet on their furniture. What are you doing?
I only got certain rights in this studio. Exactly.
I'm done. I'm done. Literally, I'm done. I'm done. Anyway, Mark Ryan's in the house. Mark, obviously you read both articles, The Freep and The Athletic. The Tigers are going to be passive, we think, the trade deadline.
And then you heard the show yesterday when a host said that they were going to do this.
Oh, my God. This guy wants credit constantly. I gave him credit 5 times already.
I think, the whole Petzold article, everybody's got something in that article that really gets them going. You know what I mean? That really gets them going. And unless Scott Harris is doing this old tried and true sales tactic of under-promise and over-deliver.
And he might be.
And over-deliver.
He might be.
Then I think there's going to be a lot of really disappointed fans around here. I will tell you, and I'm going to refresh this. You know how people always say when you criticize after the fact, oh, it's hindsight. It's not hindsight if you say it beforehand.
Right.
My F grade for Scott Harris if he does nothing. My D grade was if he has a Steve Yzerman-esque trade deadline where
D
he
for
really,
Detroit.
where he really does nothing of note. There is a chance that he does something of note. There was a name in that article that's my number one wish list guy.
Bednar?
No.
Suarez?
It's Fairbanks.
Fairbanks?
All year. And so you say, well, Tampa's not going to do anything. They're in the picture. I've covered that team. You never know what they sell when you think they're going to buy. They buy, and because they got a different financial model than anybody else. Pete Fairbanks, I'm telling you, would be a great addition to this team. I don't think the sky is falling the way you do. I don't.
I don't think I think the sky is falling.
No, you
I
think
want
it's
to,
falling.
No, I want to improve the team.
He
I want to
wants
improve
anarchy.
the team.
He
no,
wants...
you don't get chances like this very often.
Really,
I have not said we've done this topic twice in 4 hours.
Right, but I can't
I have not said anything about the slump, or I think they're not coming out of the slump.
But I don't understand how you get so angry when this is what they do. Occasionally, it's like getting mad at a dog because it barks.
Listen,
it's what they do.
You get mad at a serial killer if he kills. That's what he does. Okay, he kills. He kills.
And this is where you took it. Wow.
Yeah. End of the day. I'm also the guy that said we might wake up dead tomorrow. Anyway,
and you
so
know
Mark
how
Ryan,
you
what do you
wake
got
up
coming
dead?
up? You got this.
We've got, there is a philosophy among management here, among all of our management teams, that is a little bit curious to me. And I'm going to share with you exactly what that is, and it's a philosophy that I've held my entire life. I'm going to revisit the A, B, C, D, and F scenarios, the thing about Evan Petzold's column that bothers you the most, and you can only pick one. Because right now, I heard you guys take a call earlier today. I was driving around. The guy said they need 6 things. They need 2 of everything. Good luck. But if you could only get one, you only get one, and you get nothing else. Yeah.
I think we're past that. But I get what you're saying.
Nothing.
I get what you're saying.
Hey,
I think we're past
in what
that.
way?
Just get one thing in the trade deadline. You're not that good. Okay, the one thing, Paul Skeens. There it is. That's the one thing.
I saw
Other
a
than
trade
that,
for that.
Yeah.
you need a lot more than just one. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But that's why I said they're looking at this like we're ahead of schedule, and why blow up the farm system? We got one of the best records in baseball. Let's roll the dice and see what we got.
Mark, let me ask you this very quickly.
Sure.
You're big on, you have been big on, like, you got to make Tarek Skubal want to stay here.
You got to make this a
long
bed
time.
that he wants to
Yes,
sleep in. Yeah.
Yes.
Bro,
how do you
it's
think
easy.
this affects Skubal? Hey, Tarek, we ain't trying this
Hold on.
year.
Yeah, guys, Skubal doesn't care. Skubal, you know what? You know
It's a
what? You
valid
know
point
what'll
by
do?
you. It's a valid point by you.
$400 million.
You're wasting.
And I care about
okay,
this
then
team.
fine. The Tiger
$400
fans care
million,
that you're
and
wasting.
he streaks down Woodward Avenue waving the flag. I got $400 million.
You're wasting
Yeah.
his time here if you don't try to make the most of it. Ay vey. All right, Mark Ryan coming up next. Guys, it's been fun. Stoney's in next week. Goodbye. 97 won the ticket.